That said, Diane had a feeling that this immortal god had done this on purpose. It was very likely that this was the method he wanted them to take, or else there wouldn't be such a massive design flaw in a world created by a man who was clearly so detail-oriented and diligent. This world might be more intriguing than I initially gave it credit for, Diane thought to himself, handing the jade that carried the information he had just scanned through back to the Earl. I assume there's a particular storyline you want to explore? The Earl's gaze glowed with a powerful glint, his expression clear as day for anyone to read. Of course, there are two. We'll split into two groups. You, Cassius, I, and a few others will explore a previously abandoned storyline. These others will tackle a potential storyline that should have good potential. When Diane heard that the Earl wanted to tackle an abandoned storyline, a wisp of a smile flashed within his eyes. The reason for this was obvious. The Earl must have really taken him for a fool. From what Diane had observed in just a few moments, everything in this place perfectly followed the laws of cause and effect. If this was really like any normal video game from his mortal world, as an example, not to mention that failing wouldn't matter, even if multiple people succeeded it wouldn't be much of a problem either. Those kinds of games were created with the suspension of belief in mind and attempted to dampen realism in exchange for a more fun experience. However, this place was completely different. Even though it was designed not much unlike a game, fun was most definitely not the objective of this place. Instead, they all represented countless tests set by an soldier immortal god. If a storyline was abandoned, getting it back on track was nearly impossible. In fact, it might have veered so far off course by now that completing it was nothing but a dream. And this was already the case if this was an abandoned storyline of the last entry into this immortal legacy world. If the entry was several times back, meaning that there had been several openings since the storyline was abandoned, that it would most definitely be all the more impossible to succeed. Every time this legacy world opened, the timeline of the city would move forward, incrementally increasing the already impossible to clear difficulty. This is probably a pipe dream of mine, the Earl said somewhat somberly. This storyline was abandoned during the second entry and has passed through many hands. It's only for this reason that a small character like me could finally get a chance at it. Hearing these words, Diane's internal sneer deepened, but at the same time he was intrigued. Even though he was on guard against this Earl, it was easy to see that if he dared to act against him, it would mean that he had made a great number of preparations. Simply put, it was impossible that this storyline the Earl spoke of was fake. In fact, Diane believed every word that came out of the Earl's mouth. As ironic as it might sound, the best way to lie was to tell the truth. Even with the protection against his Eostre bloodline, the Earl didn't dare to act recklessly just yet. Diane nodded faintly. What is it that you need me to do? Get to the point. The first task in trying to complete an abandoned storyline is to find where the uncompleted thread is currently. For that, we need your calculative abilities. The Jade holds all of the information we could gather on this storyline. We hope that you can find the optimal place for us to remove this grace and start off on the right foot. Diane took the Jade from the Earl's hand. In a moment, he was completely immersed into the story. According to this Jade, this storyline was related to a love triangle between a certain General Roland, a monk Rab, and a woman by the name of Jonah. This was already ridiculous enough of a start. It would be fine if Jonah was charming enough to attract a general. But a monk? What kind of monk were you really if you were pulled into a love triangle like this one? But the reality was even weirder than this, because the love triangle wasn't what Diane expected at all. He had allowed his own initial biases to cloud his judgment. It wasn't the monk and the general who were both pursuing Jonah, but rather Jonah and the general who were both pursuing the monk. Getting to this point, Diane already didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed he had falsely accused this monk. It wasn't his fault that his charm was great enough to attract both genders. Maybe he was just trying to live his life of abstinence and meditation in peace while these two refused to stop bothering him. However, could that really be the case? For there to still be suspense in this love triangle, there had to be some reciprocation, even if it was a small bit. In the end, Diane couldn't help but believe that this monk wasn't so innocent in all of this. And, when he learned of their identities, Not only did Diane's expression grow more serious, but he became even more certain of those thoughts. In this city, there were 4 centers of power and each was formidable to the extreme. First, there was the military. They were the forces who repelled the demon armies and kept City safe from the outside world. They held extraordinary power, and they were led by Commander General Roland. The second was the underground world. They controlled everything from the prostitutes that called the corners of their home at night to the crime rings that moved all sorts of illegal contraband. And they were led by Lady Jonah. The third was the city government. They were controlled by the nobles and the city lord. They managed the laws of the city's surface world. And lastly, there were the temples. They were the religious force of this world and worshipped the mighty God. And they were led by Archmonk Rab. What a love triangle indeed. It read more like a ticking atomic bomb to Diane. Archmonk was likely a title created by this soldier immortal god, as Diane had never heard of it before. But this didn't matter. What did matter was that these 3 were absolute tycoons and could be considered to be 3 of the 4 most powerful existences in this legacy world. No, maybe that wasn't true. It was more accurate to say that they were 3 of the 4 most powerful in this city, as it was necessary to take account of the demon forces as well. Regardless, this love triangle was most definitely not a high school drama. After understanding the foundation of this story, Diane continued to quickly scan through the details. The most obvious fact was that both Roland and Jonah were in love with Rab. Whether Rab had feelings for either of them was completely unknown. This might sound useless, but it was actually quite important to how one should approach this storyline. When one began a storyline, it wasn't as though there'd be a quest menu that popped up to measure your progress and give you checkpoints to complete. They were completely blind. The only method of knowing a storyline was complete by receiving the reward in the end, and even that wasn't entirely reliable. The reason this wasn't reliable was because there were a few storylines that provided rewards along the way, and though these were in the minority, they weren't exactly rare either. What did this all mean? It meant that the motivations of the characters involved in the storyline were important to deciding what the end goal of the storyline was. There was only one clue to all of this, and that was that none of the storylines had ever been to the detriment of City. Without fail, every completed quest bettered the city in some way. That was all they had to go on. Therefore, the ultimate goal before them all was to find a way to resolve this love triangle without the city falling into a state of civil war. To make matters worse, they also had to deal with the consequences of failure the others who attempted this storyline had incurred. The more Diane read, the deeper interest he began to gain. This soldier immortal god is a genius. No, genius doesn't even do him justice. Diane suddenly yawned. I've changed my mind. I originally wanted to play along with this farce because I haven't had some fun in a long time, but it seems that this world will provide me with more than enough entertainment. It's best if you just die. With a flick of his fingers, the Earl's fat head twirled into the skies. The look of astonishment on his face was practically frozen in time, as though he had become a statue. It wasn't just the dead Earl who was shocked, but the entire team he had brought along, and even in the teams who were discussing their own strategies beneath silencing barriers of their own, couldn't help but look over with twitching expressions. They couldn't hear any of the words that had been spoken between them before. However, none of that mattered. How had Diane gone from accepting his role as a helper to killing the Earl in the blink of an eye? At that moment, with bitter expressions, the Earl's team crumpled to the ground, their lips dripping with blood as their lives wisped away. It was obvious that the Earl's life had been tied to their own. His death meant theirs. How else would they have chosen to follow someone so weak and even fear him? Diane, though, didn't have much of a reaction toward this. The immortal plane was cruel. They weren't the first to have in such a way, and they most definitely wouldn't be the last either. You! Cassius stood frozen. You? Shouldn't you be addressing me more respectfully than this? What do you mean, you? Diane replied with a lazy expression. How could you go back on your word so easily? I thought high elves were noble existences. Cassius wore an expression crossed with disappointment and sadness. There's no such thing as a noble race, Diane said emotionlessly. He was sure that high elves would likely piss him off in the future regardless. Noble? Such a thing didn't exist. All that existed was strength and variation and tiers of it, nothing more, nothing less. Plus, Diane grinned. Are you telling me that you weren't very interested in an opportunity to take my noble blood for yourself and evolve into a high elf? Cassius' expression changed as he suddenly came to an understanding. Diane was aware of their goals all along. That said, he wasn't shocked to the point of losing himself. The Earl had said that a person with as much talent as Diane wouldn't be a fool. He would most likely notice that something was wrong with their actions. But the original plan was to slowly make Diane follow a trail of breadcrumbs, not hiding their fangs while taking advantage of his arrogance in believing he could deal with them whenever they pleased. In reality, their plan was going perfectly. Diane really had planned to be led by the nose for a bit out of his own amusement. But he had found a better toy to play with. However, what was somewhat out of Diane's expectations was that Cassius' expression had suddenly become as calm as a lake. Since you know this, it's fine. I'm quite aware that you aren't a real high elf and are merely using a primordial een from a highborn of the Eos Trey clan. Now, I can give you two choices. Sever the primordial een and give it to me, or hand your wife over to me for her blood. The choice is yours, human. Outside of Cassius' expectation, Diane's lip curled. On the mortal plane, it was probably impossible for someone to tell that Diane was using a primordial een to maintain his form. However, this wasn't due to a lack of ability, but rather due to a lack of knowledge. The mortal plane had fallen into such a sorry state and many of their legacies had been cut off. Though the culture of protecting pure blood daughters still persisted, many had already forgotten why this tradition existed, and even those who knew why lost the means of utilizing this method, let alone detecting its use. However, the immortal plane was different. Normal people couldn't tell, especially with Diane's immortal sense factored in, but those who shared the bloodline Diane was using would be able to sense subtle differences they could deduce to the root cause. Diane hadn't thought of this possibility before, but he didn't show a shocked expression regardless. For one, he was a petty man who didn't like his enemies having a step up on him. But the more important reason was that his thinking speed was so quick that Cassius hadn't even finished his words before he deduced what had happened. Had Diane been more cautious and constantly enveloped himself in his immortal sense to stop others from probing him, it would have been impossible for Cassius to see through him like this. But Diane's soul stamina was already being diverted toward keeping the balance of his body, and he decided it was unnecessary to spare energy to do such a thing. Another reason Diane was unmoved by Cassius' words, though, was due to the fact he was certain that Cassius hadn't told a soul about this. If the Earl had known the truth, he would have contacted the Elven clan to come and punish Diane instead. That way, he would obtain benefits by doing nothing at all. No, this Cassius wanted to monopolize Diane for himself. I'm sure that you're a great genius, Cassius said blandly. But, no matter what your story is, your life is all but finished unless you listen to me. There's a possibility that you earn an elven princess's favor through normal means. Or, it's also possible that you bought a high elf virgin for an outrageous price. But whatever your story is, none of it matters. You wouldn't be hiding your identity in such a small place like this unless you were in some sort of trouble, which means you don't have the luxury to be found out by others. 11:19. I'm sure that you want to kill me now, but I should tell you you don't have the luxury to be found out by others. I'm sure that you want to kill me now, but I should tell you that not only do I have countless methods of stopping you from doing so, it wouldn't matter even if you succeeded. I've already paid a price to split my nascent soul before coming here. Whether you kill me or not, should you refuse my offer, the elven hegemon will want your head. Diane nodded as though he had great interest in what Cassius was saying. Do tell me, how many trump cards do you think this fat man had? Diane asked Cassius as though he was truly curious about the answer. Cassius frowned at Diane's words because this was truly the last thing he had expected to hear. Between Diane flying into a rage or calmly accepting his requirements, it fell into none of these camps. I can tell you since you don't know. Diane smiled like an amiable big brother. He had no less than 37 defensive barriers, 12 instant teleportation fail-safes, and at least 3 unique protections for his nascent soul, each of which could probably buy up an entire bubble world with their worth. Diane continued to explain as though he was diligently guiding a child. He was quite a smart man. Diane nodded, affirming his own words. He would never appear before me like this without countless trump cards. He looked like a fool, but he was definitely far smarter than you gave him credit for. Your only advantage over him was your bloodline. As a result, you had access to information that he didn't have. Cassius' frown deepened even further. I know. You must be really shocked. So many high-grade barriers to protect his life. Such expensive capital invested into preserving his worthless existence. Diane's amiable voice slowly grew colder, his smile flattening into a biting, expressionless visage that sent shivers of terror down Cassius' spine. Do you know why he died anyway? It's because he was nothing before me. Those barriers? I can strike through them. His automatic teleportation talismans? I can stifle them. His soul protections? They might as well have been sheets of paper. So let me tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to kill you now. And pay very close attention to this next part right here. When that other half of your nascent soul notices this, it will realize it's made a mistake because now it only has a few seconds to live. By then, you'll have two choices. This will be a very important choice. Diane's palm lightly tapped Cassius' cheek a few times. The latter had started trembling so uncontrollably that his leaked chi caused cracks to appear along the ground. You can choose to die peacefully and take your punishment for daring to offend me in stride. Or, you can use those last precious seconds to contact and inform your elven hegemon and be the reason elves cease to exist on this plane. Diane's smile had come back, but it was so bitingly cold that Cassius' eyes rolled back into his head. The choice is yours. These were the last words he heard before he died. Diane watched indifferently as Cassius fell to the ground. How pathetic. I didn't even attack yet, he actually died of fear. Diane had accomplished many things in his life to this point, but this could be considered the very first time he had ever killed someone without raising a hand. Even more shockingly, this was arguably the strongest enemy he had ever faced. Well, if he disregarded the void beasts. After all, Cassius was a half-step into the immortal celestial realm. Of course, Diane knew why Cassius had died just like that. In the moments this ant had actually been threatening him, Diane had lost his temper. He had already been patient enough with these people, even letting them slowly lay out their plans. Yet, this fool had actually wanted to talk to him as though he was pressed up against a corner. The thing Diane hated the most was being tested by those who believed themselves to be above him. The root of that hate was an ingrained hatred for those who felt themselves to be above him at all. With such a disposition, gazing upon Cassius talking down to him had already ticked Diane off. Yet, this idiot actually kept going and asked him to either hand over Jade's primordial een or hand Jade over herself. The moment the low elf dared to speak such words, Diane's heart had already fallen into a hellish abyss. Diane's wives could all be considered his reverse scales, but he was especially sensitive when it came to Jade. He still had an endless pile of complex feelings for her, and this low elf actually wanted him to hand her over to him? In his fury, Diane's aura had erupted. With the evolution of his sovereign flame, Cassius was suppressed to the point where his body ceased to function at all. It could only be said that Diane's strength was maybe more tremendous than even he realized. He coldly swept a glance over the corpses before him and back toward the Vio and Well clan representatives. It was clear that the latter two groups didn't want anything to do with him as they hurriedly shifted their gazes away, shuffling into the sea of bustling people who didn't react to their presence at all. Diane swept a hand forward and snatched a pouch from the Earl's hip. Spatial treasures were incredibly rare on the immortal plane. However, those that did exist were separated into pouches like this one and rings. By comparison, spatial rings were far rarer. Due to the sturdy materials they were made of, the spaces within them were comparatively larger and far stronger. A spatial ring could last forever, but the space within a pouch could last a few decades at most. Some with better quality could last up to a century, but they would eventually need to be replaced. Despite how wealthy he was, the Earl could only afford to have a space pouch, so the value of spatial rings could be guessed. Diane swept a glance at the inside of the pouch and sneered. A wisp of sword chi shredded the pouch apart. If others saw Diane's actions, they would be completely astonished. Since the inner spaces of space pouches were inferior, if they were destroyed like this, all of the valuables within them would be destroyed as well, compared to spatial rings which would safely deposit everything outside first before its space was destroyed. So, Diane's actions were akin to destroying everything inside the space pouch. However, what actually happened would be completely outside their expectations. Just when the inner space was about to collapse, Diane's aura surged, resulting in the collapsing space to freeze in time as though it was too scared of Diane to continue. Under Diane's control, the floating fluctuations of space opened like an envelope to reveal several hidden layers within. This space pouch should have been more expensive to construct than even some lower-level spatial rings, yet he would rather make one of these than buying just a single spatial ring despite knowing he would have to make another in 100 years. Truly cautious to the extreme, it could only be called a pity that the Earl met Diane as an opponent, someone without scruples and with not a single care to explain himself. Others might be fearful of the bad impression they would leave on others by going back on their word like this, and might even rush to explain that the Earl was plotting against them. But Diane hadn't said a word as those other immortals rushed away. "So this is what you were hiding, huh?" Diane's gaze narrowed into slits. There were numerous treasures in the Earl's possession that Diane glossed over as though they were nothing more than trash. What Diane was staring at now were 3 small and transparent bottles, not even a palm width in height. Each held a sparkling blue liquid that shimmered as though holding countless stars. Even if Diane had an eternity to guess, he would never for a moment think that the Earl would have something like this in his possession. Soul-nurturing elixir. Elixir making was an extinct profession not unlike Saru's spiritual cook profession. However, unlike Saru's profession, its disappearance was due to the fact it had been made obsolete by alchemy. However, there were still a few natural elixirs birthed by the heavens that put even god-grade pills to shame. Natural elixirs were the existences that originally inspired the birth of the elixir-making profession. In fact, those of this elixir-making profession called themselves alchemists as well. However, humans and beasts alike realized many years later that it was impossible to match the heavens in the art of elixir-making, and their paths began to evolve. This was how alchemy transformed into traditional alchemy before ultimately evolving once more into array alchemy. This said, though some pills could match natural elixirs in potency now, all of those pills were without exception at the very pinnacle of the god grade. What did this mean? It meant that this Earl actually had the equivalent of several pinnacle god grade pills in his grasp right now. To put this matter into perspective, a single half-immortal pill could already grant tens of millions of years of life to mortals. Just what then could a pinnacle god-grade pill do then? With his breadth of knowledge, Diane recognized this natural elixir with a single glance, and his expression turned solemn. The soul-nurturing natural elixir was an amazing treasure. It had several heaven-defying abilities. First, it was able to raise the innate grade of a soul. The innate grade of a soul was the starting level a newly birthed child would have. On the mortal plane, this was practically disregarded entirely. Diane's innate soul grade was at the 4th level because he didn't need to actively cultivate his soul to already be at the peak meridian formation level. The only reason his soul hadn't been at that level when he initially entered the martial world was because his body was too weak. But, after his body strengthened, his soul easily reached that rank. This was already absolutely shocking, as it was thought that the absolute peak possible for an innate soul grade was the 3rd, but Diane was an entirely level above this. This said, innate soul grades were even more important on the immortal plane and were not disregarded. If a mother drank this elixir while her child was in her womb, then the child's nascent soul was raised by an entire grade. Once this soul was raised by a grade, as long as the mother delayed giving birth, the immortal body of the baby would increase along with the soul, eventually reaching its level. What did this mean in simple terms? It means that a baby meant to be born as a middle immortal saint would be born as a middle immortal celestial instead. A baby meant to be born as a peak immortal celestial would be born as a peak immortal law expert instead. This ability alone could cause countless experts to battle to the point of annihilating entire clans. This was because even a person who wasn't in their mother's womb could still consume this, allowing the bottlenecks they faced vanish until the next realm. There was a reason the soul wasn't ignored on the immortal plane like it was on the mortal plane. It was too important. Even aside from this main ability, these elixirs had many other abilities as well. When coupled with an elemental natural treasure, it could assist in forming the highest grade soul nature. Could heal any soul injury to perfection. It could take a soul wisp and nurture it into a full soul once more to create a perfect clone. Its benefits to the soul were almost endless. Still, Dian chuckled when he saw these 3 vials. After his solemn expression faded, he didn't have the normal excitement others would have when in the face of this treasure. Why? Because he could tell that even if he swallowed all 3 of these vials here, and now they would have no effect on his soul whatsoever. Such a shocking reality made Dian's lip twitch. His previous anger pretty much faded after Cassius' death, and he didn't even spare a hint of worry toward the consequences of his actions. At this point, he was nothing but amused. He hadn't worried about the lack of progress his soul was experiencing because he always assumed that he would eventually find treasures able to move it. But this was arguably the best soul treasure in all of existence, yet he could already tell that it was utterly useless. When others were even in the vicinity of this treasure, their souls would already show signs of breaking through. But to Dian, it felt like a small pebble had been thrown into an ocean. Luckily, Dian didn't need to despair. After all, his soul had recently had a massive breakthrough after suppressing the energies in his body for many years. So, it obviously wasn't impossible for him to improve, he would just have to take a harder path than others. This elixir also made him realize just how bad the Earl's talent really was. He had been in the immortal essence realm, yet he had this treasure on him. This meant that he had likely been born immortal and been one of the lucky few to break free and become an immortal. Unfortunately for the Earl, all natural elixirs had one weakness. They couldn't be used more than once by the same person. So, after entering the immortal realms, the Earl had already hit his ceiling. Though it's useless if I use it personally, this amount won't go to waste. A single person only needs 1 drop, yet there are about 30 drops here. And Dian grinned. Then he took out Reaper and Little Chibi. Who said natural elixirs could work on human souls? The most powerful treasures in all of existence had souls of their own. However, just like how human souls had divisions among them, treasure spirits had divisions among them as well. At this moment, Dian was quite happy that the other groups had been too scared to stay in his vicinity and had directly left. If not, he would have likely had to put his life on the line in order to kill them all. It was simply not in his best interest for others to know that he carried such a treasure, and so much of it at that. How the Earl had gotten his hands on such a treasure, Dian wasn't sure. However, everyone had their own luck, and it seemed that the Earl's hadn't been bad until he decided to act against him. And now, Dian had the perfect treasure he needed to awaken Reaper and bring Little Chibi to the top of the world with him. Both of them had been in a deep slumber ever since they absorbed those high-grade ores. Though the potential of a treasure spirit could be slowly raised over time by taking in ores that were compatible with them, the process took an extraordinarily long time. However, the greater the potential of a treasure spirit, the faster this evolution would go. Which meant, Dian had the confidence to awaken them both right now. In fact, this wasn't all. Treasure spirits could be considered beloved children of the heavens as well. As they were born naturally, just like sprites, they could break rules that normal individuals could not. The best part was that even though Reaper and Little Chibi had broken free from the heavens, they could still break these rules. Without hesitation, Dian gave Reaper 2 drops and Little Chibi 3. That was right. While humans and beasts and various other races could only consume a single drop, spirits and sprites like Reaper and Little Chibi weren't restricted by this at all. In that moment, a violent surge erupted within Dian's inner world. After reforming his inner world, Dian had gained a great ability. Though on the surface it didn't seem like a big deal, it was showing its might right now. The inner worlds of himself and his clones were all connected as one. As a result, there was no need for Dian's clones to leave this world and send these treasures back to his main body because they were effectively in Dian's hands already. Little Chibi surged into the skies. Her treasure gained a gorgeous luster, shimmering in deep reds and endless blacks as it pulsed with a golden light. Her uproarious yet adorable laughter surged as he felt her potential skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, her treasure spirit went from the venerable grade, crossed into the Empyrean grade, broke through the god grade, and slammed against the pinnacle of that level. Right beside her, Reaper didn't lose out. Its body was somewhat different from the past as well. Before, its body was perfectly smooth and without the slightest bump of scratch. It could blend into the darkness seamlessly and without equal. But now, though it could still sink into the darkness, its body had gained character it hadn't had before. Its long pole had lengthened, reaching almost 4 meters in height. It was still just as slender and sleek as it had been in the past, but now, it radiated a faint black light that made the space around it tremble. If others saw this, they would be shocked without end. Just how sturdy was the space of the immortal plane? And what kind of weapon could affect it? However, it was Reaper's blade that underwent the most drastic change. It was no longer sleek. It looked like an irregularly cut gem, curved menacing at almost 5 meters from end to end. The irregular shimmering shapes on its surface flickered even more savagely than its polearm. Within each one of these shapes, if one focused with all of their might, it was possible to see a singular closed eye. However, as though its surface was a house of mirrors, it was difficult to tell whether there really were hundreds of these eyes, or, if there really was just one, much like little Chibi. Its treasure spirit skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the god grade, radiating outward with an imposing aura. With both of his most valuable possessions increasing their potential to such a level, Dian was immensely satisfied. Now, the two of them would be able to absorb the precious ores he fed them instantaneously. In addition, any bottlenecks they faced were completely erased up to the pinnacle god grade. In addition, now that they were god grade treasure spirits, they could completely suppress any weapons they came across with the exception of the treasures of the 33 heavens. The only thing stopping them from entering the god grade now was the fact their bodies were made of inferior materials. But Dian wouldn't let this last for long. Just as Dian was about to turn his attention back to this immortal legacy that had grasped his interest, his footsteps suddenly paused. After a moment, his smile widened. "Hey little guy, I think it's about time you wake up. You've made me wait long enough, don't you think?" Without a drop of hesitation, Dian took an untouched bottle soul nurturing elixir, sent it into his inner world, and shattered it above where little Rain was in his deep slumber. Dian watched on with keen anticipation. If little Rain could really wake up, it was hard to describe in a few words just how useful the little guy would be. To say that he'd be a great help was a vast understatement. One shouldn't look toward the sprite race of the mortal plane as a way to gauge. This was because these weren't considered true sprites. In fact, calling them half-sprites was also inappropriate. They were men and women descended through the union of sprites and humans, but they were countless generations down from those ancestors of theirs, so in reality, their sprite qualities had decreased with each successive generation. True sprites weren't existences that were limited by their own personal strength. Rather, they were only limited by the amount of their element in the surroundings. When Dian first met Little Rain, what he feared wasn't Little Rain, but rather the mountain of precious ores that surrounded the little guy. The more precious the ores around Little Rain, the more powerful he would be. It was as simple as this. If he was bestowed with pinnacle god-grade ores, then even immortal gods would have to fear him. Simply put, there was a reason the sprite hegemony was among the most powerful on the immortal plane. That said, maybe even this description wouldn't do Little Rain justice because this was already how formidable a normal sprite was. But what about Little Rain who had absorbed a fire sprite to become a duo elemental sprite? Fire sprites and lightning sprites were the two most feared races of sprites in all of existence. Their offense power was unmatched in their race and they suffered the least restrictions when in places lacking in their element. In addition to this, mineral sprites weren't lowly existences amongst sprites either. Though fire and lightning sprites were the most formidable offensive powers, mineral sprites were the most fears when in their home territory. Who would dare provoke a mineral sprite in their home? Wouldn't you be asking to be buried beneath an avalanche of precious ores? Who wouldn't die with an aggrieved expression if they truly dared to be so foolish? Even having spoken so far, this was just the surface of what Little Rain could do to help Dian. If Dian had Little Rain on one hand, and that mysterious blood sprite on the other, his future path would be wide and clear. Having thought to this point, a wisp of a resolute expression flashed within Dian's gaze. It was impossible to reach his goals without making a few sacrifices. So, with a thought, he grabbed the second vial and shattered it over the Dragon King, allowing the blood sprite to swallow it all. The blood sprite was ultimately an artificial life form created by completely unknown means. Unlike real sprites that had no limitations, after a few years of observation, Dian realized that this blood sprite was an imperfect product. If Dian used it freely, there would most definitely come a day where it reached its limits and was unable to help him any longer. However, if he invested into it now and allowed it to possess a potential no less than that of a true sprite, bang, a howl sounded through Dian's inner world. For a moment, he lost control and the barren land of his inner world actually rippled and shot into the skies. Dian's expression changed. He was no different from a god in his inner world, yet something was actually occurring within it that was completely out of his control. In the end, he could only bitterly smile. Sprites. What frightening existences they were. At that moment, a familiar broadsword shot into the skies of Dian's inner world. Diamond-like chains whipped about from its long hilt and various colored flames shimmered along its body. It whipped around like a child that had been locked up for far too long, excitedly speeding up and looping in circles. Dian smiled. With a thought, the familiar broadsword appeared before him. This sword was none other than one of the rewards he had gotten from the Epistemic Tower trials. It was made of a precious or with almost endless evolutionary potential. If it wasn't at least this formidable, how could it be worthy of being a reward from that place? At that moment, as though sensing a familiar presence, a blob of rainbow light shot out from the sword, excitedly whipping around Dian at blinding speeds. Though this was the case, Dian actually sighed a breath of relief. He was really too exasperated with this little guy deciding to look exactly like him. Luckily, the little one had been asleep for so long that he had forgotten that he had taken Dian's form before. True sprites were genderless and didn't even make love with humans in the normal ways. So, knowing that little Rain had had countless forms to choose from, yet decided on him, had left Dian a bit aggrieved. "You've come at the perfect time, little guy." Little Rain bobbed up and down happily. At that moment, little Chibi came out, seemingly having found a new toy. Dian smiled. At least like this, they wouldn't be too bored. Little Rain. Suddenly thinking of something, Dian called out, "Turn your or body into a chain. Leave the sword form behind." Little Rain, who was currently a blob of rainbow light being bundled in the adorable little Chibi's arms, did something Dian interpreted as blinking before following through on the latter's request. Dian grinned as he watched the sword become a length of crystalline chain links that seemed to extend into infinity. After allowing Little Rain's main body to shrink and wrap around his left arm, he felt content. Since Death had used a scythe in one hand and a chain in another, Dian suddenly felt that it might be pleasing if he did the same. He felt that the combination might actually be quite good. Dian's expression flickered when the rainbow flames of Little Rain licked across his skin. He could feel that these flames were extraordinarily dangerous, but the little guy was actually controlling them so that they didn't cause any harm to him. A faint excitement suffused Dian's heart. He suddenly couldn't wait for the next person who chose to offend him. "I have 5 drops of the initial 30 left. I'll leave 2 for Saru and Lilith, and since they're useless to me, I could potentially try to sell what remains. It might be difficult to do so under normal circumstances, but if I used the identity that Golden Cauldron gives me, it wouldn't be impossible." There was a problem with this though. Dian was in great need of funds, and a single drop of a pinnacle god-grade treasure would definitely tide him over for a very long time. The issue was that the third-ranked Golden Cauldron was tied to Dian. Even if he took control of an alchemy guild using it, such a method was simply too unreliable. All these old fogies were shameless to the extreme. "That reminds me, I should tell that Pill Sword Mountain about that barren bastard. You know what, never mind, since Little Rain has awakened and they dared to come to this immortal legacy world with me, I'll play with them to their deaths." The Well clan experts weren't the only familiar faces Dian had seen. There were many more that deserved his wrath as well. He'd pay them back slowly. However, there was one saving grace. According to the Dragon King's memories, Diane's third-rank golden cauldron wasn't the only one. In fact, there were 4. One for the certification rankings and one for each of the 3 alchemy grades. So, if Diane was quick and secretive and he left before they could use the process of elimination to find out that it was him, it might very well be possible for him to execute a scheme if he quickly got in and out. Taking a deep breath, Diane swept a glance at the blood sprite which was glowing a far fiercer red and shot forward. He had wasted enough time. If he wanted to refine this world into his base, it was best if he cracked this mystery the soldier immortal god left behind and subdue everything that was left behind. Long after Diane had left, a group returned to where he had gone from and gazed at the numerous corpses on the ground, solemn expressions coating their faces. "The world is truly cruel," a cultivator said with a wisp of ridicule hanging from his lips. He was stronger, so he even dared to go against his deal with the Earl and directly kill him. Furthermore, he didn't even care that we had witnessed his act and even directly left their corpses here to be eaten by the birds. The High Elves are noble, indeed. Are you under the impression that this Earl was a good person? If Diane were here, he would immediately recognize this individual as the retired patriarch, a man who Diane called old pervert. Barolt. Is that important, patriarch? In the last few years, Barolt had regained some of his calm and had once more become the respected retired patriarch they had all come to know. This made the Nightwell clan breathe a collective sigh of relief, because those years Diane had disappeared for had truly been too oppressive. If it wasn't for this, how could a mere subordinate dare ask this question in this fashion? In this case, no. But what is important is that face is extremely important to characters that possess this level of arrogance. Unless there was an exceptionally good reason, it would be impossible for a high elf to risk losing face and going back on his word for this mere lower immortal god legacy world. This place is very valuable to us even if this is the 16th entry, but to him it shouldn't be like this. That means, the Earl gave him something that was worth losing face for. Though Barolt's analysis was far from the reality of things, he had still managed to chance upon the correct solution. Moreover, whatever this thing is, it was likely hidden in plain sight, or else the Earl, with his intelligence, would never risk taking someone he couldn't perfectly control with him. So, if I had to guess, this is a storyline that's not hidden and likely well known. In addition, it's one that has been abandoned, but everyone believes has great potential for a good payout. What likely happened is that the Earl wanted to use the High Elf's help in completing this storyline, but the High Elf likely found something extraordinarily compelling within the information, compelling enough to tempt a High Elf. Greed flashed in Barolt's gaze. There are only a few storylines that meet this criteria. Forget the original plan, change your appearances and infiltrate these 3 storylines. With how realistic these puppets are, it's impossible to differentiate between them and real humans. Don't be stupid and act against a high elf and get yourselves exposed. We'll only be looking to obtain some benefits from the sidelines. Of course, if there's a chance. A crimson red light flashed in his eyes as the blood of his subordinates boiled. The ambition of their General Barolt had finally been lit once more. Who are you? State your... Before the man could finish words, a shimmering chain pierced through the air like a whip. Its tip barely touched his forehead when he blasted apart in a rain of blood and organs. In that moment, the underground world entered a state of alarm. As a colossus of City, they held unimaginable power. But it was exactly this power that caused them to suffer so disastrously from the attack of just one man. No one had ever dared to offend them. Even the other 3 powers wouldn't dare act so arrogantly in this place. Yet this one man entered their home grounds and started to kill wantonly just because he got a little impatient. How could they swallow such humiliation? However, this man was truly too strong. He seemed to take a life with every step. No, it was inappropriate to say this because he actually reaped more than 10 every time he strode forward. The underground world wasn't truly underground. Or rather, it wasn't entirely underground because there were most definitely an intricate and complex network of underground tunnels, secret meeting rooms, and treasure stores. This place, however, was simply one of the properties that the demonic Empress Jonah possessed in the red light district. At this moment, the customers of this brothel scurried out from their rooms in an embarrassed fashion. However, Despite most of them being half-dressed, they still carried rage on their faces. Compared to the other brothels in this red light district, this one could be considered quite high-end. The cost of even one of the women here was extremely steep. As a result, only those with exceptionally high statuses. When it came to individuals of such high standing, which of them weren't haughty and arrogant? Having their fun ruined by this one man obviously caused their temperamental personalities to flare up. Unfortunately, those who dared to charge forward were directly blasted into blood mist. The chain was really too monstrous, snaking through the brothel like a venomous viper. Maybe the most shocking part was that the young man seemed to be completely unfamiliar with this style of combat. They couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the massive scythe in his right hand. From the beginning to now, he hadn't swung it even a single time. Just looking at it made them feel like they would be damned eternally to an infernal hell. Their souls quaked and legs trembled in its presence. Even those who tried to take out weapons of their own felt the partners that had followed them for maybe their whole lives were cowering. At that moment, just as the man was wantonly killing, numerous shadows suddenly flashed, snaking along the ground as though they really might blend into the floors before converging before the young man with the chain. They instantly formed 3 black cloaked figures, the genders of which were impossible to tell. "You're here to provoke our underground world? Who sent you?" A voice came from the center shadow. The sound was little different from nails scraping along rusted metal. Even then, it was still difficult to tell whether it was a man or woman. It had a shrilly character to it that might very well have belonged to a female. But, at the same time, it carried the raspiness of a man. "Bring me to someone with some actual authority. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you 3 as well." The young man was obviously Diane. By now, he had realized that Little Rain's chain was far more formidable than he had believed. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact Diane had restrained much of its strength by not allowing its fire to whip around without restraint, then this place would have been burnt to the ground a long time ago. It seemed that the reason Little Rain had been asleep for so long was because upon becoming a fire sprite, he had to form his own unique flame. This was a process that took an exceptionally long time, and even more time considering he wasn't originally a fire sprite. When Diane touched the surface of Little Rain's unique flame, his excitement had grown to a new level. Every unique flame had its own unique characteristics. The characteristics of Diane's own unique flames were creation, and Little Rain's was refinement. Little Rain's unique flame was likely the greatest unique flame for the refinement of treasures in all of existence. This only made sense as it was the unique flame formed of the union of a mineral sprite and a fire sprite. However, this flame had a devastating ability. What was the reason it was so good at refinement? The answer was that Little Rain's flames had the ability to break down all materials into their most elemental forms and allow them to come back together under its nourishment. What was the result of this? Even without Diane releasing the flame consciously, just the act of the flames touching those enemies he just faced caused them to burst apart. How terrifying was that? I should learn some whip techniques, Diane thought with a smile. I had decided to use a chain as a weapon on a whim, but who knew it would be so powerful? Hearing Diane's words, the auras of the 3 robed figures turned savage. "Attack!" The middle figure roared. The 3 shadows around Diane surged forward. Without exchanging even a single word, they split, cutting the air apart as they once more converged toward Diane from 3 separate directions. Diane sighed and flipped open his palm, and a book appeared. This book was none other than the Soul Tome. It could be considered to be the only treasure of the 33 heavens that Diane still had on him, and the only one he hadn't thrown from his body. Honestly, he hadn't thrown it away not because he hadn't wanted to, but he had completely forgotten about it. Back then, there was a veil pulled over his mind as though some mysterious force hadn't wanted him to throw it away. Those forces seemed to know that they couldn't make him do this if he was aware he was being coerced, so they decided to wipe it from his mind. And, considering Diane had thrown the seal away, he didn't have even a slight chance at stopping such a thing from occurring. Now that Diane had calmed from the rage he felt on that day, he no longer rashly threw it away. Of course, he hadn't realized that his memories had been tampered with either. If you don't want to be thrown away like the others, Be obedient and be useful. I don't have the patience for the tantrums you've thrown in the past. Dian nonchalantly swung his left arm, his chain whipping forward like a tempestuous storm that sent the three shadows flying. The soul tome vibrated as though refuting Dian's words. Don't talk back to me. I still remember the first day we met. You didn't even give him inner world sanctuary until I called you useless. And after that, as though you were paying me back, you didn't give me a single other technique for hundreds of years. You knew I needed the rest of soul aid, yet you had it the whole time but refused to give it to me. You think I don't dare to rip all your pages out? The soul tome's vibrating grew fiercer. Clearly it was raining down curses upon Dian. But only Dian seemed to understand what it was saying. But his expression remained indifferent. So what if I threw away all your brothers and sisters? They were annoying me, and they were nothing different from shackles on my future path. Dian's diamond-like chain whipped forward once more. This time, a ghastly scream escaped the lips of one of the shadows as they lost their arm in a blood fog. Just look at this, he actually managed to dodge a strike of mine. Too embarrassing. You want me to keep swinging this chain around randomly like this? The soul tome continued to vibrate. Regardless of your feelings, I don't care. In the past, I couldn't do much to you because I was too weak. But it's not like that anymore. If you continue to piss me off, the first treasure I knock out of the 33 heavenly treasures will be you. Try me. Clearly, the soul tome was exasperated. Why had it chosen a master like this? Clearly it was trying to help him. It hadn't given him those techniques earlier because Tao-grade techniques really were the weakest within its pages. Even those heaven-grade techniques Dian had forced it to swallow in the Valley of Geniuses were completely detested by it and had long since been purged while Dian wasn't looking. Plus, Dian's actions in throwing away the other treasures really pissed it off. How could someone be so arrogant? If the experts on the immortal plane knew that Dian had thrown away such treasures, they'd probably eat him alive even if it wasn't in his possessions. Such actions could really infuriate people. All right. I got it. It isn't like I threw those treasures into the void of space. They're all by my daughter's side. Unless you're trying to say that my daughter isn't worthy? Because then I really will tear all your pages out. Dian's expression turned cold, causing the soul tome to shiver. This man really was too protective of his daughter. What would he do when she found a boy she liked? The soul tome prayed for the soul of that boy. This aside, this was a shocking revelation to the soul tome. It hadn't thought that Dian would really have thought that far ahead. What, you thought that I would throw it to some random place and let someone else benefit from them? Even if those things really pissed me off, I wouldn't do that. After all, if they fall into the hands of my enemies, then they'd only piss me off more. There'll come a day when my daughter has no need of them and she'll toss them aside just like I did. The soul tome twitched. Were they really trash that could be tossed aside at will? Plus, it knew well that Dian was just getting payback for that day he tried to give them to his daughter before, but they rejected. In the end, the soul tome sighed. At least they weren't thrown into the trash. As far as masters went, Aluna really was the second best behind Dian. After a moment, its pages began to incessantly flip. One after another, profound whip techniques lost throughout the ages flickered to life, floating forward as complex intermeshed arrays. In that moment, torrents of information surged into Dian's mind. A normal person would have been completely devastated, but to Dian, it was like a pebble had been thrown into a vast ocean. He ceaselessly accepted this information without so much as frowning. With Dian's current soul stage, he was able to instantly comprehend the Tao-grade techniques in the soul tome to perfection. And, if he chose to diligently cultivate, having them reach the one with self-realm wasn't impossible. But Dian simply felt no need to do so. He didn't have time to practice his techniques as he usually did. What was most important was his research. And, with the soul tome by his side, he could master countless techniques to perfection in the blink of an eye. To put this matter into perspective, over 95% of cultivators didn't touch perfection in the techniques they practiced, let alone the one with self-realm. In addition to this, Tao-grade techniques were the foundation of the immortal plane. Techniques above this in grade were simply too rare and even more difficult to practice. As a result, most cultivators on the Immortal plane use Dao grade techniques. Only those in the Immortal God realm would have a good chance at having a higher grade technique. If it wasn't for this, why would the Dragon King be chased down so incessantly? However, this was exactly why the Soul Tome was so heaven-defying. Not to mention the fact that it had countless Dao grade techniques, it even had numerous mystic and ancestral grade techniques as well. All of the treasures of the 33 heavens would cause a bloody battle if they were to appear. However, only the Soul Tome was capable of making immortal gods go mad in their pursuit of it, because such a treasure simply had too high of a value. Not bad. Diane smiled, causing the Soul Tome to almost cry out in exasperation. What did he mean, not bad? Even those sects that specialized in the whip wouldn't have as many techniques as it did. 9 howling beasts. Diane ignored the Soul Tome, a mad grin on his face. He looked no different from an elemental death mage. His left arm had rainbow chains strapped around it. His right arm held a ghastly scythe with numerous eyes hidden within its blade. And the Soul Tome hung in the air, flipping before him as though it was his grimoire. To his back, his golden hair madly whipped about under the torrent of his surging chi, supplying his technique with an unyielding amount of strength. At first, Diane was still a bit apprehensive. After all, it instinctively felt appropriate to use whip techniques with a chain, but he wasn't sure. It was far too unconventional of a weapon. Not to mention a chain, even whip techniques and these so-called whip sects the Soul Tome spoke of were incredibly rare. However, the result didn't disappoint him. His chain shot out 9 times, causing the wind to howl like wolves beneath a full moon. His chi became material, forming the head of roaring beasts as it cracked space apart. Diane knew immediately that he had used too much strength because he knew that his strength alone wasn't sufficient to crack space on the immortal plane just yet. Despite how contradictory this statement might sound, the real problem wasn't Diane, but was rather that Little Rain was too powerful. To now, it wasn't that Diane believed Reaper was more powerful than Little Rain and therefore decided to use Little Rain solely so as to catch his enemies off guard. Diane wasn't the type who liked to lie low and hide his power. The reason he had been using Little Rain was because he wanted to test to see where the little guy's limits were. But the reality was a bit too shocking. Diane had only completed the first 3 strikes of his technique when everything ceased to be before him. It truly could only be described in this way. Everything in the path of the beast heads was blasted to pieces so small that they couldn't be seen even with the eyes of those with high cultivations here. I think I overdid a bit, Diane muttered. The 3 shadows didn't even have a chance to scream before they met their ends. The last trace of emotions in their eyes wasn't hatred or fear, but rather, regret. They really should have listened to Diane's words earlier and brought someone stronger with them. Diane snapped the fingers on his left hand, stopping the 3 beast heads from continuing their rampage. However, even then, the once high-class building seemed that it really might collapse any time now. At that moment, Diane froze. It wasn't because some formidable enemy was coming, but rather because he felt that he was wrong before. It wasn't just that Little Rain was too powerful, but he was certain that this had something to do with the Soul Tome as well. You can increase the strengths of techniques directly using my soul? Why the hell didn't you tell me this earlier? I would have squashed Emithius like a bug. The Soul Tome trembled as though to say, "Didn't you think I was useless?" Diane stepped forward as though he really was about to rip out its pages, causing the Soul Tome to have no choice but to hurriedly explain itself to avoid being humiliated. Having its pages ripped out was no different to a woman being stripped bare. So that's how it is. Diane finally understood. He had known that the treasures of the 33 heavens would become stronger and display their abilities after coming back to their home plane, but he didn't know it would be this heaven-defying. Just then, he executed a Dao grade technique, but it was no weaker than a mystic grade technique. The technique he had used was of the peak Dao grade, yet when executed it was almost at the middle mystic grade. That meant that when the Soul Tome was present when using a technique, it could raise the technique's strength by a step and a part half. Maybe the best part was that Diane could use the Soul Tome wantonly in this place. Though these puppets seemed incredibly real, they were still puppets in the end. Even if by some miracle someone was really able to see through the shroud of his immortal sense and realize what kind of treasure the soul tome was, it didn't matter. But, was such a thing even possible? After his soul strengthened, Dian could display the strength of a sixth-stage spiritual sage. The number of individuals who could see through his immortal sense were so few that they could be counted in the tens of thousands. Compared to the population of the immortal plane, the likelihood of meeting such a person really was too low. At that moment, Dian's eyes narrowed. This time, it really was because someone powerful had come. An old man dressed exactly as one would expect a butler to dress slowly walked through the front entrance of the brothel. His expression was calm as he swept his gaze through the carnage, almost disregarding Dian entirely before his gaze settled on the latter as though trying to see through him. Though he could be considered an old man, he still managed to carry a handsome air with him. His graying hair was slicked back with gel. His jaw was sharp and clean-shaven, and his hands were clasped behind his back, allowing a broad, powerful chest to lead his steps. The flaps of his suit gently hovered in the air before resting and shooting back up again. Dian was sure that if his hands weren't clasped behind his back, it would definitely be possible to see the white gloves on his hands. He was the perfect stereotype from head to toe. "You came to provoke my underground world?" the butler said indifferently. "I guess you could look at it like that, but since I respect my elders, I think it's better if Senior looks at this like a child crying out for attention. I only want to join your organization, but I'm too prideful to start from the bottom, so I had to prove myself a bit first." If those who knew Dian heard his words, their lips would definitely twitch incessantly. Respect his elders? Dian? It could be said that he was the least likely to do such a thing in all of existence. It was already good if he didn't unzip his pants to piss on their graves. However, this butler didn't know this. So, though his expression still seemed indifferent, those with sharp gazes could see that he had eased up a bit. At the very least, the killing intent he hid like a sword in its sheath had waned the smallest bit. This was simply the way of the martial world, and it was all the more exaggerated in an underground crime world like this one. The strong were respected and the weak were abandoned. Dian was young, ambitious, and most importantly, strong. Such a thing was an asset no matter where he went. Though he was a bit overbearing, which talented youth didn't have a bit of arrogance? Still, if the old man let things slide so easily, it would be difficult to rein in the disappointment of the others. Though he disdained to do such things, he was helpless. After all, not everyone was as talented as Dian. The foundation of any organization would be made up of these lesser people, so it was important to appease them. "While I appreciate your talent, young man, you should exercise forbearance in your every action. Had you not killed them, we would have still had room for discussion. But, since you have, there are consequences." Dian was a bit helpless in this regard as well. He hadn't planned on killing them. It was just that the soul tome had hidden its true abilities, so he overcompensated. At that moment, the soul tome vibrated again as though pleading its case. Dian had suddenly pulled it out after ignoring it for several decades. When would it have had the time to explain anything? The old butler lightly tapped his foot and appeared before Dian. Dian sighed. "World. Cage." Little Rain's body shot from Dian's arm, shooting toward the ground, then suddenly rapidly wrapping around Dian's body. However, it couldn't be considered a cocoon. Dian's form could still very clearly be seen through several gaps. However, just like that, the old man's attacks were repulsed. The blinding speeds Little Rain spun around Dian put hurricane force winds to shame. Despite the result, the old butler's expression instead grew brighter. "Good. Again." Eagerness roared through Dian's veins. Dian smirked. This old man was one of the Demoness 108 butlers. He was known as Butler 97. He was a battle fanatic who was incredibly fond of young talents. Why else would Dian come here? Dian and the old butler shot toward each other as the former smiled. Step 1 was complete. He had all but earned himself a place in this underground organization. Many hours later, Butler 97 led Dian to a hidden underground space. Though Dian wished to meet the Demoness as quickly as possible, he also knew that such a thing was completely impossible. The fact that a butler had acted against him at all was already a shocking event for Een City. After all, the 108 butlers were respected existences no weaker than the monsters of the other three factions. Since a butler had been forced to act against Dian, it was already sufficient to prove that he was indeed someone of outstanding potential and power. Though I'm glad that you wanted to join our faction, you were still a bit too rash. No matter how great your entrance was, it's impossible to expect to rise up immediately. Dian nodded. This was already the best result he could hope for. That said, you also happen to have a good chance. The military faction will be leading an expedition against the devils soon, and a few of their dark caves will be raided. Military faction? What does this have to do with us? The youth are really too ignorant. Butler 97 sighed and shook his head, continuing to walk forward with his hands behind his back. The underground faction can be considered an open secret. However, do you think that we can truly work out in the open? The government faction would never allow that to happen. The only reason we can continue and maintain the balance of the city is by participating in surface world matters in an upright and upfront manner. What do you think would happen if we ignored the matters of the surface world and simply continued to enrich ourselves through illegal means? How much dissatisfaction would that cause? In the end, our underground faction would have enemies on all sides. Dian nodded as though he hadn't come to an understanding about this long ago. He truly wasn't one that liked to hide his capabilities. According to his usual character, he would have never pretended that he hadn't deduced this at an earlier time. However, even he couldn't continue to be inflexible in all things. This was ultimately an immortal god's legacy world. How could the dangers here be limited to his battle with Butler 97? There were definitely existences here that could kill this old man with a single glance. And in that case, what could they do to him? Of course, this wasn't the only reason either. The truth of the matter was that the key to getting what he wanted out of this world were the storylines. So he had to play the perfect role. Almost like this was a dating simulation game from his mortal world. A single inappropriate response could throw him off from his goal completely. Butler 97 was a man who loved talents, but that was only under certain conditions. What he loved weren't the talents themselves, but the process of guiding them. He was an old man that found pleasure in teaching those younger than him. But what would happen if Dian was too great? In that case, even if the butler was still appreciative of his talent, it would be impossible for them to grow close. Dian had to form a give-and-take relationship. As expected, when Butler 97 saw how diligently Dian was listening to him, almost like a bright-eyed child seeing the world for the first time, he nodded with satisfaction and a pleasant feeling welled up in his heart. Dian smirked inwardly upon witnessing this. The only person he had failed to read perfectly in his life was Wixia, and he paid a price for that. But he had grown and matured since then, and his ability to read people had of course increased along with it. This wasn't the end of it. Dian was incredibly sensitive to the emotions of others while in this form due to Jade's bloodline. And there was also another important caveat. These weren't true people. No matter how perfect this immortal god's technique was, they were ultimately not real people. Real humans had complex characters, they had contradictory thoughts and hypocritical views. However, a created puppet like this was slotted into an archetype, and this archetype followed a perfectly linear path that was easy to see through. Compared to reading the intentions and likes of a normal person, reading a puppet like this was several times easier. If Dian had to sum up the difference with just one sentence, it would be that real people sometimes held thoughts and beliefs they couldn't explain, while these created puppets had a logical construction to everything they saw, thought, and felt. I understand, Dian thought to himself. This was the secret you were looking for, right? You could make your puppets feel so real and tangible, yet they were still missing something, a critical factor. In the end, your world has too much structure and order to it, and not enough chaos. Dian seemed to have been enlightened by something and his expression changed, hurriedly wrapping his immortal sense around him so that the old butler couldn't sense anything. Back in the Sicharo graveyard, the aura of Dian's main body was growing wildly. If it wasn't for the stealth form of the graveyard, maybe the entire star segment would be alerted by what was going on. At that moment, Dian's main body stopped his experiments and looked down at himself in bewilderment. He felt that he had broken into the comprehension facet right now. But there shouldn't be such a large commotion, right? Dian's expression changed once more as he suddenly thought of something. What if the heavens didn't believe he was breaking into his third facet, but was rather breaking into his fourth? How was that possible? Saru and Lilith immediately noticed these changes in Dian, but they could only look toward each other with bewildered gazes. The truth was that by now, they had both broken into the third facet. Saru had already had a powerful body and was quickly able to grasp immortal chi. In addition to this, she had grasped the laws of the fist and palm. These laws were incredibly rare as many preferred to use weapons. However, Saru had actually comprehended 2 of them. As for Lilith, comprehending sword law was as easy as breathing. In fact, for her, she could probably comprehend any sword path she wanted. Her talent in the sword was absolutely obscene to the point of making all those who dared to use the weapon blush with shame. In comparison, it was harder for her to reach the chi and body facets. However, how many treasures had she snatched from Dian in the last few decades? And they were even immortal-grade treasures at that. If she still couldn't succeed, then no one could. This was all to say that Saru and Lilith might have never acted since being by Dian's side. But their strength already put many immortal essence experts to shame. In addition, maybe if Dian finally dual cultivated with them, their souls would break through and help them reach the fourth facet. Yet, despite all of this being true, and on top of that knowing that Dian should only be breaking into the third facet right now, their momentums had been nothing compared to this. Just what was going on exactly? Is he breaking into the fourth facet? Saru asked softly. How could that be possible? He said himself that his soul was still in the mortal realms. But is it really? How is it possible for a mortal soul to produce immortal sense? Even beyond that, how is it possible for a mortal soul to sustain the concoction of Empyrean-grade pills? Plus, didn't you notice that his soul has been getting incessantly stronger recently, yet there's been no sign of it breaking through? It almost feels as though it won't ever break through, and the only thing holding it back is the strength of his body. Lilith's expression changed slightly. She remembered that Dian's soul had suddenly undergone massive growth after he absorbed Yin fire and Yang ice energy. Originally, they thought it was because the suppression of Dian's soul, once released, caused it to burst forth with greater potential. But wasn't there another explanation for this? On those occasions, Dian's body had grown stronger. Maybe the reason he didn't notice that his soul had grown stronger as well until he regained balance was precisely because it had deviated that strength towards suppressing it from flaring up. In that case, didn't it mean that Dian's soul would ceaselessly grow more powerful without breaking into the immortal realm? And if that was the case, what if it could already be considered to have entered or even transcended the soul facet? What if he already perfected his soul? Lilith suddenly muttered. Her words caused a tremble to surge through both of their delicate figures. All this time, Dian was searching for a way to break his strength away from the heavens. However, he had been completely helpless when it came to his soul. He simply didn't have any methods of slowly building it up like he did his body or chi. Those secrets he told Lilith that day left him especially helpless. It was clear from that while constructing a body or comprehending chi's and laws might be relatively simple, the reconstruction of even the simplest soul was so far beyond him that he didn't even know how to take a first step, let alone follow a path to the end. But there was one thing that Dian hadn't considered, but Saru and Lilith had enough information to. Was this current Dian inferior to his past self? Of course not. It could even be said that the Dian of now still wasn't worthy of even touching the cloth his past self used to wipe his shoes. If this was the case, then how could the current Dian set off on a path his past self hadn't completed? And even be on his path towards succeeding at that? The simple answer was that he couldn't. Or, more accurately, since Dian's current self could do it, then his past self could do so 1,000-fold better. I think I understand now, Saru said softly. It's likely that his soul has already perfectly broken from the shackles of the heavens. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he succeeded in bringing his body, chi, and comprehension out of its grasp in the past as well. However, what he couldn't do was surmount life and death. Or more accurately, he could do so for himself, but he was unable to bring us along with him, or else we would have never died. Because of that, he needed to rely on the heavens to give us a chance to reincarnate, but he needed to make sure that no one, and especially the heavens, couldn't recognize him. So he chained his soul and sealed himself completely. What did all of this mean? It meant that Diane's soul was the only part of him left of his former self. And if that was true, let alone the soul facet, there wasn't a single soul in all of existence that could match. This meant only one thing. Diane was breaking into the fourth facet. The momentum of Diane's breakthrough was so great that the entire star segment was alerted. Wild surges of violent energy took hold, causing various natural phenomena to ravage the countless bubble worlds. However, oddly, the space around Diane was tranquil without compare. Diane stood by a silver table with numerous void beasts parts neatly organized around him. Miniature arrays were ceaselessly decomposing and restructuring their various parts. Any expert would be able to tell immediately that Diane was actually executing what amounts to hundreds of different experiments at once. However, the man himself was completely dazed. He was so focused on his own body that he believed that this was maybe the most anticlimactic breakthrough he had ever experienced. He clearly had no idea that rolling waves were surging over this well-cleansed star segment. In fact, there were even signs of it crossing over and entering adjacent star segments. It was my eternity's balanced constitution that had a breakthrough, but why was it that it caused me to enter the comprehension facet? Even further than that, what the hell is going on with? Diane's expression changed violently as a crack resounded through his mind. It was so loud that his eardrums burst and blood fell from his ears like a torrential tide. However, the sound didn't come from the surroundings. Oddly enough, the graveyard was completely untouched, as though nothing was happening. It was just as uneventful as Diane's immediate surroundings. That was when Diane realized that the crack had actually resounded from within himself. His eyes couldn't help but widen when he realized that that crack was actually coming from the final chain wrapped around his soul. Diane's visage was solemn at this moment. Just a crack had made it feel as though his head was about to collapse. In truth, the shattering of the chains had never harmed Diane before, and only ever harmed the world around him. Or else, even if he had 10 lives, he would have been dead by now. The might of these chains weren't normal by any stretch of the imagination. But this time it had actually harmed him. Though this was the case, it wasn't because this final shattering would do so. It really was just that sound of the crack that nearly turned his brain to mush. It was only after all of this that Diane registered Saru and Lilith's conversation. Though the shattering of his eardrums had caused him to lose the ability to hear the second half, the first half was sufficient enough to send him into a tailspin. Was he really breaking into the fourth facet now? At that moment, a strong wind swept out from Diane. It couldn't be considered dangerous, and even mortals would be able to stay on their feet beneath its presence. But after it settled down, everything around Diane felt different. It seemed the same, but impossibly dissimilar at the same time. The surging torrents through the star segment finally crawled to a stop as well. Fortunately, in this small place, who was qualified to understand what had just happened? Maybe if there was some peerless old monster that had happened to pass by, or maybe if said expert took this small place as a location for secluded cultivation. But what were the odds of that? Of course, things would be different if there just so happened to be a young man who didn't fear death. And if that young man also just so happened to have killed a low elf of a powerful hegemon. And if that low elf really didn't take that young man's threat seriously, or perhaps wanted to drag down his race with him in revenge for a past slight that landed him in this small place to begin with, if all of these happy coincidences just so happened to take form, then maybe, just maybe someone powerful would be standing in the depths of space at this very moment, looking toward the direction of Diane's graveyard. Of course, this was all hypothetical. How could one have such bad luck? At that moment, Diane's clone was still walking in the underground space along with Butler 97. Though he could feel that qualitative change in his main body, it was unfortunate that this clone was created before said breakthrough, so it couldn't benefit much from it. Of course, it could still use Diane's new comprehension. If it was up to Diane, he'd swap it with a new, stronger clone. But, due to the grace period, that was impossible. This current clone was locked into its role as a result. That said, this wasn't all bad. After all, no matter how much more powerful his main body had just become, it couldn't possibly deal with the measures of an immortal god's legacy world, right? So he would have to use his mind first and foremost regardless. We're here. Butler 97's face grew solemn for the first time. Remember to rein in a bit of that arrogance of yours. I'm only ranked 97th, so I can't protect you from everything. In addition, my peers have been rearing their choices for years. I hadn't planned on participating at all because a cold light flashed in the butler's gaze, something Diane immediately took note of, before disappearing. Never mind. It can be considered good luck that I found you. With that, the butler opened a door that led to a vast, practically vacant room. The only things present were a collection of youths, each of whom had another butler by their side. Over 70 gazes converged onto Diane. All of the youths seemed to want to see just who exactly it was that was being added so late. At the same time, another 70 gazes converged onto Butler 97. And unlike the gazes of the youth that carried curiosity, theirs carried undisguised contempt. Diane was quite surprised by this turnout. In truth, considering he was the most powerful man on the mortal plane, it had been very long since anyone looked at him with contempt. However, after coming to the immortal plane, it seemed to happen every time he took a step outside. This time, however, the gazes weren't for him, but were rather for the butler by his side. It was only after noticing how their mentors treated Diane's butler that the youths began to look at him with sneers. It seemed they had realized that the status of Diane's butler was quite low. "If you want," Diane suddenly said, "I can wipe those smiles off their faces. I'm not a very patient person, as you can probably tell." The expressions of many froze upon hearing Diane's words. 97. After laughing uproariously, a butler with a round belly stepped forward. However, despite the shape of his gut, the rest of his body was brimming with so much power that the air trembled in his presence. "To think that you'd bring another with you. Though these sorts of events are open to all, can't you tell that you're unwelcome? You can't even control the mouth of this boy you've chosen." Diane seemed to understand something after taking another look around. There were 108 butlers, but there were barely over 70 here. This meant that not all butlers were meant to participate. And, judging by the aura of the weakest butler here, setting 97 aside, even he was several times more powerful than the old man by Diane's side. It was clear and obvious, then, that though this place was open to all butlers, there was a tacit understanding that butlers below a certain level of strength wouldn't appear. Clearly, Butler 97 didn't care about these rules at all and appeared here with Diane regardless. "Interesting. This might be a better opportunity than I thought. This'll speed things up. I'm not interested in having a spat with you, 71. Butler 97 replied calmly. "I'll be adding this little one to the fold. So he can die like the last one?" Hearing these words, even the usually exceptionally calm 97 had a gaze that spit fire. He was about to respond, but Diane smiled and patted his shoulder. His grin was so confident that 97 couldn't help but pause, looking toward Diane with a stunned expression. Butler 97 regained his calm quickly and completely ignored 71's words, something that was completely out of the latter's expectations. Though 97 was always calm, it was ironically quite easy to get him to lose his cool as long as you prodded at his reverse scale. 71's expression was a bit unsightly due to being ignored. However, when he turned to pressure Diane with his gaze, he found the latter looking toward him with an expressionless visage. It was a look without fanfare, and it wasn't accompanied by a flurry of venomous words, but it still made a cold shiver creep up his spine. Fortunately for him, no one seemed to notice that he had been pressured by the gaze of a young pup. In the end, 71 frowned and snorted, not paying attention to them anymore. However, he still looked toward his mentee, a young man with a gut just as large as his and a body only a few steps weaker in imposing aura. "Kill him," 71 said via voice transmission. The young man grinned, revealing a set of ghastly yellow teeth filled with bits of food from his past meals. Clearly, this wasn't something his mentor had to tell him twice. At that moment, A dull light swept through the room and a new figure appeared at the head, looking toward the group with an indifferent gaze. Without hesitation, those in the undecorated underground room bowed in unison toward the man, expressing their respect. The man was dressed much like the other butlers, except there were two small differences. The gloves of his hands, instead of being white, were blood red. In addition, there was a rose on his lapel that wafted a fragrance far stronger than it should have. Despite being tens of meters away from the man, Diane could still smell it clearly. "I don't recognize this heavenly herb," Diane thought to himself. As he was in his thoughts, he almost didn't notice that the man's gaze had landed onto him. It wasn't because he was interested in Diane, but because the only man standing tall in a room filled with bowing figures was too conspicuous. However, even if Diane bent his principles a little for the sake of his storyline, bowing to another man or woman was something he would never do. If this man insisted on pursuing this, Diane wouldn't mind just forgetting the whole thing and snatching the rewards of this place by force. Whether or not he could actually do that was unknown to him. After all, at the end of the day, this was still the inheritance of an immortal god. However, he didn't care. Luckily, the man only stared at him with an indifferent gaze and looked away. In addition, since the rest had their heads lowered, no one even noticed Diane's lack of action. 73 participants. "Come with me." With a wave of his hand, Diane and 72 others vanished, leaving only their mentors behind. When Diane's vision cleared, he found himself outside of the city walls, just on the inside of the start of an expanse of forest. The situation made it so that the youth were dispersed through the trees and not standing together as one. But it didn't matter much as no one had the mind to think of such a thing when the red-gloved man began to speak. "To enter our organization as butler ments, a test is needed. It just so happens that the military faction is about set out on an expedition. You all will join. In order to pass, you must take the heads of 5 barren gray devils. Good luck." With that, the man vanished. He hardly explained anything, and it seemed like even the words he had already spoken were considered to be a lot to him. From start to finish, he hadn't even spared Diane another glance and simply disappeared. At that moment, 71's mentee appeared before Diane, the very same ghastly grin hanging from his mouth. A foul stench emitted with his every breath, making Diane frown and take a step back. It seemed to others that he was afraid, but the reality was that he really couldn't stand the smell. Just because he had spent the last several years experimenting on void beasts didn't mean that he enjoyed the foul stench they emitted. Plus, he had several means of warding off the smell if he really wanted to. The reason he hadn't was related to the very cause of the smell in the first place. If danger was really related to how foul the smell was, then wouldn't he be cutting off a warning signal for himself by being too prudish? "Since you decided to piss off my mentor, you can just— Oh, you came here to kill me? Piss off then." None of the youths could react before the young man with the fat gut's head was spinning in the air, completely separated from his body. With a bored expression on his face, Diane shot into the distance, ignoring the looks he was receiving. Attention! At another entrance to Een City, a small troop of about 100 men and women had gathered. Each of them held spears and wore leather armor. Their backs were as straight as javelins and their jaws practically trembled as they did everything in their power to keep their necks straight. The punishment for having faulty posture was 3 lashes. These youths didn't want to take even 1, let alone 3. They didn't dare be careless in their military salutes. Compared to the unorganized and wild nature of the underground world's mentees, they were on another level. And it just so happened that Diane was in this group as well. In yet another entrance, a group of dark gold-robed youths stood. All of them, whether man or woman, had their heads shaved clean and they all wielded a scepter that seemed carved of ancient wood. Though they didn't seem as disciplined as the military troop, there was something special about them nonetheless. The air in the surroundings carried a calming feeling. The chi in the skies seemed to be their beloved and converged toward them without reserve. And compared to the almost horrified appearances of the troops or the uncaring appearances of the ments, they all held smiles on their faces as though nothing could enrage them. Diane was within this number as well. while the Well clans and the Vio clan seemed to think that they could bide their time and strike like a hidden venomous snake. They had no idea that Diane's clones had infiltrated this society to a deeper level in just a few weeks than they could ever have imagined. When Diane said that Step 1 was now complete, he didn't mean that Step 1 was simply gaining a place in the underground world. He meant that he now had a place in all four. The military, underground, and religious factions were all setting out toward the Devil Caves. As for the government faction, kid, it's not that I want to crush your dreams. But, without appropriate backing or bloodlines, joining the government faction is just asking to get eaten by a gang of sharks. You may spend an entire lifetime here and never take a step forward. If this is really your dream, I suggest you join the military faction first. Even if you don't have combat prowess, join as a strategist. I'm sure that since you're confident enough in your intelligence to come here, that you have a mind for such stuff anyway. Build up your profile there first, gain some allies, make some friends. Only then can you retire and come here. In return, the city lord will give you a position based on your merit and your future will be far easier. There's no need to be so stubborn. Diane smiled as he listened to the old man with a white beard that almost past his waist nagged him to the point of exhaustion. If others saw this old man wasting so many words on any person, let alone a youth, they'd be shocked without compare. Because this old man was known as the Scrooge of the lower courts. However, father-in-law, there's no need to say any more. I promise to rise to the top no matter how much pain I suffer. If I can't do this, then how will I support little Mimi and give you a proper retirement? Diane apologized in his heart to his wives. It's okay, it's okay. She's only a puppet. He pleaded to no one as though he could already see Clara's glare. Diane had left his playboy ways behind after he met Madeline. Well, for the most part. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't pull those skills back up when he needed them. For him, it only took a bit of effort to capture the heart of a woman. And, since he was scheming against Mimi and got to use the grace period to choose the perfect situation to meet her, it only took him a few weeks to gain her favor and a half a year to become her fiancé. I have no idea how you captured that daughter of mine, but it's going to bring you more trouble than anything else. There were at least 3 dukedom-level families that wanted her hand in marriage, but my standing is very low, so obviously this has nothing to do with me and everything to do with her. This was part of the reason that the old Scrooge didn't believe that Diane was simply using his daughter to elevate his status. For one, his daughter wasn't a fool. Anyone who could gain her fancy was most definitely intelligent without compare. Secondly, anyone so intelligent would be able to tell that jumping into this quagmire was simply seeking death. So, he was certain that Diane's feelings for his daughter were tried and true. Of course, he had no idea that there was another possibility, and that was that Diane didn't fear death at the hands of these so-called dukedoms. You don't have to worry about that. I will handle it, Diane said with a smile. Of course, his normal personality would have him radiating out killing intent by now. Even if Mimi was just a puppet, she was his to-be wife in this fictitious world. Those who dared to have designs on his women could forget about continuing to live in this world. Unfortunately, Diane had no choice but to temper down his true feelings at this point. Though he could have made Mimi fall for him with his usual personality, his calculations made him certain that it would take about double the time. Mimi was partial to scholarly and calm men, and Diane wasn't either of these things. So, for the sake of his plans, he had to change himself a bit. Of course, if those clans still came to find trouble for him, he wouldn't mind putting on a show of strength. When a person fell in love, it was very easy for them to overlook what they would have seen as a flaw in the past. All people were like this. So, even if he showed his more murderous side now, Mimi would be more accepting of it. That said, Diane also had to consider that Mimi was a puppet and not a true human. Humans might have contradictory feelings like this, but puppets didn't have this layer of complexity. So, if he was reckless, she really might fall out of love with him. The old Scrooge sighed. Fine, fine. You and my daughter are 2 stubborn peas in a pod. I can't change the minds of either one of you. Diane's lip twitched. We're not the ones with a nickname like Old Scrooge, he thought to himself. Just like this, Diane found a place for himself in all 4 factions, and the legend of 4 youths began to spread throughout Een City. There was Law, the intellectual junior prime minister who took the government faction by storm. It was said that under the joint pressure of 3 dukedoms, he used nothing but his schemes to cripple them and raise 2 marquisates to their level. He exposed the Arte dukedom's connections with the underground world, using the laws of Een City to bury them beneath sanctions and imprison some of their most senior members. Taking advantage of their fall and through the use of accumulated merits, he ascended from the lower courts to the higher courts. However, the pressure he received there was many times greater, but his schemes somehow also became a level greater as well. Grasping onto the weakness of the Jones dukedom patriarch's bastard child, he forced them to stab the Farah dukedom in the back. On that day, the Jones dukedom executed a timely retreat, causing the Farah dukedom's flank to be vulnerable. That battle led to the Farah dukedom's 3 core talents, crippling their current generation. The actions of the Jones dukedom were exposed by the harsh words of a Devil Clan youth by the name of Surfer. His cackling laughter rained down like claps of thunder as he humiliated Een City for actually backstabbing each other in the midst of a war. Just like this, the Jones dukedom fell under the combined assault of numerous noble clans who found their actions intolerable. If it wasn't for the actions of the young junior prime minister, their clan would have ceased to be entirely. As a result, Dian became known for his benevolence, and the talks of how he might have colluded with the devils slowly faded. However, this was just the story of Law, the junior prime minister, a rank only inferior to the city lord and the prime minister. There was still the story of Death, the underground world's reaper, Spear, the military faction's youngest general, and Benevolence, the religious faction's youngest bishop. The names of these 4 youths clapped like thunder, and it took just 5 years before they were practically unmatched in their respective factions. But who knew that Law would so suddenly be thrown into jail when he was just about to ascend to heights yet unseen? Haven't you been very bold over the last few years? Why is it that you're not saying anything now? A middle-aged man stood in a dark dungeon with a savage expression on his face. He grabbed the bars like a madman, spittle flying from his lips as though he really had lost his mind. But the most shocking part was that he wasn't behind the bars, but rather before them. He was acting like this, but he wasn't even the one being imprisoned. Behind the bars, a young man sat on the dirty, sewage-filled floors with an expressionless visage. His white robes were dirted. His long black hair was filled with dust, and his handsome face was partially obscured beneath grime. However, his back was just as straight as it had been the first day he was thrown in here. He gazed without a single emotional fluctuation as he stared at the man who had clearly lost his mind. This middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Jones clan, and the young man was, of course, Law. It could be said that the Jones dukedom had suffered the most at the hands of Law. Others didn't know, but this man definitely knew what kind of venomous, scheming character this usually amiable young man had. With just a few moves, he had completely crippled the Jones clan, which had stood for thousands of years. Of course, though this man was gloating now, he knew that the Jones clan was forever finished. Even if the truth about what happened that day came out, it simply wouldn't matter. This was the cruelty of the world of nobles. After the Jones dukedom had been crippled to such an extent, it allowed many other families to swarm upward and occupy strengths they once possessed. Would those families give back the things that they had already swallowed? Of course not. This meant that no matter what happened to Law, the Jones clan was finished. Not just them, but the Arte and Farah clans were finished as well. To say that they had a bone-deep hatred toward Law was the understatement of ages. Yet, while this once lofty dukedom patriarch had seemingly lost his mind, the culprit behind all his pain in the last few years sat before him and looked onward as though he was nothing but air. Seeing this, Patriarch Jones began to laugh uproariously. There was endless pain and sadness in his tone. The way that his hair flew about completely unkempt, the look of his unevenly shaved beard, and the red tint of his eyes. He was clearly a man who had been pushed to the absolute edge. I knew that your reaction would be so lukewarm. This is exactly the same expression you had as you watched my clan collapse. You didn't spare even the women and children. It's a good thing I was mentally prepared, or else I really would have lost my mind completely. The Jones clan patriarch's visage somehow became even more savage in that moment. Under the dim candle lights, he really looked like a demon. Several cuts along his lips, likely caused by his very own teeth, began to drip with blood that flowed to his chin and then to the ground. "I've sent assassins after Lady Mimi." Law's gaze narrowed. "Ha ha!" Finally a reaction out of the ice demon. "Ha ha!" The middle-aged man was practically hysterical. Just a minor eye movement caused him to lose his mind in happiness. It was as though the small movement was enough to fulfill his life's greatest wish. His palms flipped and 2 brown bags dripped with a liquid that was hard to discern the nature of under the dim lights. However, when he flipped the bags over and 2 dull thuds fell to the ground, Law closed his eyes as though he didn't want to see anymore. The man's laughter grew wilder and wilder at this scene. He kicked the 2 objects as though they were soccer balls. By chance, one of them got caught between the bars of the jail while the other rebounded away to the other side of the jungle. Law opened his eyes once more to see a scene he wished he never had. The object caught between the bars of his cell was a head. The head wasn't caught upright. Instead, it was upside down. The ghastly cut from its neck dripped downward with thick blood, as though trying to cover the face it was attached to in a crimson curtain. However, even if the face was in a situation 100-fold worse, Law would still recognize it. It was his wife, Mimi. He didn't know exactly what she suffered before she died. However, whatever expression was once there was completely ruined by the Jones clan patriarch's kick. Her tongue hung limply toward her nose, her eyes were rolled back, and her once delicate skin had become a ghastly blue color. The cut at her neck was irregular. It looked as though it had been slowly sawed off. No, it might have been even more accurate to say that it was slowly chewed off. Law closed his eyes once more. All of his senses seemed to have been cut off. The only thing that hadn't stopped working were his ears. They were being repeatedly hammered by Patriarch Jones' hoarse laughter. "All right, I'm tired of this game. Een City can be buried with her." A violent surge erupted from Law's body, causing the bars of his cell to crumble to dust. "Ha ha! You want to know how she died? I brought a group of infant devil ants and allowed them to slowly eat through her neck. Ha ha!" The patriarch was so lost in his own madness that he hadn't even noticed the change in the situation. Before he could react, the Law everyone thought had no combat process at all had appeared before him. With a swing of his arms, the expressionless Law severed the limbs of the patriarch. In an instant, the latter had fallen to the ground, shock clear in his eyes. Law looked toward the ground and slowly picked up the 2 heads. One was his wife's and the other was his father-in-law's. It was clear that the both of them had died terrible deaths. He held them as though he was handling a newborn. But he knew they were gone. They would never see the light of day again. At this moment, Law felt a rage building up within him. It swept forward and receded like the tides of an ocean, slowly building up momentum as though it might become a tsunami at any time. You. The patriarch was completely stunned. Why would Law be held in a prison that was so easy to get out of? Wasn't it precisely because he had no combat prowess to speak of? In the last more than 5 years, aside from using his mind to crack and form schemes, he had done nothing else. Everyone looked at him like a lowly immortal essence realm expert who could be killed with a snap of a finger. It was for this reason that many couldn't stand the sight of him. In the martial world, strength reigned supreme. Many felt that if Law didn't have the backing of the government faction, or if Een City fell under martial law due to extenuating circumstances, he would be pretty much finished. If they knew he had this much battle prowess, they would have locked him up on the 9th level of the dungeon. Even if their guts were 10 times larger, they wouldn't dare leave him here in the 1st level. But who knew that Law had hidden himself to this extent? Law's rage bubbled over. Under the patriarch's astonished gaze, his hair and eyes became a blood red. A pillar of crimson shot from his body as he roared into the skies. That singular roar was enough for the top of the dungeon to be blown off, causing the pillar to break through the clouds. In that moment, everyone in Een City looked toward that directly, their eyes filled with shock. Had one of the top 3 devil clans, the Blood Devils, broken into their city? How had they done it? And they had even managed to reach the core of the city at that? Just what was going on? City Lord Wu, I'll tear you limb from limb. 12 blood-red wings appeared to Law's back. The sound of heartbreak radiated over the city, and everyone saw a sight they would never forget. Law, a young man they had all come to know in the last half-decade, stood in the skies amidst the blood-red pillar of light. Hovering a small distance from his back, 12 red wings with feathers as sharp and reflective as blades flapped. In his left arm, he clung tightly to 2 severed heads, and streams of bloody tears fell from his eyes and along his cheeks. Dragging along on a chain attached to his ankle, the mangled half-dead body of Patriarch Jones dangled in the air. His mournful cries were completely muffled behind Law's ghastly killing intent. Everything about him screamed bloody murder. The resentment in his tone and expression made those watching on shiver from a breath of cold. Law wasn't a fool. He knew that Jones had no ability to do this on his own. Even if the city lord didn't act personally, it had most definitely occurred with his tacit agreement. In fact, it was impossible for Law to be jailed without the city lord's tacit agreement as well. Since that was the case, he could just die. Basically, everyone in this city was a cultivator. After all, the need for combat prowess was heavy with the looming threat of the devils. But even if they weren't, almost all of them were born with immortal essence cultivations at worst. So, no matter their vantage point from within the city, their eyes were more than sharp enough to see the heads in Law's hands. When they realized it was his wife and father-in-law, and even recognized the form of the former duke dangling from his ankle, many of them came to an understanding. Though they were mostly commoners, they weren't fools. The minds of immortals would make them all exceptional Einstein-level geniuses on the mortal plane, so they instantly understood things after being led a bit. After reaching this point, no small number of them turned hostile gazes toward the city lord's mansion. When Law gained some power, he had done too many things for the common folk. The laws he fought to help pass made their lives that were once filled with constant fear toward what might be outside the city walls to settle once more. Yet, their savior had paid the price of his wife and father-in-law. Back when Law had been imprisoned, many had felt grief and unwillingness, but what could they do? But seeing Law in such a state, and even charging toward the city lord mansion, and likely toward his death without regard for anything, left them all in a dazed state. However, what happened next made them feel as though the world would collapse. A Vajra body that blotted out the skies appeared to Law's back. The Vajra body crushed the dungeon beneath its feet with nothing more than its aura. It hadn't even taken a single step, nor had it taken any action at all, but it truly felt that the world might collapse at any time. All of these things were within Diane's plans. But what he hadn't expected was for him to be truly pissed off. When he saw Mimi's head, despite knowing that she was nothing more than a puppet, he truly did feel an undying rage bubbling up within his heart like a tide of lava. Moment ago in the city lord's mansion, a man with wide shoulders say complacently. His back and shoulders were so broad that his legs seemed far too small for his body. Yet, despite this, it gave him an imposing demeanor that not many could stand to. This man was none other than City Lord Wu, the leader of the government faction and the most powerful man of Een City. It's done. Yes, City Lord. Winnow Jones has been allowed into the dungeons. Good then. Since he got his last wish, I assume he won't mind never stepping foot out of that dungeon again. City. The man who stood across from City Lord Wu's desk paused. He didn't know if he should continue his words. He didn't want to end up like Winnow. That fool thought that the City Lord had kind intentions in mind. Yet wasn't he about to die now? Well, maybe that man didn't care much. All he wanted was his revenge in the end, and he got it. He should be thankful. That said, even if Winnow didn't have any more aspirations other than to get his revenge on Law, he still wanted to live more. So, he choked back his words, unwilling to say anything more. However, in his heart, he felt that this city lord had gone too far. Ruining a prodigy like Law for little else other than feeling a small bit of threat, not to mention going so far as to kill his wife and father-in-law at the same time. That was enough to make the hearts of the other nobles run cold. In such a situation, how could they dare to display their true strengths before the city lord? It would only encourage them to hide their abilities in the shadows and scheme under the cover of night. In such a situation, the Een City's government faction might end up with numerous pointed blades coming in all directions. Of course, the city lord wasn't a fool. He knew this as well. But didn't Law think that he was very clever? His cleverness caused 3 of the 4 most powerful clans of Een City to be crippled in just half a decade. He essentially gave City Lord Wu exactly what he wanted. With these clans crippled, was there even a need to worry about hidden blades? By then, he could cease holding on to an empty title like City Lord and become a true king and even an emperor. At that time, there would be no need for garbage like democracy and he could act as he pleased. He really had to thank that law. Thinking to this point, he couldn't help but smile to himself. He didn't even react to his right-hand man's words and directly forgave them. At the very least, he was sensible to not even try to form the thought into words. Though, if he dared to say them, it didn't matter how much of a good mood he was in, this fellow would most definitely die. City Lord Wu's smile became uproarious laughter. It was exactly at that moment that Law's voice rang like a clap of thunder that sent a shockwave through the City Lord mansion. City Lord Wu, I'll tear you limb from limb. When City Lord Wu heard this, he was stunned for a moment before a cold smile creeped onto his face. So he was hiding more than I thought, huh? Do you still think I shouldn't have gotten rid of such a bastard? The city lord looked toward his secretary, his good mood gone. The scholarly man trembled and lowered his gaze to the ground, not daring to look up. Ace Lin, go kill this fool and show others that I'm not to be trifled with. The city lord's voice transmission descended toward a knight dressed in golden armor. Yes, my lord. Without hesitation, the man acting guard turned into a beam of golden light that shot from the palace. But it was exactly at that time that Law's Vidra body appeared. And Aislinn, who had just boldly charged out from the mansion, not even bothering to call forward the troops beneath his command, was frozen on the spot. Let alone fight back. He felt that his blood and his chi had grinded to a complete halt. Law walked through the air. The entire city had fallen into an eerie silence. The only sound that could be heard for hundreds of kilometers was the rattling of the chain attached to his ankle. Aside from this, no one dared to even breathe too hard. Seeing Aislinn, Law hardly reacted. Aislinn was an immortal law expert, but beneath the presence of a humanoid Vidra body looking down at him with such arrogance and disregard, he couldn't move a single inch. Law raised his hand and his Vidra body followed suit. It seemed that all of the chi in the world surged toward them with just that one motion, forming a bloody red array almost a tenth the size of the entire city. Today, I'll seek justice for my Mimi. Judgment. Carnage. Aislinn watched as the massive spear tip formed itself from out of the slowly spinning array. He smelled the scent of death, yet he could do nothing as it crept through the skies, eventually landing on his chest. His lips curled into a bitter smile as red cracks began to spread through his body. In the end, the spear had hardly touched him before his figure burst apart into a rain of blood and gore, leaving nothing but his head, which was quickly attached to the chain on Law's ankle. Today, I'll raise the city lord's mansions to the ground. One arm carried the corpses of his loved ones. Another arm commanded the skies to pass judgment, and his back carried along his ragged and tattered robes, ghastly killing intent pervading his gaze. In a corner of Een City, members of the Nightwell clan looked up, horror painted on their faces. That was an immortal law realm expert. That was a man they didn't dare to offend. That was a level of power they couldn't hope to fight against. Yet, in a single strike, such an expert only had a head left. What was going on? They were paralyzed by fear. In the face of such power, there was little to nothing that they could do. There had been instances of such things happening in the past, where a storyline went off the rails and caused trouble that was nearly impossible to deal with. Those were usually the entries that had the highest casualty numbers. But they never thought that they would be so unlucky to experience something like this for themselves. Barolt's expression changed several times. He himself had only just finally managed to enter the immortal law realm. It was a secret he was incredibly proud of. Even his current old appearance was one he created using various tricks because the truth was that he had already regained the visage of a young man in his prime. He already had many plans, one of which included uniting this star segment under the rule of his Nightwell clan. In fact, he had already subjugated the Darkwell and Dimwell clans. He had planned to launch an assault on the Vio clan, but news of this immortal legacy world caused him to stall his attempt. But what he had never expected was that when he was feeling satisfied in his own strength and power, in the eyes of others, he was still nothing more than an ant. Law walked through the air slowly. By now, his white robes were completely drenched in blood. Whether it was due to the rain of gore the death of Aislinn caused, or if it was due to the severed heads of his wife and father-in-law coating him, it was impossible to tell. Bang! The ground beneath the descended spear shattered and sunk down. It hadn't even touched the earth, but the mere pressure of its attack left a gaping hole almost a kilometer across. At that moment, the dungeons of Een City collapsed, followed by the eerie laughter of what could only be described as demons. Freedom! Freedom at last! You bastard of a city lord! I'm coming for your head! Shadows tore their way out from the collapsing tower. A large swath of them, seemingly maddened by their own countless years of solitude, blindly charged toward the city lord mansion. Their fury rolled over in waves, and their momentum seemed to underline years of hardship and pent-up frustration. Many of them really were the devils of this world. Vicious creatures with the horns of dragons and covered from head to toe in sturdy scales of various colors. Others among them were part humanoid and part beast, having the torsos of beautiful women with undulating breasts but the legs and heads of spiders, or the lower bodies of men but the heads of wolves or lions. Some even forwent organic body parts entirely and replaced their limbs with blades and other weapons. Rather than living beings, they looked more like science experiments gone wrong. However, not all of them were devils. Some of them were normal humans with eyes bloodied with rage. If one looked closely, many of them were famous figures of the past who had fallen into obscurity and then were imprisoned for one reason or another. It wasn't until today that the common people came to understand that their city lord might have had some responsibility in what happened all those years ago. Within the city lord's mansion, City Lord Wu's countenance was unsightly. Even if he had confidence in crushing this rebellion, quelling the masses would be a problem. There was a reason he was only a city lord and not a king or emperor like he wanted to be. Obviously, he had other worries that he had to deal with. That said, not all of the escapees rushed toward the City Lord mansion. In fact, it could be said that the majority of them didn't. The others rushed into the city with ghastly killing intent. Whether their goal was to run away during all the commotion, or if it was to start a bloody slaughter amidst the citizens of Een City, either one likely wouldn't be any good. It was at that moment that the situation changed. It was simply impossible for the other factions to sit idly by while the government faction was leveled to the ground. The city had a delicate balance that needed to be maintained, or else everything would come crashing down. Powerful auras surged out from the religious, underground, and military factions, causing Law's path toward the City Lord mansion to be cut off. Many of them looked toward Law with complicated gazes, especially seeing how dull his eyes were with the heads of his wife and father-in-law in his arms. Law, turn back now and maybe this can still be remedied. A general of the military faction took a step forward. While the underground faction had 108 butlers, the military faction had 108 generals. This general was ranked third. It proved just how seriously the other factions were taking this. At the same time, Butler 3 and Bishop 2 both took steps forward as well, clearly making their stances to protect the government faction obvious. At the same time, the other powerful figures who came with them surged downward to protect the city from the escapees. "Will you move out of my way? Or will you die?" Law said plainly. Law had no intention to talk with these people. If they really cared about keeping the peace, why is it that they decided to look the other way so many times? Wasn't it because they believed the City Lord's fist was too large? In that case, he would destroy the City Lord's fist. What would they say then? If they insisted on getting in the way, he didn't mind destroying their fist first. "I know what that is. It's a Vajra body." At that moment, a member of the Well clan cried out and their eyes almost rolled back into their sockets. They slumped to the ground, losing their consciousness, and not long later, their life. They had found the answer they were looking for, but they foolishly observed something they shouldn't have for too long. In the same instant of time, the three big shots of the military, religious, and underground factions were feeling a pressure they hadn't felt before in their entire lives. Law! General 3 frowned when he heard these words. No matter how enraged you are, you must look at the bigger picture. Law nodded, causing the three to sigh a breath of relief. But the next words they heard put them right back to the edge of their seats. The bigger picture I see is a world without the city lord. So you either move aside, or you can join him. The truth was that even if all of this was part of Diane's plans, he was still pissed off. He had done his best to interact with Mimi and her father for as little time as possible, knowing that something like this might happen. Even if they were puppets, they were simply too realistic. He didn't want something like this affecting his heart and disrupting his martial path. But after seeing her head, he realized that he felt nothing in that moment. He really hadn't felt a thing seeing their bodiless corpses. It was then that something suddenly clicked in his mind. He had felt himself growing more and more distant from the matters of the world in recent years. He felt as though he wouldn't blink an eye even if the entire world was massacred as long as his friends and family were all right. It had been a vague emotion before, but after seeing Mimi's head and realizing how terrible her death had been, he realized just how far he'd fallen. His first thought upon seeing her wasn't hurt, pain, or even the guilt he should have felt having known that things would end like this yet doing nothing to stop it. No, instead, he had felt a bit content, as though it was good another ant had fallen for the sake of his benefit. The moment those thoughts entered his mind, he froze. Yes, she and her father had been nothing but puppets. Yes, it was true that their deaths made the next steps of his plan even easier. Yes, after clearing this legacy world, they would be gone anyway. But, at the same time, he felt that he had lost a bit of his humanity. It was a reality that left him feeling a bit lost, and this was ironically what led to his true bout of anger. In recent years, Diane had felt himself growing colder and colder. He was a far cry from that young, naive boy who risked his life to save Eli despite having never seen him a day in his life. In a lot of ways, he missed that childish naivete. He missed the version of himself who wanted to save the world for nothing other than the fact he felt he should. Why was it that he wanted to defeat the entity? It really had nothing to do with saving the mortal plane. All he wanted to do was repay his master. Since she asked him for help, he would do his best. His master was like a second mother to him, and he didn't want to let her down. It was as simple as that. Diane found nothing wrong with his previous line of thinking. But this was the first time his lack of compassion left him feeling so empty. There was a strong cognitive dissonance in his mind. On the one hand, he felt that he shouldn't care about these two heads in his hand. They were just puppets. Even if they were real humans, should it matter so much? He didn't really love them or care for them. Who was Mimi to his real wives? She couldn't hold a candle to them. But another side was disgusted with himself and with his thoughts. Who was he to decide whose lives mattered and whose didn't? And if he really was so powerful as to do such a thing, was it selfish not to help those he knew he could? Morality was ultimately decided by the strong. History was written by the victor. The world was nothing but a land of trials for the weak. The world ultimately wasn't one of black and white. The heavens allowed evil cultivators like Jasmine to be born into the world just the same as righteous cultivators of holy laws. Yet one was excoriated and shunned while the other was celebrated and worshipped. The questions the water mist sex palace master asked him that day, he still didn't have an answer. Did she deserve death for being born that way? What was right, what was wrong? He still didn't have an answer. However, what he did know was that he felt extremely uncomfortable right now. Diane was brazen and arrogant in the eyes of others, but that was because in his core, he never doubted the steps he took. His heart was always steadfast in his beliefs. It had never wavered, so there was never a need to feel this sort of feeling. But today he had doubted himself, and he hated it. So, these people would have to feel his wrath. After hearing Law's blatant disregard, General 3 felt so angry that he couldn't help but burst out into a fit of enraged laughter. Even if this law was one of the four most talented youths of this generation alongside benevolence, spear, and death, he was still just a youth at the end of the day. Where did he get the gall to speak to him this way? However, just as he was thinking this, Law had closed the distance between them. It felt that a mountain had descended and landed upon his chest, like he was an ant that could be snuffed out of existence at any time. He found that beneath this pressure, he lost the right even to fight back. This was the true power of the Vajra body. Those below the immortal god realm were nothing but rotting weeds before it. None of them had the right even to fight back. If a Vajra body appeared in the outside world, even if the influence might not be as great as Dian's breakthrough into the fourth facet, every immortal god who still held their own consciousness would feel its appearance. Why? Well, aside from Dian, there were only a handful of others in the history of the immortal plane that had awakened their Tao heart to this level. It might not even exceed 3 who were still living to this current day. How could the appearance of such a thing not cause unending chaos? How many trillions of cultivators were there on the immortal plane? How many countless times larger was it than the mortal plane? Yet there were only 3, for if Dian was included, how could such a rare thing not cause the heavens and the earth to flip? To understand the rarity, one only needs to look toward how long it took the surrounding cultivators to even understand what was happening. It was so rare that the soldier immortal god hadn't even programmed these puppets to know what it was. If it wasn't for this, how could it be that the first to understand that it was a Vajra body before them was a pitiful cultivator from the Well clan and not the immortal law experts before Dian now? Law! Wait! I already gave you a chance. Die! Another bloody spear appeared in the skies, causing General 3 to explode into a rain of blood. Just like that, another head was added to the chain dangling from Law's ankle. Bishop 2 and Butler 3 looked on in horror. An immortal law expert, dead. Just like that? They couldn't help but look up toward Law's Vajra body with fear in their eyes. Though they had felt the pressure it emitted previously, they hadn't taken it seriously. Since they didn't know what it was, they had thought that maybe it was a paper tiger, or maybe it was a double-edged sword and wouldn't last for very long regardless. After all, how else could someone so young wield so much power? But now they realized exactly how foolish they were. The reason they had lived for this long and even managed to exchange so many words with Law wasn't because the latter couldn't kill them, but rather because there was still a war going on in his mind. With his mind shaken, how could his Tao heart not be shaken? And if his Tao heart was shaken, how could his Vajra body not be greatly crippled as well? That was right, despite being severely weakened, and even being used by a mere clone, Dian's Vajra body could still slaughter lower immortal law experts like them as though they were sheep. Without hesitation, both Bishop 2 and Butler 3 pulled out talismans from their spatial rings and burned them with their chi, calling for help without regard for their loss of face. Even if you can defeat the few of us, more will be here to replace us. Even if you defeat all of us, do you think you can face the City Lord, Monk Rab, Demoness Jonah, and General Roll Ant all on your own? You have no idea how powerful the 4 of them are. We butlers and bishops are only the surface strength of these powers. Law stood silently in the sky. The 2 believed that he was finally hesitating, but after a long while, they finally realized that something was wrong. Where was their help? Shouldn't they be here by now? What was going on? Suddenly, the sound of marching troops resounded from the entrance to the city. Swaths of cackling demons followed a growing black fog. Without a choice, the forces of the government, underground, and military factions charged out to meet them, leaving the 2 who remained standing in the air stunned. Did Law plan this? Did he collude with the devils? Was that even possible? They knew that they had no reason to think this, and even less evidence, but the lingering fear in their hearts was steadily growing without end. They had heard about Law's schemes in the past. They simply didn't take it seriously because they felt that schemes were useless in the midst of true power. But what if someone was powerful and had the ability to scheme? A cold sweat matted their backs. They suddenly remembered that the reason the Jones dukedom fell was because they were exposed by a devil general with a big mouth. If not for this, the truth would have never been unearthed. Due to the fact this came from the words of a devil, Anyone who had suspicions toward Law forgot about them. But now, these were their last thoughts. Law's judgment descended once more, and 2 more heads were added to the chain dangling from his ankle. Yin City fell into complete chaos. There was a war outside the gates. There were deadly prisoners trapped for countless millennia running free on the streets. And there was no internal strife between one of the young prodigies of this generation and the city lord. Yet, Law's steps were slow and deliberate as he crossed the skies toward the city lord mansion. Yin City fell into complete chaos. The devil bore down on them from the outside. The internal strife that had been bumbling for millennia had finally erupted, and a man with limits they couldn't see walked across their skies. His goal, the very city lord mansion which housed their leader. However, the atmosphere was still odd. Despite knowing the situation on the outside, despite knowing that Law's actions would only put them in more danger, and despite knowing that this may very well be the day Yin City ceased to exist, the commoners of Yin City simply looked up and into the sky with fires lit in their eyes as though supporting Law from afar. Law himself saw these scenes well, causing an even more complex feeling to bloom in his heart. If the city was made of real people instead of puppets, would this be the scene he saw? The answer was of course not. Real humans were selfish, hypocritical, self-interested, and completely unable to see the bigger picture. Most of all, they were cowards. Even when they had strongly held beliefs of their own, very few dared to speak them aloud, and even fewer dared to fight for them. Compared to real humans, these puppets were much more to Law's liking. They were like him. They didn't bend to their principles. They didn't hold hypocritical thoughts, and even in the face of death, they remained steadfast in their beliefs. Yet, these were the same people he had treated like trash and sacrificed at the altar of his goals. If this was a city of real humans, how many of them would be cursing at him from the ground below? How many of them would downplay the deaths of his wife and father-in-law? How many of them would tell him that he had no right to fight against the oppression of the city lord and should just obediently hand his head over? Law was still young, and so was Diane, especially in comparison to what the immortal plane might consider experienced. However, what was undeniably true was that he had still experienced much more than a mortal would have. He had seen hypocritical people like this. He had fought against and hated them his whole life. Was it because of this that he subconsciously began to treat the lives of these people as meaningless? It seemed like a nice and tidy answer to wrap everything up, but Law didn't believe it. Such an answer would let himself off too easily. He wasn't a child. He knew that the world wasn't painted in broad strokes of black and white. Even if many humans were hypocrites, that didn't mean they all were. The truth was that he didn't care about their lives because he was the same as those he hated. He claimed that he liked these puppets because they were just like him, not carrying hypocritical thoughts and moving forward with a clear mind. But was he? He was the exact same as them. He selfishly acted to preserve what he loved and what he cared about and disregarded everything else. If it wasn't for the existence of Saru and Lilith, he might have really sacrificed the billions who lived on the dark flame bubble world just for the sake of destroying the Nightwell clan to their roots and save himself future troubles. He cared about no one but himself and his own family. And the sad part was that even to this point, he still couldn't find anything wrong with this. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He even felt that he shouldn't have these thoughts. But for the life of him, he still couldn't find a reason why. He wanted to grasp onto it. He wanted to find the logical reason why he should care about the lives of those not related to him. What did their lives have to do with him? Why wasn't he allowed to completely disregard them? He was an emperor that stood above. When Law's thoughts reached this point, his steps froze in the skies. He was only a few more away from the city lord mansion, but he felt a tearing pain coming from his chest as though something was trying to claw its way out. That uncomfortable feeling was clawing its way out again. Why was it that he always had such thoughts? This wasn't the first time. What was he? A corny anime villain? The original him would never say something like he was an emperor that stood above all. But not only had he thought this, he had said far worse in the recent past. Ever since his Vajra body awakened, he had been constantly saying things that someone who grew up in a mortal world like him would never say. He even remembered telling the sprites that the air he breathed was owned by him. What the hell was wrong with him? Another resounding crack caused Law's ears to bleed. It was so severe this time that it resonated from his main body, almost causing this clone to collapse entirely. In that moment, Diane's main body was in chaos. The breakthrough into the fourth facet just a few years ago had calmed like a gentle tide, but this one was so violent that he felt his body might split apart entirely. One side of his body had erupted into a blazing black flame, and the other was a gentle white. The two battled it out. In the past, they had coexisted peacefully, but it seemed that today, they refused to allow the other to share its place. On the immortal plane, there were countless legends, each of which was grander and more imposing than the last. However, even among these legends, some of which still managed to live on to this day, there was only one who managed to hold not just one, but two titles. The name of this man had long since faded from memory. It wasn't that no one cared enough to remember, but rather that his titles had long since superseded his name in ways one couldn't imagine. In modern times, the greatest fear of the immortal plane were the void beasts. They were creatures of unknown origins, wielding untold power, and causing undeniable destruction, the likes of which could ravage tens of star segments at once before coming to a close. However, if one were to ask those old monsters what the truly fearsome existence of the immortal plane was, the void beasts would never be mentioned. There was a man who rose up to the immortal plane trillions of years ago. He caused countless legends to be etched in his honor, creating countless miracles on his rise up. When he was just in the immortal essence realm, he wooed the wife of an immortal celestial. When their affair was found out, he was chased to the ends of the plane despite having never laid a hand on the woman. Just 100 years later, he returned to that clan and slaughtered them all. It was said that when he faced the rage of the immortal celestial that day, he sneered and said that there was just a single woman in his heart. The only reason he hadn't explained that the latter's wife was just a cheating whore in the past was due to the fact he disdained to explain himself. That day, an immortal celestial fell at the hands of an immortal saint. When he was an immortal saint, it was said that he was bored of using his fists all of the time, so he challenged the leading hegemon disciples to a single bout every 100 years. Every 100 years, he would learn to wield a different one of the 9 core weapons and challenge all of the disciples below the immortal lower realm with it. It was said that in those 900 years, the disciples of the leading weapon-wielding hegemons lost all face. There were countless assassination attempts in that millennia, many of which were the result of immortal law experts setting aside their face and attacking personally, but it all ended in failure. When he was an immortal celestial, it was said that he was caught watching the queen of the blossom hegemon bathing. Not to mention the disciples of the hegemon, the countless suitors the beauties of the hegemon garnered led a relentless chase. It was said that in one of the many times the man was cornered under the pursuit, he laughed to the high heavens, covered in blood, saying that even if all the disciples of the blossom hegemon lay naked before him, he wouldn't even waste his piss on them. When he entered the immortal lower realm, he met a woman who could finally enter his heart for the second time. Unfortunately, he was just a transcendent of the mortal plane and she was a genius of the kitsune hegemon. It was said that when he decided that she would be his woman, he boldly accepted the trial of the kitsune hegemon, trials so difficult they couldn't even be compared to those of the mortal plane. However, despite clearing them, the kitsune hegemon set him up. They fed an aphrodisiac to the women he loved while he was still heavily injured from the trial, using the opportunity to try to force her into the bed of the man they wanted her to be with from the very beginning. In a fit of rage, while still heavily injured, the man castrated his woman's former fiancé and pinned him to the walls of the kitsune hegemon. He escaped in the night with his woman, resulting in them both becoming fugitives. It was said that that day he swore he would become an alchemist so powerful that no one would dare sell such a pill to the kitsune hegemon again. The legend of the man continued to grow, not just his but that of his wife as well, who always stood by his side with a gentle smile. It was said that he became the disciple of the time and space immortal god, Abraxas, after reaching the peak immortal lower realm. By then, even immortal gods didn't dare to rashly offend him due to his personal power, and now with such backing, it was doubly so. On the day the man was prepared to enter the immortal god realm, he did as all did. He entered the most sacred lands of the immortal plane and stood before the divine tablet, a treasure of the 33 heavens that had existed since the dawn of creation. It was this very tablet that was as deep as the earth and as tall as the skies that was responsible for the title immortal gods were given. And it was upon this tablet where this man's legend truly began. Because on that day, even the divine tablet didn't dare to name him. This was how the man gained his very first title. He became the nameless immortal god. However, no one knew that this would only be the beginning. The reality of things after this matter was quite anticlimactic. The nameless immortal god all but disappeared from the minds of many. He was too powerful for his old enemies to thoughtlessly provoke him without good reason, and he stayed out of the public eye. A lot of people thought that this was because he had lost his edge, but the truth of the matter was that he had been spending the last moments of his wife's life by her side. While he had become a great immortal god, however, she had failed to take the last step. Due to the aphrodisiac she had been poisoned with in her youth, her foundation had been harmed. The man had been too late to react to the situation, causing his wife to have to run away on her own in the beginning. As a result, she didn't receive the yang of a man in a timely fashion, causing her primordial yin and the core of her talent to be harmed. In the end, she grew old and eventually passed away. On the day she breathed her last breath, a mournful cry that shattered a star segment resounded through the skies. Blade in hand, the nameless immortal god stepped through the skies, slowly walking toward the Kitsune hegemon. The blade in his hand was his wife's first sword. In truth, it had been many years since he last used a sword, not to mention a lowly venerable grade weapon at that. Yet, with nothing but this sword in hand, he started a bloody slaughter. There were 8 catastrophes that surpassed the Tier 9 void surges on the immortal plane. These 8 catastrophes each followed the deaths of 8 women. Every time it occurred, a hegemon would fall. The third woman he fell for was a delicate beauty of the fire spirit hegemon. She had a fiery personality, and it was said that her first interaction with the nameless immortal god was scolding him for being heartless and killing so many innocents all for one woman. She attempted to fight him to the death but lost. When she should have been breathing her last breaths, she admitted that she had simply been jealous. It turned out that she had once been a disciple of the blossom hegemon he happened to spare. But due to the fact he swore never to even piss on one of their disciples, she left the hegemon and suffered the pursuit of a traitor. It was said that the nameless immortal god did all he could to save her from the damage he himself inflicted, but she only managed to live a few more centuries. It was during that time that he learned that the flame spirit hegemon learned of her past with the blossom hegemon and forced her to attack him. They had believed that she could take advantage of his vulnerable heart and assassinate him, but they had no idea how deep the imprint he had on her was. Upon her death, another mournful howl sounded, and soon after, it was the blossom hegemon and the flame spirit hegemon that fell beneath his rage. It was said that after this, the nameless immortal god became a normal man. He wanted to heed the words of his third wife and not kill so wantonly anymore. It was during this time that he met his fourth wife. Maybe it was due to fate, but this was a woman who loved slaughter. She was a member of the angel hegemon and lived for blood and war. It should have been impossible for the two of them to come together. At this point in their lives, they were simply too different. However, it was exactly this that brought them together. The man realized just how naive he was. He simply had too much hatred in his heart. He tried to live vicariously through her and eventually grew attached. This time, there was no subterfuge, no hidden schemes, no enemy of the past. She simply died of old age. He could only watch as she withered away, fading away with time. That was when it hit him. He thought that now, since he was so powerful, he would never have to suffer through that pain again. He could destroy hegemons with a thought. He walked through the plane unmatched. So why was it that his wife still died? He lost his mind to rage. It was unknown how many died in this fourth tragedy. He simply became a machine of slaughter. But it was under these circumstances that he met the fifth woman who stirred his heart. She was a part of the mind's eye hegemon. It was only her who could control all the energies of the world, who was able to seal the baleful energies that had intoxicated his mind. However, she too died. It was then he met his sixth. It was only her who could see through his pain and sorrow. It was only her who could read his emotions and feel his pain. She didn't fear him like the rest of the immortal plane did. But she died as well. When matters reached this point, the immortal plane was at a loss for what to do. It seemed that only a woman he truly loved could calm his rage. But when she inevitably died due to the course of nature, there would be a price to pay regardless. It was impossible to allow things to continue like this. The nameless immortal god had to be killed. It didn't matter how many immortal gods it took. He had to fall. It wouldn't be long before he earned his second name. When the man met his fifth wife, she was personally sent to his territory under the escort of the several immortal gods. Only her abilities, a unique constitution birthed via unknown means. Maybe somewhat ironically, she too had come to kill him. But, unlike his third wife, it was her true intention to do so. Their love story was somewhat incredulous. Those who understood the personality of the nameless immortal god knew that forgiveness wasn't something he gave out. Whether it was a child or the most beautiful woman in existence, he would kill them just the same. He was a cruel man without thoughts of morality and justice. The idea that one who came to be his enemy could come out as his wife was something that didn't compute with the information known about him. However, this woman was very clever. Her control of energy was unlike anything that had ever appeared in the immortal world. While she could control baleful energy, there were countless other types of emotion that were subject to her whims. Even the nameless immortal god fell under her spell. Couldn't be said that he was too weak. Rather, it was because his heart was in too much turmoil. If his wife was still alive, it could be said that it would be impossible for this fifth wife to effect. But the reality was that he was distraught and lost, finally facing his own weakness for the first time in his life. There was something that he, who stood at the top of the world, had no ability to do. This fifth woman took advantage of this moment to enter his heart, staying by his side for years looking for an opportunity to kill him. But what she realized after countless epochs was that he had long since broken out from beneath her spell. As for the reason he didn't kill her, it was because he could sense his seed within her. The nameless immortal god's first child had been conceived. Regardless of his true emotions, he felt happiness for the first time in a long time. It could even be said that what he fell in love with wasn't the woman, but the child in her belly. But regardless of what led to this, he would of course protect her. It was just unfortunate what happened next. Knowing the kind of mission she had been sent on, the hegemon of this woman took precautions. Unfortunately, one of these so-called precautions was a protection that tanked her fertility. Could already be said that her womb was barren. It was a miracle among miracles that a child had been conceived in the first place. But that child's only destiny was death, never to see the light of day. Enraged and crying tears of blood, the mind's hegemon suffered his wrath. They were destroyed so thoroughly that they were the only ones among those who suffered his revenge that didn't have an opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield. Their countless bubble worlds were shattered to dust. Their every man, woman and child were eradicated, and their legacy ceased to be, as though erased from history. The nameless immortal god's fifth wife watched all of this without raising a finger. It was said that she simply silently followed his steps, grief in her eyes as she carried the doll she planned to be her daughter's first gift. It seemed she was unaware that such restrictions had been placed on her. If only she knew. If only she could have told him. If only their child wasn't dead. The nameless immortal god's fifth wife followed him to the day of her death. They silently accompanied each other, not speaking a word. It was said that she died without a sound, the doll she planned to give her daughter being buried along with her. After her death, the nameless immortal god disappeared from the public eye once more. Maybe it was due to his daughter's death, but he delved into the world of alchemy even more fiercely. After swearing to become the greatest alchemist, he had long since succeeded. But he realized that even though he had become untouchable in this regard, it wasn't enough. It was said that it was during these years that he created array alchemy. However, in order to do so, he needed a comprehension that even he hadn't grasped just yet. He needed to understand the core truths of the world, not by brute force and logic, but by instinct. After years of vanishing from the world, and at a point many thought he had already died, he silently entered the Eostre clan as a nameless youth. It was during that time the Eostre clan, under the lead of their valiant matriarch, broke free of the Elven clan and became independent. They suffered many attacks during those years, but under the shocked eyes of the immortal plane, they managed to survive every looming tragedy, something that caused their talented matriarch's status to untold heights. However, it was only she herself who realized that something must have been wrong. Though she was confident in her own abilities, and even known for her own fair share of arrogance, she wasn't a fool. Unfortunately, try as she might, she was unable to find out what the truth was. It was said that it was during those years she fell in love with a nameless young man of her clan. The matriarch of the Eostre clan would be shocked in the coming year. During much of their time together, the seemingly ordinary young man didn't display any great talents, and, due to her status, she could only keep the veneer of a single woman as her main identity while keeping their relationship a secret. It wasn't that she was ashamed of her love, but rather that she was doing her best to protect her love. It might have been nothing for a weak woman to love a strong man in the martial world, but the vice versa was often a death sentence. With how many marriage proposals she had rejected, if there ever came a time where they learned of the truth, the weak young man she had fallen for would suffer. However, who could have known that the supposedly weak young man wasn't weak at all? It was inevitable that their relationship would be found out. But, the day it had been, the young man showed his true colors, revealing his identity as the nameless immortal god. It was said that he was fearful of her rejecting him after knowing this truth. However, the reality was much different from what he had imagined. Maybe if he was actively protecting himself, it would be impossible to see through his thoughts. However, who in the world could he trust more than his own wife? After melding their souls into one, what secrets could he possibly hide from her? Unfortunately, this ended in tragedy as well. His sixth wife silently died of old age. In fact, it could be said that the only reason that the Elven hegemon didn't dare to attack the Eostre clan any longer, and even lowered their face to allow them to return, was precisely because they were scared of the revenge of the nameless immortal god. This time, the death of his wife didn't lead to a boundless slaughter. It could be said that the ones who suffered the most were the countless suitors who dared to take a liking to his wife. Instead, these years became the flourishing time due to the introduction of the discipline that changed the immortal plane: array alchemy. It was impossible to think that this murderer would actually become a man who gave back in such a way. But this was what happened. During this time, the time and space immortal god accepted a second disciple, and the murderous nameless immortal god became a doting senior brother. It was said that his next two wives came in a pair. They had always been great rivals, one believing in the fist above all else and the other believing in the sword. Unlike his previous wives, both of them were transcendents. They took a path similar to his own, rising up under their own power and earning positions among their hegemons with their own two hands. He cared for them both deeply and truthfully. It was said that he originally had no intention of taking them as wives but rather as two little sisters. It was only due to their pursuit of him and their strong resolve and persistence that they eventually became his seventh and eighth wife. Unfortunately, they too died of old age. Their paths of cultivation were too unconventional, and both of them tried to reach a goal none had ever before. The nameless immortal god had no intention to rampage after their deaths. His heart was filled with sadness beyond compare, but for whatever reason, he managed to maintain his tranquility, as though he had made an important decision. However, those of the immortal plane, too blinded by their own fear, decided to preemptively attack, not wanting another massacre to begin. In doing so, they brought down their own suffering. It was said that due to their actions, the nameless immortal god wasn't able to be by their sides during their final breaths, causing him to lose himself in rage once more. This time, he completely lost his mind. He wanted to be peaceful, he wanted to live up to their expectations of him, yet there were those who still stood out to ruin it all. In the past, hadn't he only attacked the clans that slighted him? When had he ever touched a clan without reason? How dare they? It was said that, on that day, his Tao heart deviated. He had been on the precipice of true tranquility, but his mind split into two paths. One birthed the purity flame and the other, the chaos flame. In those years, it seemed like the chaos flame might truly take over. It was too powerful. It was during that time that the divine tablet erased all the names that had once been on it, replacing it with just a single title, the first title it had ever given without the moniker of immortal god attached to it, the Reaper of the Martial World. The nameless immortal god was an existence that surpassed all reason and logic, a man who managed to transcend the limitations of the heavens and grow powerful enough that even that boundless entity itself could no longer control him. The divine tablet was the only treasure of those lofty rankings that was birthed by the heavens itself, yet even it didn't dare to so casually name this name. In those times, it really seemed that the immortal plane was finished. Countless hegemons with trillions of years of history fell under the rage of this one man. However, it was this man's ninth wife that saved them all from such a fate. His ninth wife wasn't an unknown woman at all. In fact, his ninth wife was actually the very same woman as his first wife. Her memories were awakened by the presence of the purity flames, because from the very beginning, those flames were hers, gifted to him by her knowing that such a day would come. Dian opened his eyes slowly. Saru and Lilith, who had been watching on with worried expressions, felt their souls tremble. There was an aged look in the current Dian's eyes that felt incredibly familiar, yet so distant at the same time. If one looked toward Dian's mind's eye, one could see that the last of the chain had been shattered into pieces. And, though the graveyard around them now was seemingly fine, the destruction around them was devastating. "I remember," he said softly. "Madeline." His voice was a bit hoarse as the white and black flames continued to rage around him, each taking up one half to themselves. Abraxas' first disciple, that was him. His first wife. She was the holy goddess, the only one born with talent equal to his own. Not only were they born in the same year, they were born in the same month, on the same day, and at the very same hour. They were two sides of the same coin. One of them was a holy maiden and the other was a harbinger of destruction, prepared to destroy everything in his path. They were supposed to clash throughout eternity and become enemies for a lifetime. In this story, Dian was the villain and Madeline was the hero. The heavens had a perfect plan, but it could have never imagined that the lives it believed it could play with the strings of a puppet would spin so far out of its control. Dian didn't become the harbinger of death and destruction it expected. He grew up with loving parents who taught him well. For the sake of not disappointing his parents, he suppressed his true nature, bringing them great pride before they too died of old age. His character was one that Madeline fell in love with. She felt a part of her rejecting him, but she too went against her true nature and fought to be with him. In the end, she sacrificed herself in her first life and gave her purity flame to Dian, hoping that he would rise to the top of the world. She knew that he had many enemies and he didn't have the strength to fight them on his own. So she gave him all that she could. It was that day the holy goddess so suddenly disappeared from the world, no one being aware of her whereabouts. After transcending, Dian lost his memory about these matters. He remembered that he had a wife whom he loved with all his being, but he couldn't remember her face, nor the fact he was the reason for her death. If it wasn't for this, with Dian's personality, he would have never fallen for a second woman. But it was ironically these twists of fate that lead to this situation. In the end, when he earned the title of Reaper of the Martial World and was a step away from becoming the monster the heavens wanted him to be, it was his wife that appeared once more and saved him. Madeline, having died immortal, gained the chance to reincarnate. So she did. In fact, she reincarnated many times, and it wasn't until then that she reincarnated into a body talented enough to transcend. However, she could have never imagined that when she finally managed to transcend, that a wave of memories she had long forgotten would assault her once more. In tears, she embraced Dian, who was just a step away from complete madness. He had lost so much, and even in the end, he couldn't gain the peace he desired. It was something Dian himself had been unaware of, but Madeline knew quite well that it was the heavens that wouldn't allow Dian to be a peace-loving man like his parents, and she wanted him to be. It was doing all that it could turn him into a machine of slaughter and revenge. It was it that wanted him to be the Reaper. How ironic. There was a part of Dian that once looked down on Jasmine for her evil nature, not knowing that he himself was also born to be an even greater monster. In a twist of fate, it was his wife that saved him again. Her appearance caused the weakened purity flames to regain its source, surging in power once more to balance out chaos. As for what happened after this, Dian was able to act on the comprehension that had given him tranquility during the dying breaths of Saru and Lilith. He hadn't managed to grasp all the secrets of life and death, but he had grasped all the secrets of reincarnation after so many epochs of study. However, this wasn't enough. Stealing his heart, Dian watched his wife die before him for the 9th time. He stayed by her side with a smile on his face, enjoying the life together they never got to have on the mortal plane. And like that, he witnessed the cycle of life and death intimately, 9 total times. From that day onward, the nameless immortal god wasn't seen on the immortal plane again. Dian looked down at the raging flames on his body. So that's where all this rage comes from. Dian closed his eyes and took a breath. You are you and I am me. He suddenly said, we are no longer the same person. Dian felt his nascent soul. It had a bit of an evil character to it, almost like a handsome villain without qualms for right and wrong. And then his body began to change once more. Dian glanced indifferently toward the smirking nascent soul. At this moment, a second corporeal body had appeared within his mind's eye, facing his nascent soul as though facing off against an enemy. One would have never expected that the reason Dian's soul was chained wasn't due to the fact his body wouldn't be able to handle its full strength, but rather due to the fact he didn't trust his own nature. If his soul awakened so early on when he was still an impressionable little boy, he might not grow up to the point of reaching this point. It was very likely that he would already have become a murderer, hated by all, maybe even the reincarnation of his wives. As a man who had transcended past the constraints of the heavens, something like his body lacking the strength to hold his soul had long since been solved by him. It was a simple matter even to hold an immortal god soul within a mortal's body, or even a soul that surpassed the immortal god realm within such a body. After all, wasn't that what he had already done? The reason why this incarnation of Dian suffered from such backlash from having too strong of a soul wasn't due to the power of the soul itself, but rather because of his lack of control over the power it leaked. As a result, it had to be restrained. But now that his memories had awakened, such a thing was no longer an issue. His current soul was only marginally weaker than it had been in his last life, and that's only because it was still relying on a Tao heart to maintain its existence. Dian at his pinnacle had long since not needed such a thing. Or, more accurately, his Tao heart had left the 9 stages known by the immortal plane and had left the restraints of the heavens. Do you know what you're saying? You don't want anything to do with me? You are you and I am me, is it? The nascent soul spoke with a sinister smile. Surprisingly, his tone didn't sound evil or raspy. It sounded no different from Dian's real voice. It held the deep character of a man, but wasn't too low. It was commanding and even somewhat gentle, as though uncaring for the response of the person the words were directed at. He spoke more so for his own amusement rather than for communicating with the world, because the world itself was already beneath him. The matters of the past are unrelated to me any longer. Ha! I knew you would do this. Even to your own self, you're always so arrogant. Just now, you, or I guess we, directed the strength of this last chain shattering toward that nosy elf that was poking their nose around our business. By now, the elven hegemon will have gotten news that one of their immortal gods has died, and by the energy fluctuations, they'll definitely be able to tell it's you. Even further than that, due to their dealings with the world tree. They already know you've reincarnated and don't have your previous strength. So what? You want to banish me and cripple the strength you just gained? Even if our body doesn't have the power it once did, our soul is already strong enough to walk through this so-called immortal plane unimpeded. But you don't want that, huh? Dian faced the nascent soul, feeling somewhat bored. He was already so arrogant in the past, but now, it felt that even a peak immortal god would be regarded as an ant to him. He found it hard to care enough to exchange any more words even with his own nascent soul. But at the same time, the laughter of his nascent soul was also a side of him. Despite knowing that he would die soon, He laughed heartily and even joked around, not feeling pressured in the slightest. Nameless, immortal god or not, Dian was still Dian. His personality hadn't changed. It was just that the things that had been obscuring his vision in the past had cleared up and the confusion that had fogged his mind was now gone. All right, I've said enough. I've had my fun. Since you want to get rid of me, so be it. After all, we're one in the same regardless. Plus, I have a feeling that even if you get rid of me, there'll still be quite a bit of darkness left in you. At the very least, that dragon hegemon is definitely finished. Dian's laughter filled the mind's eye. Once again, Dian was still Dian. Just like Junior was still Dian. The very same way Junior willingly sacrificed himself, this nascent soul didn't have a problem with doing it either. Admitting defeat to another person was impossible, but when it came to helping themselves, why not? The truth was that if it was only a matter between themselves, no matter what version of Dian it was, they would never admit defeat, even to themselves. However, the reason this nascent soul and the reason Junior accepted their losses was for the very same reason. Love. Of course, it wasn't love toward themselves, but rather, love toward their wives. They knew well which of them had the highest percentage chance of rising to the top. And so, without hesitation, they bowed their heads. Regardless of which of them it was, that love they felt never wavered. Dian watched silently as his nascent soul burned in a sea of white illusory flames. He realized now that the reason burning his soul never really affected him wasn't because he was immune to it, but rather because the core of his soul was too powerful. He was burning to what was akin to not even a percent of a percent of a percent's percent of his soul. The real number was likely even more exaggerated than this. As a result, recovering was simply too easy. Now, however, he was truly burning his soul. He wasn't doing it for power. Rather, he was purifying the influence his last life had on him. Could only be said that the heavens were truly damnable. It did everything it could in his first life to send him toward the path of death and destruction. The amount of pain and suffering he caused wasn't minuscule, however, at least in the beginning, it had always been aimed toward his enemies. It wasn't until the deaths of his 7th and 8th wives that he truly became a devil incarnate, only to be saved by Madeline. However, what Dian had learned through all this time was that innate disposition wasn't the most important part of a person. To now, he had experienced 109 lifetimes, 108 since his first life. He perfected his master's cycle of reincarnation origin grade technique and experienced the vicissitudes of life. In those times, sometimes he would meet a reincarnation of his wife, fall in love and live a happy life. Sometimes he would meet 2 or even 3 of them. And sometimes he would die before even finding them. It was only in this life that he finally found all 8. Not only that, but he had even found his daughter, something that filled him with endless joy. The heir of the Angel clan and the character for the second trial of the Epistemic Tower was exactly one of these lives that he experienced, a life he just so happened to come across 2 of his wives in. Unfortunately, it ended in tragedy, but the ending made it all worth it. The only question left was why Dian was doing this. Why is it that he was burning away his soul and giving away the power he had just awakened? The reason was twofold. In fact, both reasons were incredibly important. The first was because his soul was the only remainder of his first body and the only thing left in existence that transcended the heavens. If Dian used it as a sacrifice, then he would be able to open up the path for his body, comprehension and chi to truly do so as well. If he followed the same path as his last life, even if he had the knowledge he had already accumulated, it would take him several millions of years to succeed. Even if this was still better than the trillions it had already taken him, he didn't have the luxury to wait. Now that Dian had awakened his memories, he realized that the matter concerning his junior brother wasn't so simple any longer. His naive self would think that maybe the entity managed to find a way to descend to the mortal plane through special means. But his current self wasn't so lacking in information. Even with the strength he possessed in his first life, strength that surpassed even the heavens themselves, he would still need to pay a heavy price to descend to the mortal plane. It wouldn't put him at death's door, but it would definitely be taxing even for him. Dian knew well that his junior brother didn't have the ability to pay such a price. As for who helped him, Dian's gaze could only narrow. the laws of the plane around him shattering beneath his rage. Even after several moments, it seemed the incredibly sturdy space of the immortal plane refused to mend itself back together. As for the second reason Diane was doing this, though it was objectively just as important as the first reason in Diane's biased opinion, it was even more important. Diane wanted to be himself. He didn't want to rely on some past life like some sort of cheat code. He was aware that this person was himself. He was aware that this was hard work he himself had already bled for. But still didn't sit right with him. He wasn't making an immature decision, nor was it rash. He had a reason even for these thoughts. During his 109th life, the timeline of the mortal plane split into two. There was the version of him who met Jade's elder self and the version who failed to do so. In the latter version, he lost his edge, becoming a careful man. Though he still eventually subjugated the mortal plane and became its sole ruler. To a man like Diane who could have subjugated even the immortal plane in his prime, did he care about such an accomplishment? The memories of that timeline left him wanting to vomit with disgust. Was that person really him? The kind who bided his time and schemes in the darkness? If that person was him, he completely rejected it. Even if it was in a limb of his, he would sever it completely and live without an arm. What mattered most wasn't your predisposition. What mattered most was the decision you made along your path in life. That version of himself chose to be a sniveling coward and eventually lost. The version of him encompassed by his nascent soul lost himself to despair and became a murderous scourge. As for this version of him, he wouldn't become either of these things. He would become the true Diane Sacharo, the one who could make his wives proud. The one who could arrogantly look down at the world without becoming the killing machine the heavens wanted him to become. As the last bits of his former soul were purified, Diane roared into the skies. It was a roar heard all across the immortal plane. I, the nameless immortal god, Diane Sacharo, am back. I, the nameless immortal god, Diane Sacharo, am back. In that moment, several old men across the immortal plane were startled from their deep slumbers. Some of them had been in deep meditation, other of them had been in true deep sleep, while others had been silently spending the last of their days in a rocking chair not much unlike Abraxas. Cold shivers pervaded their hearts and sweat began to pour down from their foreheads. They all felt it. That demon, that murderous blight on their immortal plane. He was back. The immortal plane was incredibly vast. As a result, in the past, they had no small number of hegemons. After all, with so many star segments to control, it was impossible for a handful to oversee them all, especially with the poor reproductive rates of immortals. However, now there were less than 10 of them. Why was this? Why else if not for the fact the nameless immortal god wiped them from existence for offending him in one way or another? They had thought that, after so many years of dormancy, they had finally rid themselves of this worry. But who was the bastard who pissed this man off again? If they could find them, they would most definitely wring their necks until there was no blood left in their bodies. However, though these old men had these thoughts, since they had managed to survive so long, their hegemons obviously couldn't compare to the ones of the past. And, since that man had been gone for so long, they had had time to consolidate the resources of the plane around themselves. In the elven hegemon, Clarice is dead. The place was exactly how you might imagine an elven haven. Even the meeting room was filled with signs of nature. Thrones created from the weaving bark of precious heavenly trees, flowers budding in the wake of their every step, and a gentle sunlight glow from the open ceiling above. However, the solemn expressions of the elven immortal gods paints a gloomier tale. As a hegemon, the elves had several thousand immortal gods. However, compared to the trillions upon trillions of people under their control, this number was really too minuscule. It was simply too difficult to raise immortal gods, and even harder to raise them above the lower immortal god realms. How is that possible? She died without even being able to send back a signal for help? We don't know a damn thing about her death in this way. Just when the elves were about to say more, a sudden violent pressure emitted from deep within their holy lands. Their complexions changed as they all looked toward the same place. Ancestor! They all cried out at once. Many of them here hadn't even been born when their ancestor last made his presence known. That was right, they had been born and even cultivated all the way up to the immortal god realm without ever seeing this person. Yet, this ancestor had suddenly let off a wave of energy. On the meeting grounds, a man suddenly narrowed his eyes. If the world tree were here, he would definitely recognize him as the very same man he reprimanded on the day Diane purged the elven bloodline from Re. He's back. A hoarse voice that was barely discernible as a woman came from the holy grounds. The words were vague, but it still sent a shiver down the spines of the elves. The man's face changed expressions several times. They had sent Clarice out on a mission to apprehend a man who was suspected of using the primordial een of an elf to impersonate them. It was a bit of an overkill, but they were simply following the clan's laws. The matters of primordial eens were exceptionally serious. They could have never imagined that she would die just like this. But, even further, was it a coincidence? That man also had a wife from the Eostre clan, did he not? He must have had her primordial een. Did he have a method of preserving it during his reincarnation? Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? That man came back at the exact same time Clarice's soul tablet shattered? There was definitely not such a good thing in the world. Suddenly, that man began to laugh uproariously. He laughed so hard that those around him began to look at him with weird gazes. Even the aura of their ancestor, which had been constantly increasing, receded a bit. The seniority of this man was not low. After all, he was alive when the Reaper of the martial world still reigned supreme. Though he wasn't their ancestor, his standing was not low in the least. It was several minutes before he finally reined himself in, a wild grin matting his handsome features. It's about time we seek revenge on that man. Even if he has wings, the nameless immortal god will cease to be. The man's handsome face twisted. Even so many years later, he would never forget how that man humiliated him. If it wasn't for a promise to Jade, he would have died 100 times over. In fact, the elven hegemon would likely follow in his footsteps. He was Gilpin, a man most likely to reach the pinnacle of the immortal god realm and stand side by side with their ancestor. Yet he had just one blight on his life. Now he had the chance to remedy it. With a sinister visage, the man began to describe what happened with the world tree. The more he spoke, the brighter the gazes of the elves became. Inform the other hegemons. The immortal plane will not suffer his rage again. This time he must be killed. The elven ancestor spoke once more before falling into silence. However, the excitement in her voice couldn't be concealed. She too wanted to see Diane fall. If you were going to fall for an elf, it should have been me. Since you dared to choose my rival, you can go ahead and die along with her. Diane awoke. Interestingly enough, his soul finally gave off the fluctuations of the immortal realm. It was unbelievably stifling. It was obvious that even an immortal god would have trouble stopping the trembling of their knees before him. Of course, after burning away his soul's strength to truly break free of heaven's shackles, he wasn't a match for an immortal god in an upfront battle. However, there was an aura to him that seemed to surpass presence, an aura that would make it hard even for someone objectively more powerful than him to lift a single finger. Not only had Diane's soul broken into the immortal realm, it had directly entered the peak venerable realm. Not only that, but mental energy was no longer a bottleneck to him. As a result, he could use his current abilities as a spiritual sage with impunity. Diane could have spent more time checking out the changes to his strength, but he stood instead, the two flames that had been coursing around him slowly receding. This wasn't because he felt he was working on borrowed time, but rather because there was something even more important to him. He walked toward Saru and Lilith, who were still in a daze. Their expressions kept flickering between familiarity and confusion, as though they were looking at a stranger. They had hardly reacted before Diane suddenly embraced the two of them, wrapping his arms around their slender waists. He was so large in comparison that he completely enveloped them both, a soft sigh leaving his lips as he breathed in their familiar delicate fragrances. Saru and Lilith felt frozen in the moment. In the last several decades, though they had teased Diane many times, the amount of reciprocation they received was minuscule. This could almost be considered the first time he made any sort of romantic advances toward them. "I'm sorry." Diane's voice entered their ears as his grip on them tightened. After regaining his memories, how could he not feel guilt? If he was being the most honest with himself, he didn't love all of his wives equally. This was just a fairy tale dishonest people told to make themselves feel better. The position Madeline held in his heart, his first wife, the first woman he had ever loved, was simply a level beyond. Had she not erased most of his memories of her before he transcended, he likely would have never fallen for a second woman. This was the brutal truth, this was the reality. Diane understood why Madeline had needed to do that. If he remembered her too clearly, his descent into madness would have only been quickened. The fact he had lost his wife due to the machinations of the heavens would have driven him insane. There was a reason why Diane, despite having met Clara first in his life, didn't open up his heart until he met Madeline. She was the woman most suited to be his wife, the woman most suited to be his empress, to sit atop the world with him. However, even with this being the case, fate likes to play tricks on people. Due to Madeline's actions, Diane tried to fill his heart with others. And though their place in his heart wasn't as grand, there was a place nonetheless. Saru and Lilith were his wives. They were his wives, yet he always tried to keep a distance from them. It was already hard enough for them to make a decision to share him without him making things even more difficult than they needed to be. The two women couldn't help but tremble beneath Diane's touch. After a while, Diane pulled back, smiling gently as he tapped each of their foreheads once with a finger. A blank look appeared on their faces for a moment before their gazes slowly cleared. At first, they looked around in confusion before their irises began to glow brightly. "Husband!" The two spoke in unison and leapt into Diane's arms, a flood of repressed memories coming back to them. They sobbed like two pitiful children. Diane couldn't help but smile. Saru and Lilith had known more than the previous Diane had about their situation, but more was about all. Even they hadn't grasped the full scope of everything. Though they had known their husband was powerful, they hadn't known that he was this powerful. It was only now that they retrieved their memories thanks to Diane's help that they realized just what all those vague hints really meant. In reality, Diane himself was the only one truly in the dark about everything. All of his wives had an inkling of something in one way or another, but they also subconsciously felt that they shouldn't say anything. Even those moments when Madeline tried, like in the Golden Flame mystical world, it was little Yin Anyang who stopped her. "Look at you two. You're grand immortal gods with countless followers, sobbing like babies." Saru and Lilith tried to rein in their tears after hearing these words. But Diane's next words made them set aside their rivalry and furiously pound on his chest as one. "Plus, if you keep weeping like this, I'll feel like a bad guy taking you two to bed. It's been so long since I've tasted you, you want your husband to wait even longer? How could I bear that?" Diane laughed heartily as their small fists hit his chest, sweeping up each of their plump bottoms in a hand and carrying their blushing figures to their bed. Diane was completely unlike a man who was aware that the whole of the immortal plane was in a frenzy, doing everything they could to come after his head. Instead, he indulged in his women with a wide smile on his face, the pants and moans of Saru and Lilith sounding like music to his ears. His palm was firmly pressed against the small of Lilith's back. Her ass curved upward, beads of sweat pouring down her delicate body and dripping down toward her head. Her lovely white hair was strewn about wildly as she buried her face into the pillows, her sonorous moans coming out like a muffled delicacy. She felt as though her body was being pierced through, Diane's rhythmic motions sending nose-bleeding ripples across her plump bottom every time a light smacking sound resounded. Every time Diane moved his hips forward, he used his hand to press even more firmly into her back, pulling her body back into his own. Every movement made Lilith feel as though she was losing her mind and only made her more grateful that her face was hidden from the world right now. In Diane's other arm, he held Saru's soft body close to his side, her mounds pressed into the side of chest, her hands wrapped around his neck with a clear unwillingness to let go. She had no need to breathe as an immortal, so why would she even bother coming back up from their deep kiss? Lilith's legs suddenly swung back and up, her body violently trembling as she wrapped them around the back of Diane's thighs before she fell limply to the bed. Diane grinned, swinging Saru from his side. She hardly had time to be shocked before she could only wrap her legs and arms around him with all her might, her consciousness slipping under the tidal wave of emotions. If the immortals of the immortal plane were aware what Diane was doing while they were diligently planning for his death, maybe they would pass out due to rage. But this was simply Diane's way of doing things. Diane was still Diane. His arrogance wasn't going anywhere. The elves? They could come. The dragons? They could come too. Hill Sword Mountain? They were more than welcome. In the same way he beat them down in his first life to the point where they no longer dared to raise their heads before him, he would just do it again. And this time might be their last. In a certain place, on a certain rocking chair, Abraxas was laughing uproariously like a jovial old man. His laughter was so grand that the entire star segment trembled. It wasn't a violent trembling, but rather almost like a light vibration, the kind one might get from a comfortable massage. He's back? He's back. First White Mother looked on with an excited look in her eye. He's been back for a long time, Abraxas said with a wide smile. Why didn't you tell me it was him? The First White Mother was obviously enraged. In the past, she had been pessimistic toward Diane's chances at defeating her second senior brother precisely because she wasn't her first senior brother. How could she not be embarrassed after finding out it had been him the entire time? This old geezer actually kept something like this from him. It was simply unforgivable. I have to go, she suddenly said. Don't be ridiculous, you'll only be sending yourself to die. Just stay here obediently. The First White Mother was the last disciple the old man had taken in and the weakest simply due to the fact she was the youngest. The truth was that the celestial beasts were the most ancient species of beast. So, their race was even older than Abraxas. If she really was the First White Mother, it would make more sense for her to be Abraxas' master rather than the other way around. But this was one of the abilities of the celestial beasts who were favored by the heavens. Unlike others, they had the ability to resurrect after being born onto the immortal plane. The First White Mother was exactly a reincarnation of her former self who had yet to reclaim her original strength. So, Abraxas wasn't wrong. She really would only be going to get herself killed if she went now. Though she was powerful, she was still vulnerable in a battle of immortal gods. Are we really not going to do anything? She asked with a frown. There is nothing we can do. If we interfere, we'll only be going off to our deaths. Things aren't so simple as a group of hegemons wanting to take him out. If it was only this, you could only say that those old fools had lost one too many brain cells. It isn't these hegemons that want this, but the heavens themselves, do you understand? This is the grandest tribulation to ever be sent down. If we interfere, we'll not only not make it easier, but we'll make it countless times harder as well. The most we can do is stay out of it. This is the best help we can provide. The First White Mother seemed to feel bitter after hearing these words, but she really couldn't find a way to refute them. They were correct. It was the heavens themselves that wanted Diane gone. It had already picked a successor to the task he failed to complete. While Diane was unfeeling toward the immortal gods who were coming for him, he had also seemingly forgotten to care about the soldier immortal gods' legacy world. But the truth of the matter was that to the current Diane, such a legacy world was nothing more than a joke. What Diane had always lacked in his life to this point was experience. He had all the intelligence he could ever need, but he lacked enough information and wisdom to make proper use of it. Most of the time, he could only make conjectures and educated guesses, which even sometimes ended with silly mistakes that could have been avoided. However, the current Diane didn't have such a problem. Simply put, Diane might have not had the individual battle strength of an immortal god currently. But a lower immortal god like the soldier immortal god was still nothing but an ant before him. When Diane reawakened his memories, his paused footsteps toward the city lord's mansion continued. Of course, by that point City Lord Wu had stepped out with his entourage of guards. However, Diane had already regained his calm. The blood-red pillar in the skies no longer fluctuated. The tears of blood on his face no longer fell, and he looked down toward the two heads in his head with a calm expression. His heart was no longer in disorder, He would give these two a proper burial after this was all over and never make such a mistake again. The heavens wanted him to be an unfeeling villain, but he had no interest in such a path. Madeline deserved better. She wanted a hero for a husband, so he would be a hero. It was as simple as that. Of course, since the heavens wanted him to be a villain so badly, he didn't mind indulging it for a bit. It's just that I wouldn't like the result very much at all. What proceeded was completely under Diane's control to an almost scary degree. According to Diane's original plan, he would use the death of his wife as a justifiable cause to rise up against the city lord. With his actions as law, he had already garnered the respect of the people of Een City. In this way, they would most likely have his back as well. Playing the role of the pitiful figure, he would attack the city lord mansion, something that would likely end in failure. Even with his Vajra body, though he could severely suppress even immortal gods and those below that rank were nothing but ants as long as it was active, it still wasn't quite enough for him to face up against such an existence. After he was on the verge of losing his life, the rest of his plan would kick into motion. His clones within the other three factions would make their move. Using their friendship as the four geniuses of this generation, they would use the support they gained to launch an assault on the mansion as well. With the devils attacking the city, the various factions were uniquely vulnerable to internal strife at the moment, so the plan would have likely reached this step without a hitch. Of course, the genius of the devils, the very one who exposed the Jones dukedom, was also one of Diane's clones. So, this could be a coordinated plan from both the inside and outside of the city. At this point, the city lord would be assaulted from all sides, all while under the suppression of Law's Vajra body, and would eventually die under Diane's various schemes. Diane predicted that this would complete the true main storyline. The key was to not only kill the city lord, but to also do it with the support of the people. If it was just as easy as killing a single person, then this legacy world would have never even had a second opening. However, the current Diane didn't need to go through so much trouble. Before him, the schemes and tricks of an immortal god were nothing more than parlor tricks. The truth was that immortal legacy worlds were different from mortal ones. Whereas mortal ones relied on the heavens' help, immortal legacy worlds, though the heavens were somewhat involved, relied almost entirely on one's origin source. As a result, no one below the immortal god realm could leave a legacy world behind. One's origin source acted as a foundation and the heavens filled in the gaps. This is why this world seems so real. However, it was exactly these parts that made such a world vulnerable. Diane's Vajra body moved, its 6 black gold halos rotating until a singular eye stopped at the top. Its eyelids slowly opened, causing the world to tremble. In those moments, it felt like existence itself might collapse. The skies rumbled and tore apart, leaving streaking of thunderous lightning and torn bits of space hovering in the air. Too many flaws, too easy. Oh, this clone is about to explode. There should be enough time. There. Law seemed to speak to himself as though he could feel an immortal god boring down on him. He pointed a finger, completely ignoring City Lord Wu, who had a livid expression on his face. For a moment it seemed like nothing would happen. But in the next instant the legacy world collapsed. The city, the artificial trees and plants, the devils, the puppets, it all collapsed, leaving a sea of blackness. In the end, all that was left was a single core, a world core. However, compared to the ones that Diane had seen, it was far too small, not even half the size of a fingernail. You guys handle the rest. These were Law's last words before he combusted and withered into the roots of a large flower. Clearly, using that manifestation had taken too much out of him, so he left it to his remaining clones. None of them even spared a glance toward the Well and Vio clan family members who hovered in the empty space with shocked expressions on their faces. Those poor souls couldn't even react by the time they were ejected from the black space and reappeared in Een City. But this time, the puppets stood blankly as if having lost their sentience. A light smacking sound resounded throughout the luxurious bedroom of the graveyard, causing Lilith to moan out in protest. With her face still buried into a pillow, she reached back with a hand and smacked Diane's hand away from her plump bottom, clearly telling him that she wanted to sleep for longer. After all, despite the fact she had awakened her memories and knew she had quite a bit of experience in these matters, this body was still the body of a virgin. Though she wasn't hurting, she was a bit sore. On top of this, having not been used to such activity, she was tired. Unfortunately for her, Diane ignored her pleas and happily sat cross-legged on their bed, kneading her cheeks as though they were the greatest toy ever created. As for Saru, she was using Diane's thigh as a pillow, a content smile on her face. Come on, you can't continue sleeping like this. You've just broken into the fourth facet, so I need to see if your sword nascent soul has formed properly. Diane's evil fingers slipped into a dark place, causing Lilith to shudder once more. Despite the soreness, the mixture of a dull pain and pleasure brought a pleasant, novel feeling she couldn't get enough of. Why did you stop? Lilith sounded displeased. Lilith squirmed back as though trying to find Diane's fingers again. Come, be more obedient. Diane lightly tapped her ass again, enjoying the elasticity. Lilith unwillingly slithered to his side, laying her head on Diane's other thigh. I prefer the old you better, he was nicer. You get your memories back and suddenly you're so chauvinistic again. Lilith muttered. Has nothing to do with chauvinism. Diane said righteously. I am just much more experienced than you. I'm just an elder guiding his junior. Your tone sounds very convincing, Lilith said. But why are you kneading my breasts if I'm just a junior? Diane coughed. Just a force of habit. Just a habit. Saru giggled lightly, her eyes still closed. It seemed she was just content to listen. As for Lilith, she rolled her eyes, smacking his hand away and pretending not to notice when it magically appeared on her chest once more. Let me see it, Diane suddenly said. Lilith smiled and flipped a palm, a golden sword that looked more like a knife appearing in her hand. This sword had a handle that was even longer than its blade. While its grip was over a foot long, the blade itself was barely half that length. In addition, while there was a handle wrapped in golden cloth, it had no guard, making the transition from handle to blade very abrupt and almost jarring. For lack of a better descriptor, though, this blade looked like an ornament or a family heirloom. Its appearance was almost cut and nothing like what one would expect from a sword. However, Diane was very much aware of just how dangerous this sword was. Among Diane's wives, there wasn't a single one who wasn't talented to an extreme. It could be said that the true reason none of them reached their true potential was his fault. Even though he had broken free from the heavens and shattered its hold on him, his wives had not. He was born to be the incarnate of evil, the reaper of the martial world, so terrible karma swirled around him at all times. As a result, his wives had suffered. But now everything would be different. He had already broken free of the heavens completely after burning his soul. As a result, its karma no longer had a hold on him, so his wives were now equally free. Thanks to this, Lilith finally accomplished her lifelong dream and forged her nascent soul into that of a sword. Along with this, she formed her Vajra body at the same time, fusing it into this sword as well. Her current power was something that could threaten even him in his current state. However, what was truly jaw-dropping were the abilities of this sword. Though Lilith had failed to fully form it in her first life, she had succeeded in part. She had managed to form her Vajra body, but hadn't managed to change the form of her nascent soul. But the abilities were still the same. This sword was named by her. It was called the Immortal Sword. It had just one ability, but it was devastating without comparison. This sword could increase its length to near infinity in a fraction of a single breath. It looked to be like a small knife now, but only they were aware that this sword would pierce from one end of a bubble world to another in the blink of an eye, severing it in half. Such an ability had reached the extremities of simplicity. When such a state was reached, even peak immortal gods would have to fear it. Even if Lilith wasn't as powerful as such entities now, if she was given time to grow, she wouldn't be any weaker than those ancestor-level characters of the various hegemons. Diane nodded in satisfaction. Since he was about to wreak some havoc, it was definitely for the best that his wife had the ability to protect herself. With her Vajra body sword, he didn't believe that anyone beneath the immortal god realm could pose a threat to her. Now, how about you? Diane asked, pinching Saru's little nose. "What? You want me to open up my heart for you to see?" Though Saru had said these words with a teasing tone, there was something incredibly serene about her voice, as though nothing could enrage her any longer. That said, this is really what she would have to do for Diane to see her improvements. Saru had a rare variant of Vajra body that fused into her true body. It was the incarnation of her heart sutra. This Vajra body made her heart, an organ that was usually the weakest part of the body, the absolute strongest. In fact, despite being a body cultivator, it was likely harder to pierce Saru's heart now than it was to break all of the bones in her body. Considering how tough the bodies of body cultivators were, this was an obscene realization. With the help of her Vajra body heart, her bodily strength would reach an inconceivable level. Even now, if she activated it with nothing more than her body, she could defeat immortal law experts with a punch from her fists. If it wasn't for the limitations of the rest of her body, the result would be even more exaggerated. On top of this, these were only the outward and most obvious effects of her heart Vajra body. In addition to this, there were many other benefits. For one, her blood essence would continually be purified. Secondly, this purification would accelerate her body cultivation. Thirdly, even without actively refining her body, she would continuously grow in strength. And, maybe most importantly, this was just the first stage of her Vajra body. There was an evolutionary path that would one day allow all of her viscera to enter this state. When this day came, she'd be likely one of the very few who could battle Lilith in a head-on fight. Aside from this, the Vajra body had a soothing effect on her spirit, allowing her to remain in a peak sense of calm no matter the situation. This would not only allow her mental energy to surpass others, but she would be capable of maintaining her peak battle prowess no matter what the situation she faced was. These results alone were enough to prove just how talented Diane's wives were. There were not even a handful of individuals now who had Vajra bodies, yet another two had suddenly appeared the moment they regained their memories and dual cultivated with Diane. Diane smiled hearing Saru's teasing words but didn't press her about it. It was true, he could just take a peek at it with his immortal sense if he really wanted to. "What do you want to do now?" Lilith asked, playing with a sword that could destroy worlds with her slender fingers. "Well," Diane waves a hand and a corpse appears in the air. It had only a single bloody hole that went through its forehead, yet it somehow couldn't hide its beauty at all. The gorgeous presence of a female elf who had advanced into the immortal god realm was too difficult to hide. This was none other than Clarice, the elf that was sent to investigate the matter surrounding Jade's primordial Een. Diane hadn't been able to control the explosion of the energy hidden within the chains that held his soul in the past. But, this time, with it being the last chain, he had regained his memories quickly enough to make use of it. Using his experience, he controlled the surge of energy and used it to kill this immortal god. Since that idiot really dared to inform the elves, he can only blame himself for their destruction. I didn't touch the elves in the past for little Jade's sake. But since her Eos Trey clan has forgotten the kindness of their ancestor and even dared to return to that hypocritical bunch, I don't mind eradicating them. You can indeed do a lot with the corpse of a lower immortal god as a foundation. Lilith nodded. I was a bit naive when my memories were sealed, so my approaches weren't perfect. But it wasn't completely without merit. It allowed me to approach some things in a way I never have before. With this corpse, a few void beasts and the blood sprite, I should be able to give them a good surprise. Of course, that little immortal god's legacy world could be useful too. The Een Soldier Immortal God's Legacy World had one thing useful to the current Diane: a Een Earth World Core. What he had taken before was the former's origin source, but after supplementation with the help of the heavens, the world had formed a true world core as well. In fact, that's exactly what Diane's clones were doing currently. They were currently siphoning energy away and sending it to him. If others knew he was cultivating now while leisurely catching up with his wives, who knew how they would react? But to the current Diane, such things were just a joke. Before awakening his memories, it would take years to balance a world core and absorb the energies he needed. Now, however, a few days were what he needed at most. And, unfortunately for his enemies, getting here would take time even for them. Not to mention the fact they had no idea that he would brazenly not even try to escape, so they were likely planning out a way to corner him and hadn't even set off yet. By the time they'd be ready, Diane would be ready too. Oh, Cookin entered the legacy world too, huh? I wouldn't mind teasing her a bit. Diane thought with an amused smile before pouncing onto Saru and Lilith again. A few days later, hundreds of Diane's clones opened their eyes at once, finding themselves in a calm world with two hovering stars. One of the stars had a dark gold hue that bordered on a dark mustard color. The other was an emerald green that was almost too bright to look at directly. Of course, the former was a Yin Earth attribute world core and the latter was a Yang Wind attribute world core. The Yin soldier immortal god of course had no ability to form these on his own. It was due to the heavens filling in the gaps of his origin source that the Yin Earth world core was able to be formed. The Yin soldier immortal god was an expert in puppets and was especially into researching the truth of the soul. His path eventually led him to trying to fuse the essence of the soul into the body. His thoughts were quite similar to mortals. The mortal world had never found evidence of the soul, so it was assumed that all consciousness was organic in some form. The Yin soldier immortal god wanted to first create a puppet with these characteristics before slowly finding the path of evolution toward forming a true soul. Of course, he died long before he succeeded. In Diane's opinion, he hadn't even succeeded in finding the path toward just the first step. However, his research still benefited Diane. Due to his attempts to create bodies imbued with the essence of the soul and spirit, he diverged toward the path of Yin. Manipulations of the soul, necromancy, and the like were all related to the path of Yin. By coincidence, this resulted in the Yin soldier immortal god creating a special type of puppet forging material that just so happened to have high Yin Earth attributes. Because this was his specialization, he ended up molding his origin source out of this material. After reaching this step, the rest was obvious. Since the heavens used his origin source as the foundation for this legacy world, it ended up having a Yin Earth world core. This, of course, benefited Diane greatly because now the foundation of his body could be considered complete. By now, it was also clear that the Emerald Star had been the result of Diane balancing out this Yin Earth world core. Of course, having multiple clones working on it at once made this process incredibly fast. In the end, Diane only needed what amounted to barely 2 days. With a thought, Diane's clones withered into dying flower petals. The last clone waved a hand to allow a newly minted clone to be formed in the comm space before withering as well. Diane cracked his neck and took a step in a seemingly aimless direction before vanishing to reappear above Yin City. Of course, since he didn't bother to hide his appearance this time, his appearance caused no small amount of shock. How could they not know the face of the young man with such a high bounty on his head? You! Barolt's eyes almost bulged out from their sockets. Return my amethyst to me. His roar should have been enough to shake the city. But for some reason, the way it echoed made it feel like a small stone thrown into the ocean. It felt that the Diane before him now was exactly this vast ocean he had tried to disturb. He somehow felt that his voice didn't even reach this lofty being standing in the skies above him. Barolt wasn't the only one shaken right now. Cookin, who was in disguise amidst the crowd, was trembling as well. Earlier, she had sensed her primordial Yin within one of Diane's clones. No, she had sensed it years ago. The trouble was that the clone using it was exactly that genius devil youth who exposed the Jones dukedom. As a result, she was left in utter confusion. It was only now that she had a faint understanding of what had happened. They had been clones, all of them had been clones. And the very man she had been hunting previously was the one who owned them. Obviously, Cookin hadn't come here knowing that Diane was here as well. She had just been passing by. After failing to find Diane, her target, after so long, she heard about the opening of the Immortal Legacy world. With her strength as a peak Immortal Celestial expert, gaining a spot was as easy as breathing in this weak star segment. In fact, after completing a few storylines, she had succeeded in finally breaking through and entering the Immortal Lore realm. There you are. Diane's gaze suddenly locked onto her, causing her to tremble. It felt that just by meeting his gaze, she was falling into a deep abyss. It was only for a moment, but her eyes rolled back into her head, and she directly fainted, completely unable to lift even a single finger. Diane shook his head at this scene. Such weak will. How could you be worthy of being the master of my wife? Diane's sigh held a bit of apathy. Whatever, your bloodline along with the bloodline of that little phoenix girl are both very useful to me. Either way, the Kitsune hegemon is no more, so think of this as an opportunity. Kukin's body flew into the skies and into Diane's hands. He held her under his arm like a sack of potatoes, not having even a bit of gentleness toward the beauty in his arms. As far as he was concerned, she was lucky he wasn't dragging her along by her tail. Just when Diane was about to turn to leave, he suddenly remembered something and smirked. The things that Diane Sacharo give out aren't so easy to take advantage of. Diane suddenly snapped his fingers and Barolt felt that his dantian had suddenly become bloated. To enter the immortal law realm, one had to condense the laws of their comprehension into their dantians. Overlords bypassed this by condensing their Tao arrays into the mind's eye. However, at that moment, laws Barolt thought were his own suddenly spun out of his control. His last expression was one of grief and hatred before his body exploded into a rain of flesh and blood. Like this, Barolt's life, the life of a newly advanced immortal law expert, was snuffed out just like this. There was no grand fanfare, nor was it dragged out for some long, conceited revenge. With the simple snap of 2 fingers, it was over. In truth, Diane had barely finished his first step toward his path to leave when this retired patriarch was already forgotten by him. Such an ant wasn't worthy of taking up space in his memories. As he walked toward his destination, Diane took out a familiar mask. It was his lightning willow mask, the very one that he had gained as a reward for his second trial. But the look he had while looking at it now was completely unlike it had been in the past, and completely unlike a look he should have had for a treasure he had ignored for so long. Don't worry, old friend. I'll let you spread your wings soon. Diane smiled lightly. If it wasn't for the fact Kukin was hooked under one of his arms, he might have been stroking the mask lovingly. It would be easier to bring you back if I just sacrificed that little girl Amethyst, but my Madeline would probably be upset if I did that, so just be a little more patient. At that moment, the sonorous call of a bird rang through the skies of Een City, the mask in Diane's hands vibrating. Just this simple call caused the immortals who had been standing in shock to faint, blood leaking from their 7 orifices. The last sounds they heard before their deaths was Diane's laughter. It didn't sound sinister as one might have expected. Rather, it was filled with joy as though he was greeting an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. With all of the matters of the immortal legacy world properly handled, Diane felt he could finally get down to business. What he wanted to do was to turn this legacy world into his base of operations. If it was up to him, he wouldn't touch such a weak legacy world with a 10-foot pole. But he had to work with what he had now. He might have regained his memories, but he still had to limit himself in some respects. That said, no matter how weak he was now in comparison with his former self, if given enough time to prepare, there was no one on this plane who could stay alive after failing to take him seriously. It was obvious that those immortal gods knew this, or else they wouldn't be so carefully planning their next steps. But ultimately, Diane was still the arrogant, infuriating existence that was so good as pissing others off no matter what lifetime was being spoken of. If he had really wanted to, considering how much of his 109th life he had already planned out, couldn't he have left enough contingency plans? If he was able to plan even which bubble world Amethyst actions would send him to, how could he not have a plan to deal with the immortal gods who were now coming after him? However, there were 2 reasons he hadn't. Firstly, this matter was more complicated than it seemed on the surface. Diane's real opponents weren't these immortal gods. Even if they were immortal gods, he still saw them as ants, albeit ants that were a bit larger. His true opponents were the heavens. He might have broken free from it by sacrificing his soul, but things wouldn't end so easily. It was fine if he laid out diligent plans for up until he regained his memories, but once he did, the heavens would have its sights completely focused on him. What would happen in such a case if he had pre-planned routes to take? Wouldn't it be too easy for the heavens to cause everything to go awry? Comparatively, if even Diane himself didn't know what all of his next steps were, it would be harder for the heavens to intervene. After all, it wasn't as though the heavens were a tangible being. The methods by which it could interfere were enigmatic and difficult to comprehend even for immortal gods. Dian had to be quick, clever, and flexible. He could constrain himself to a single plan because those ants that were dreaming of taking down his legend were receiving help from a beast even he didn't dare to underestimate. As for what the second reason was, it was a reason that should those ants be aware of it, they just might spew blood in the midst of overflowing emotions of rage and anger. His thoughts were simple. Where would the fun in that be? He had spent too long unmatched, unrivaled. There was nothing he loved more than to conquer a new challenge, to subdue a new mountain, to grasp a new height. It made his heart beat wildly with excitement and made his blood rush like the crashing rides of a tsunami. It was the reason he mastered so many disciplines in his youth. He didn't care about the weapon, the method, the profession. As long as he could crush others, that was his greatest happiness. In the end, the heavens were his only remaining opponent, and this was why alchemy became his only remaining love. Only through alchemy could he directly challenge the heavens again and again and again. And in this lifetime, he would crush the heavens as well to the point even it didn't dare to raise its head. In a remote bubble world of the immortal plane, a delicate beauty with flowing violet hair could be found playing the zither. Her slender fingers plucked at the strings with an elegant grace, producing a mesmerizing tale of grand adventures and tall aspirations. At that moment, the sparkling zither pavilion was filled with a crowd of people, but there wasn't a drop of sound outside the plucking of these strings. They all seemed to have completely lost their minds in the story she was weaving, unable to extricate themselves. The truth was that there were many other beauties in this place. Some of them could even be found on the laps of these patrons. But the most attention they received was an absent-minded hand pinching at their plump butts or slipping into the deep ravines of their cleavage. And even then, these experienced women could easily tell that the men who took such bold, perverted actions were secretly pretending that the sensitive body parts they touched were actually those of another woman entirely. It was at that moment that another man suddenly appeared. The entry of another so late into the game, despite the fact he didn't truly make any noise, filled them all with displeasure. Even though all he had done was walk through a door, they still felt that he had already ruined the atmosphere. Let alone walk. Most of them didn't even dare to breathe too hard for fear that her magical fingers would stop. However, if this made them angry, then what happened next was several levels more infuriating. "What the hell are you doing here?" the man said without reserve, drowning out the music. "I set you free, yet you end up in a brothel? I hope you have a good explanation, or else I'll kill you now." The words of the young man were emotionless, but there was a cold edge to them that felt like an ice blade piercing into their hearts. The music stopped abruptly and one of the strings of the beauty's zither broke, filling the air with a twang sound that traveled through their bones. Amethyst felt as though she had been frozen in time. The weight on her chest right now made her feel as though an elephant was stomping down on her. There was no emotion in the voice she had just heard. She could even feel the killing intent, but it was exactly this that made shivers run down her spine. Murdering on a whim, controlling life without a thought. Killing to the point of apathy. Her fingers uncontrollably trembled and a cold sweat fell down her delicate back. Even if she wanted to speak now, she had no ability to do so. Of course, she recognized the young man. Who else could it be if not Dian? She had believed that this young man was running and would never dare show his face out in the open like this, but never could she have imagined that he would come here and so casually at that. He didn't seem to care that the Void Coalition had set a bounty on his head. As for Dian himself, his words really weren't a bluff. If Amethyst didn't have a good explanation for her actions, he really would kill her without a thought. He wasn't some madman. It wasn't as though he went around to brothels in his free time, slaughtering women who made their own choices simply because he didn't like it. Quite frankly, he simply didn't care what these women did. It had nothing to do with him. But Amethyst was different. As far as he was concerned, she was no longer representing herself alone. She was representing his wife. By laws of seniority, she was half a master to his wife's master. Working in a brothel? She was better off dead. Diane didn't care if she was a high-class prostitute that only sold her talents. When had his, Diane Sicharo's wife, have to sell herself in any way to anyone? If the master had to do so, wouldn't that imply that the disciple had to do so as well? Anyone who even completed such thoughts only deserved a death sentence in Diane's opinion. And the person who caused such thoughts to brew was even more responsible. It could only be said that after awakening his memories, Diane had become several times more conservative. In the past, though Madeline hadn't sold herself, she had still been the boss of a similar establishment due to her connection with the Flaming Lily sect. Back then, Diane hadn't had any weird feelings about it. He hadn't even spared it a second thought. This was only natural. The version of himself with slumbering memories was raised in the mortal world. In such a place, even a wife having a few partners before settling down with the man she loved the most wasn't a weird occurrence. In fact, it was encouraged in many parts of the world. As a result, Diane was more free-thinking and open-minded. However, it was almost impossible for a few hundred years' worth of memories to override trillions. As far as Diane was concerned, he had already given those memories enough face. Had he not had those memories of the mortal world, he would have destroyed this sparkling zither pavilion and massacred everyone in it first before he even began to question Amethyst to decide whether or not she should follow them to their deaths. In his mind, they should be grateful for his magnanimity. I. Amethyst felt so stifled that she began to cry like a toddler, unable to finish her words. At that moment, a taller beauty with an aura so sharp it made her impossible to glance directly at, and a shorter beauty with delicate brown skin and a presence as heavy as a mountain suddenly appeared before Diane. "You two are planning on stopping me?" Diane asked expressionlessly. "And so what if we are?" Lilith put her hands on her hips. "If we didn't appear, you really would kill her. She deserves death." Diane replied in a monotone manner. Saru ignored Diane and had already gone to console the crying Amethyst. She truly looked too pitiful. The moment she got the slightest hint of support, she practically leapt into Saru's arms. "Be more lenient or else you'll have no choice but to come to a brothel too," Lilith said in a stern manner. At this point, Diane was speechless. After she said such a thing, how would he maintain his imposing demeanor? Was this even fair? It seemed these two were very much aware that they had special privileges others didn't as his wives, and they clearly took full advantage of it. Seeing Diane not knowing how to respond and the fact his expressionless visage had cracked thanks to his now twitching lip, Lilith grinned, reveling in her victory. The two of them had spent many decades with Amethyst. Even if she came here of her own free will, they wouldn't sit idly by while she was killed like this. One might think that their old memories might override the new ones much like Diane's had in large part. However, there were two important matters to consider. Firstly, they hadn't lived for trillions of years like Diane had. But that truth could be set aside because even if it wasn't that long, it was still billions at the very least. The second and most important point was that they had a good impression of Amethyst while Diane had never had one. No matter how Diane's old memories had overrides his new ones, it wasn't like he could say such a thing to his own master if she was sitting here. If it really was Esmeralda who was in Amethyst's place, wouldn't the connotation be similar? However, there was no way that Diane would threaten to kill the master that helped raise him up in this life. Ultimately, it was simply a matter of him not liking Amethyst very much. Who asked her to try to kill him the moment she first laid eyes on him? She could only blame herself. Many hours later, long after Diane had left the destroyed front gate of sparkling Zither Pavilion, Amethyst had finally calmed down enough to explain what happened. She had indeed joined of her own free will. After leaving the Well clans, it was a bit difficult for her to make it out on her own. Even if she wanted to make it back to the Phoenix Hegemon, it would take thousands of years of travel at the very least. She didn't have any resources and her knowledge of the outside world was too lacking. So, since Diane so unceremoniously kicked her away without leaving her any help, she could only try to make her own way. Travel across the immortal plane simply took too long. Even the immortal god they sent after Diane took the several years Diane spent within the Een Soldier immortal legacy world to finally make it within striking distance of him. It was just a pity for her that the moment she got close, he pierced through the final bits of his restriction and used it to kill her. The most pitiful part, actually, was that immortal god hadn't even been aware that Diane was her target. She was simply caught a whiff of his breakthrough into the fourth facet and began making her way in his direction to investigate. Then, years later, his final chain broke just when she was about to find him. Could only be said that her luck was terrible. Eventually, maybe by coincidence, Amethyst ended up taking up the same profession cooking and became an immortal hunter. She had joined the sparkling zither pavilion for many years because she had reason to believe that one of her targets liked to frequent it. However, frequent, in the mind of immortals, could be anything from once a day to once a decade. So Amethyst was settling into her role so that her target wouldn't find her sudden appearance to be suspicious to her target. Ultimately, Diane had wronged her a bit, but he had no intention to apologize. Days later, Cookin woke up to find herself in a lab with silver tables and bright lights. When her eyes landed on Diane, she almost fainted again, thinking that she had landed in the hands of some pervert that was about to dissect her. "You're finally awake? You're really too pathetic to be considered a half-master of my wife. If I don't do something about this, the immortal plane will think I became soft." Cookin's expression warped at these words and her head whipped around to find a route to escape, only for her to find a pair of violet eyes looking back at her with a pitying gaze. Who could understand what Cookin was going through now better than Amethyst? In the next moment, though, the two women forgot their fear and helplessness, only to have those two emotions replaced by a searing rage. "Let's get down to business then." Diane wiped his hands almost too diligently. "I feel a wave of disgust whenever I remember I have the primordial een of you two within my body. Luckily for me and for you, there's a solution to this. I will use them as a replacement for your faith seeds and help you reconstruct your foundations. By then, you two will be perfect transcendents with perfected mortal bodies. With my help, I guess you'll be barely worthy of having some connection to my wives." To the side, Saru and Lilith looked at one another before rolling their eyes. Their husband was such a troll. What do you mean by this? Is this really possible?" Amethyst's anger faded into astonishment. She wasn't sure of how to respond after hearing Diane's words. Cookin was shocked as well, but of course it wasn't to the same extent. The reason was that her and Amethyst were simply different in this regard. Amethyst lost herself to revenge in her youth. As a result, instead of diligently building up her foundation step by step and doing her best to perfect her path of cultivation, she almost blindly sought after power, doing everything she could to maximize her strength in the shortest period of time. It had to be remembered that Amethyst's parents were pushed to the door of death simply for loving one another. Her father died protecting her pregnant mother, and her mother used her last breaths to send her to safety. The rage she had toward the Ice and Fire Phoenix clans were immeasurable. The truth was that when Diane mentioned her returning to the Phoenix Hegemon, she was still hesitant. Even though those who pushed her parents to death weren't on this immortal plane, it was the rules and laws those that were here imposed on the next generations that caused her parents to suffer like they had. She found great irony in the fact that the Phoenix Hegemon was a singular figurehead on the immortal plane, and she constantly asked herself why it was they hated each other so much on the mortal plane. Regardless, this was a matter of the past. However, those matters of the past influenced her even to this very day. If it wasn't for those occurrences, then how is it that, with her talent, she could have failed to perfect her mortal body? To Amethyst, the idea of having another chance to do so was like someone who had fallen into the darkness having a chance to see the light again. It was her dream to return to the Phoenix Hegemon, not so that she could rely on them, but so that she could grow powerful enough to change their ways and make the path for the coming generations better than what she had to face herself. However, for Cookin, these matters had a different connotation. While Cookin was talented, her affinity was simply too treacherous. It could be said that every 10 points of talent she had was worth 1 point when scaled to that of another. The reason for this was due to the fact that void affinity was a double-edged sword. To lord over the void was to have strength others could only dream of, but at the same time, controlling it was also countless times more difficult. Compared to someone with high fire affinity, for example, she had to have 10 times the talent just to display the same level of control. Of course, there was a benefit to this as well. She was usually far more powerful than those of a similar cultivation and talent to herself. This was the power of the void. As things stood now, she was probably the only void kitsune left in existence. If it wasn't because she could take advantage of her affinity to hide and skulk around in the shadows, she would have likely ended up in someone else's research lab a very long time ago. This was all to say that to her, the perfection of a mortal body meant much less. Unless she could somehow grasp her void will even more firmly, she would never ascend to the top of the immortal plane. The truth was that right now, she was already far more powerful than a transcendent who had perfected their mortal body despite having not succeeded in doing so herself. It was just that Diane still managed to make her look like a joke, something that left her incomparably aggrieved. Of course it's possible, Diane replied casually. Though, for one of you, it will be more complicated. I've already sacrificed your primordial Een once before. Extracting what I need from it will be more complicated. But for me, it's not really a big deal. Diane's gaze landed on Kukin was still lying on the steel table. This was true. When he broke Ri's connection with the world tree, he had sacrificed Kukin's primordial Een. But what Diane needed wasn't the whole, he just needed some of the laws within it. He didn't even need the original law. He could just copy it if he had sufficient energy. It's just that it was less taxing to use the primordial Een directly since the energy was already there. The reason he didn't feel worried about copying Kukin's is because the energy he needed for hers was quite literally all around them. What the immortal plane was lacking in the least was void chi. Let alone copying a small part, even rebuilding a copy of the whole would be as easy as breathing. Diane only needed to do one thing to make things even easier on himself. In his last life, he never relied on the primordial Een of his wives. For one, he was too arrogant to do so, and secondly, he was always subconsciously drawing a line between himself and them. However, the Diane of now knew that the key to defeating the heavens was to stop solely relying on himself. It was this thought process that caused him to ultimately lose even when, by all rights, he stood unmatched in the world. What a shameful thing. I really had to seal my own wife's primordial Een because I was too weak. Diane chuckled to himself, finding the matter to be quite amusing on several levels. Come. At that moment, Diane's inner world went into an upheaval as Luna's primordial Een slowly rose from the ground. If it could be said that Diane diligently planned every step of his several lives, then it could also be said that Luna was one of his greatest trump cards. Compared to Diane's other wives, Diane didn't fall for Luna by normal means. It could be said that if not for his little girl's existence, even though he had shared a bed with Luna and even taken her virginity, he wouldn't have spared her another glance. This was simply the kind of person Diane was. He wasn't betrayed by Luna in just one life, but two. This kind of woman wasn't one he'd normally give a second chance. However, he had a soft spot for his daughter. As a result, his feelings toward Luna, the mother of his only child, became more tender, and he eventually cared for her no less than he did the women he fell for after Madeline. That said, there were still some differences between the standing of Luna and that of his other wives. For example, he had deduced that Luna would suffer for many years within the Wind Abyssal Core, but he still allowed it to happen. Had it been any of the others, he never would have. And another point was this very one right here. He allowed Luna to be selected as a heaven's child, essentially becoming enslaved to the heavens, but he wouldn't have allowed that to happen to any of his other wives either. Of course, Diane would never allow something irreparable to happen to Luna. He simply considered these to be small punishments for that masochistic woman. That said, these things proved that there was still a fog of evil over Diane's heart. A man who was purely good would never do such things, no matter the reason. The moment Diane ripped the chains his manifestation placed on Luna's primordial Een away, he grinned, his body suddenly brimming with power. It felt as though all the energies of the world had come to bow to him, bending the knee and licking his boots. The feeling was intoxicating. However, Diane could also sense that tribulation clouds were quickly converging onto him. The sudden presence of this heavenly might caused Kukin and Amethyst to uncontrollably shiver. Tribulations on the immortal plane simply couldn't be compared to those of the mortal plane. If one really descended now, they would be finished. Diane snorted. This is the primordial een of my own wife and you want to stop me from using it? Dream on. Diane's hair grew wildly in a forest of silver, his eyes gaining impossible depths of opal that reflected the universe. Piss off. Diane grabbed at empty space and it felt like the world had shattered. The tribulation clouds that were on the verge of opening up with the depths of the void when they were forcefully closed. No, it was more accurate to say that it was buried beneath an torrent of void clouds. However, it seemed to have come at a price. Diane's face had clearly lost much of its color. Despite the still lofty arrogance painted across it, it was obvious how much he had paled. In fact, he seemed quite annoyed with the result. Teske. Half an hour, only half an hour. Diane didn't like this result, but there was nothing the current him could do about it. Using the abilities of a heaven's child on the immortal plane was already touching the heaven's bottom line. Let alone touching it, it was crossing it, looking back at it, then unzipping one's pants and taking a piss on it. At the moment, the heavens were even more pissed off than Diane was because it really couldn't do much about it at this point. The two had entered a stalemate. Maybe only Diane could do such a thing with the heavens. All right, we don't have much time, so I'll do this quickly. Lie back down, Diane said without room for questions. Why are you doing this? Kukin asked, her body still trembling. Why? Obviously, to make use of you. Diane replied nonchalantly. Are you going to lead us to our deaths? Kukin wasn't a fool and neither was Amethyst. They had a feeling that Diane had a big secret they weren't privy to and were even more certain that the enemy he was going to face was several times greater than anything the two of them had come across. Your deaths. Diane paused as though he was really thinking, causing the two women to run cold. Oh, I get it. You think that I want you two to fight me? Diane suddenly began to laugh, causing the two women to become confused. Isn't that what he wanted them for? Why else would he be helping them to grow stronger like this? No, I have no interest in you two fighting for me. Diane looked toward them with pitying gazes, as though an elder having to describe to a child why it is they couldn't accomplish their dreams. It's just that the secrets of your races are important to the next steps of my plan. However, in order for me to grasp the secrets I need, your current foundations aren't good enough. Your life and reincarnation and your void. I need them both. Many years ago, I crushed the immortal plane to the point no one dared find trouble with me with my fist. And today, I'll crush them to the point even the heavens won't be of any help with my mind. Now stop asking questions. I'm starting now. Kukin and Amethyst were both beauties that could lead to the downfall of several nations. Yet, they cruelly became test subjects under Diane's whims. Of course, these so-called cruel experiments weren't very cruel at all, just a bit painful. Diane only extracted a bit of their blood essence every day. Usually, this would be an incredibly painful matter, not to mention cause irreparable harm to their foundations. So, if this was all one knew, it would be hard to justify this as being helpful to the two women. But how could Diane's methods be limited to just this? Not only was he able to lower the pain the women experienced down to what amounted to the prick of a needle, he was also able to replenish the lost blood essence. To those of the mortal plane, this was an impossible task. However, it wasn't so on the immortal plane. There were many medicines capable of replenishing blood essence, with the caveat that the loss wasn't more than 20% or so. And, since Diane wasn't taking that much in his daily doses, he had no issues healing them. As for what he was doing with the blood essence he received from these two women with now perfect foundations, maybe no one but him knew. Of course, he wouldn't mind telling his wives, but they were too lazy to ask. Even before awakening their memories, they already had a near-blind confidence in Diane. But now that they had, even if the skies were collapsing, they were confident that their man would be there to catch it with an arrogant grin on his face. Of course, in all this time, Diane hadn't forgotten about the Soldier Immortal Legacy world. To the outside world, it was believed that the trial was still ongoing. But they had no idea that on this 17th entry, the Immortal Legacy world had already been cleared. And, not only was it cleared, it was being refined into a treasure that would shake the hearts of the masses when it was complete. At that moment, Diane's clone sat cross-legged in the now calm space of the Legacy World's world core. He seemed to be doing nothing special as the two stars acted as his backdrop. However, those with keen senses would be able to feel countless strands of billowing soul chi surging from his body. Slowly but surely changes were occurring in the world. Soon, it became nothing but a barren landscape, not to mention Een City. Even the thriving capital of the devil races were squashed into nothingness, leaving nothing but endless flat lands. It was only after this was finished that the true process began. The vast changes that occurred throughout the land seemed grand and enigmatic. But, if one took a step back and tempered down their awe, they'd all reach the same conclusion. Wasn't this just a factory? Fuck, I was actually so ignorant. My name is really ranked third. Dian looked up at a massive steel monument with rage clearly painted across his features. He, the nameless immortal god, was actually not ranked first. How could this not be a great humiliation? It was enough to be maybe the greatest humiliation he had faced in his lifetime. He really couldn't remember the last time he hadn't earned first place in something even throughout his trillions of years. Maybe instead of becoming more mature after experiencing so many years, one would instead become more immature and childlike. Because Saru and Lilith really couldn't help but giggle at Dian's words. They knew he wasn't lying. He really did find it to be a great shame. But, if others knew that the nameless immortal god they feared so much was actually such a petty man, those who had been mindlessly slaughtered by him might crawl from their graves just to suicide back into it once more. Look at you two, laughing at your husband. Is this why you sent your clones with me? Dian asked, clearly a bit unsatisfied. Laughing? Whatever do you mean? Lilith blinked innocently. Saru, who wasn't so shameless, looked away and pretended as though she hadn't heard anything. But, if I were to be laughing, it would be because my husband happened to be a man so petty that he sent clones to a place like this just so that he could bully some juniors. Just so. Dian harumphed with a righteous air. I have a grand scheme. Every step I take is of the utmost importance. How could I possibly waste time without reason? Dian cleared his throat once more before Lilith got a chance to say any more. Ants of Pill Sword Mountain. The voice was like a booming torrent. It was simply impossible even for normal immortal gods to make such a loud commotion in a single breath. It was unknown what mysterious laws Dian used, but it truly felt as though the skies were collapsing at that moment. With a clang, a small golden cauldron with a 3 inscribed onto it hit the ground, rebounding several times before landing upright. I think that these rankings are nothing but trash. Send up your garbage and I'll dispose of them properly. Dian grinned. It was about time for these games to begin. He would play with the immortal plane to either their deaths or until he got bored. What had happened just now was so inconceivable that many couldn't even react this time. This place was a bazaar of alchemists, and also had great centers for entertainment and competition. However, it had always been a place of exceptional quiet. Even when conversing amongst themselves, friends and even rivals would either lower their voices should they be okay with others hearing their words, or make use of sound barriers so as not to disturb others. This was a high-class society of alchemists. Those who could set foot here were already the cream of the crop. All they cared about aside from their crowd was their elegant demeanor and their face. When had they ever seen such a scene? A man so brazenly yelling at the top of his lungs, all while standing before the most sacred steels of their Pill Sword Mountain. At that, it was simply inconceivable. After recovering from their shock, many wanted to charge forward and string this man up as an example for others. But before they could, the clanging of the golden cauldron caught them completely off guard. Many strides that had forward momentum came to a screeching halt. The power that such a cauldron held was undeniable, and there were only 4 individuals who could have one with a 3 inscribed onto it. 1 from the certifications exam steel, 1 from the venerable rankings, 1 from the Empyrean rankings, and the final from the alchemy god rankings. The fact the golden cauldron 3 had appeared here meant that one of those 4 characters had come. However, whether it was the venerable 3, Empyrean 3, or alchemy god 3, titles by which some chose to call them, they were all well-known figures across the immortal plane. If one of them appeared, it wouldn't have been necessary for them to wait for this cauldron to appear before those here realized they were in the presence of a great being. The fact that they hadn't only meant one thing, This was the mortal who appeared on the certification exam stele all those years ago. The bazaar fell into silence once more. No one knew how to react. In trust, their reaction left Diane feeling a bit bored. He really hadn't expected them all to be such cowards. He had brought the cauldron out to save him some time so that he could reach his original goal quicker. But who knew that its mere appearance would have them hesitant to this extent? I knew I should have just done this from the very beginning. Diane shook his head, not even bothering with the cauldron on the ground. Let alone Cauldron 3, even Cauldron 1 was meaningless to him. I wonder when the last time it was that someone did this. I don't mind teaching a few things to the youth. Diane walked to the venerable stele. It stood towering into the skies, carrying the names of men and women whose existences created waves and overturned the skies. And then, he cocked his fist back and punched it. A chorus of booms sung as Diane's fists continually rained down. To the people, there were two ways to rise up the rankings. The first was known as the Grand Perfection Trial. Upon reaching the peak Venerable Skill grade, one could choose between a normal certification and the Grand Perfection Trial. Those who could pass through the Grand Perfection Trial were men and women who had reached what Pill Sword Mountain deemed to be perfection within a grade. There were no pills within this grade they couldn't concoct, and their standing, even in comparison to Empyreans, could be considered a step higher. Those who completed this trial would immediately find a place on this stone stele. Though this place would be at the very bottom, it was still a place nonetheless. It obviously didn't need to be said that not every venerable would find a place on the rankings. Only those with the utmost worth could be named here. The second method was for those extreme geniuses who didn't need to wait to reach the peak venerable grade. These geniuses could directly challenge and schedule a bout with an opponent on the list. Should they win, the loser will slide down a single place and their previous ranking will be taken. However, what those who Diane called youths didn't know was that there was a third method of challenge. It hadn't been used in countless years because the method was simply akin to antagonizing the whole of the alchemy world. Even if you managed to succeed, it would come at the cost of enraging your contemporaries. But, in Diane's opinion, this was just a case of generations becoming soft as time waned on. If you were unsatisfied with your loss, you should have been better. If you don't want to lose, then work harder. In his mind, things were always as simple as this. But then again, those who saw the world from above didn't have the time to spare thoughts toward the little people. Diane's fists continued to rain down on the stele. It wasn't long before the dull thuds became sonorous cries that filled the skies. The stele began to glow white, then gold, then a bloody gold red that shook the skies. This was the Venerable Gauntlet Challenge. It was a provocation that rang through the immortal plane. A Venerable Gauntlet Challenge. Just these words alone shook the souls of the men and women here. It was the most savage of challenges there was. Of course, this wasn't due to the spilling of blood. This was an establishment of alchemists, after all. What they valued the most was their elegance and their face. Finding alchemists like Diane who loved blood and war was as difficult as ascending the high heavens. There was another reason this challenge was seen as savage, and it was the very reason why it would be seen as a provocation to the whole world of alchemy. This gauntlet might lead to the erasure of every name on the rankings. That was right. When someone initialized a gauntlet, those who didn't appear for the challenge would be erased. Those who lost the challenge would be erased. Not only was having one's name erased something that came with a strong sense of humiliation, but it also came with tangible losses as well. Having a name erased wasn't as simple as falling from the rankings. One would lose their certification from Pill Sword Mountain and be stripped on their current ranking. The only way to regain this standing would be to pass a certification once more. This may sound simple, but it wasn't. Because the certification one must pass must be a level higher than the certification you lost. Meaning, if you lost in a gauntlet as a peak venerable until you became a lower Empyrean, you would forever be without your status. Secondly, Pill Sword Mountain allocated many powers and rewards to those who ranked on their steles. The amount of privileges Diane had made use of could be considered to be the tip of the iceberg. Whether it was taking control of alchemy guilds or the piles of resources, each was more important than the last. Due to the nature of the rankings, over 95% of those named were of the peak of their grade. If they failed this gauntlet and lost to Dian, it would mean losing all of their privileges. Of course, for geniuses who could find a place on the venerable rankings, making it to the Empyrean grade was only a matter of time. It truly wasn't a problem. The true issue was what they would do when they reached the Empyrean grade. Making it onto the Empyrean stele was countless times harder. As a result, it was common practice to remain on the venerable stele for as long as possible to accumulate and save up rewards to tide one over until they rose through the Empyrean rankings. But Dian was essentially forcing their hand and ruining their futures. If he chose to challenge the Empyrean stele in this way, the reaction would be even more hostile. Whereas venerable geniuses were practically guaranteed to become Empyreans, no one, not a soul, was guaranteed to become an alchemy god. Losing their place on the Empyrean stele would be like cutting off all paths of retreat for them. But it felt like Dian didn't even understand this fact, because after the venerable stele reached this red-gold color, he immediately flickered and appeared before the Empyrean stele, allowing his fists to rain down like a torrential storm once again. If his first actions startled the alchemists, his next ones caused them to go into a frenzy. There were even a few who rushed forward to stop him, but they were met by a golden sword and fists with the weight of mountains. Dian obviously wasn't so bored that he would come here to play with these children. He needed something from Pill Sword Mountain. Or, more accurately, he needed them to return something of his. Those old farts had gotten quite brazen in his absence. It was time he reminded them whom was beneath whom. Without even a single pause, the moment the Empyrean stele rang out with its red-gold color, Dian moved on once more toward the god stele. The pressure beneath this stele was completely unlike the others. Many couldn't even enter a kilometer radius of it without collapsing under its aura and losing their lives. Dotted all around it, it was even possible to see the seated corpses of geniuses of the past who tried to meditate on its truths, but failed in the end. In order to remind the later generations of the danger such actions would cause, their corpses were left in their seated positions. With the strength of these geniuses, their bodies didn't decompose at all. It could be said that all those confident enough in themselves to cross the kilometer mark and approach the stele were all geniuses amongst geniuses. Many of them even looked like they were in a calm meditation or even serenely taking a nap. Only those on the outside knew that these men and women were all dead. Their souls had long since left their bodies, leaving behind nothing but their flesh and worldly possessions. When the alchemists saw that Dian still had no intention of stopping, they seethed. But this time no one dared to come forward at all. Approaching the god stele? What a joke. They might as well stay here and watch as this mortal died. It wasn't as though they would have to take responsibility for it anyway. However, they all thought of a scary possibility. If Dian really did lay down the god gauntlet, just how would those alchemy gods react? Even if you were kicked from the venerable stele, there was still a good chance to make a comeback. If you were kicked from the Empyrean stele, though aggrieved, there would still be a sliver of a chance. But if you were kicked from the alchemy god stele, then you would truly be finished. Dian smiled when he made it to the kilometer mark of the god stele, and without even a drop of hesitation, crossed the line. The image of what looked like a young man, wearing plain black pants and an equally plain white shirt, could be seen. Those in the surroundings didn't dare to step forward, whether it be because of the blockade Saru and Lilith provided, or the danger that lied ahead. Both could be said to be reasons. However, the pressure they expected Dian to face seemed to have never come. His strides were long, a single one helping him to cross 10 meters with ease. He didn't seem to be running, and even looked like he was having a leisurely stroll, yet his pace was incomparably fast. It didn't even begin to slow until he was within 100 meters. Dian's footsteps paused. Compared to the dead geniuses he had crossed past, those who had come this close were a sparse few. However, even with this being the case, there were still a handful. They all held proud expressions on their faces. Though some of the geniuses behind Dian managed to keep their dignity and serenity in the face of death, many more had twisted expressions of unwillingness, resentment, and hatred. That was right, they hated the stele, resented it for looking down on them. From their vantage point, it was sneering at them from a distance, telling them that they simply weren't worthy of being on their level. However, the geniuses who crossed the mark Dian stood at now weren't like this. Many of them were calm, with a single ripple. The few that did hold expressions in death either seemed to be sighing or even had a hint of reverence hidden within their visage. This was a dividing line of geniuses. Those who could only resent and hate others for their own failures weren't worthy of traveling so far. And those who could make it this far were those with firm Tao hearts who were accepting of their failures. In the distance, many who were watching on sighed a breath of relief. The crowd was growing larger and larger. After all, it has been billions of years since the last gauntlet. How could they miss such a thing? But they had never expected to find the genius who began the gauntlet to have entered such a path of death. The only ones who seemed emotionless toward this turnout were Saru and Lilith. While others either felt it was a pity a good show ended so quickly, and still others were sneering at Dian for overestimating himself. They were like the steady surface of a lake. A mere god's steel? Even the divine tablet was 5 parts respectful and another 5 parts reverent toward their husband. Let alone a mere god's steel which couldn't be ranked amongst those 33 treasures. Since you all died with smiles on your faces, you do indeed deserve another chance for the courage you've displayed. Dian said softly. Maybe the him of the past wouldn't care about such a thing. To him, the only things that mattered were his own goals and those of his family. What did other people have to do with him? But today, he suddenly felt like doing something on a whim. Dian took another step forward. Others didn't know, but he was well aware that these geniuses weren't dead. Rather, their Tao hearts weren't firm enough and they had fallen into an illusion. The god steel was the steel the venerable Empyrean and certification steels were all modeled after. However, those latter 3 didn't have the power the final did. The god steel could be considered Pill Sword Mountain's progenitor's finest achievement. It was a treasure created to aid in enlightenment along the Tao of alchemy. The issue, though, was that the method was a bit forced. It attempted to simulate oneness with the heavens by forcing one into an illusion. Within that illusion, the mysteries of heaven and earth were very clear. However, due to their clarity, it was difficult to extricate oneself. If you traveled too closely and reached beyond your means, being trapped here forever was practically written in stone. However, extricating them only took a bit of effort on his part. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Dian made it to the base of the god steel and his fist rocketed forward under the shocked gazes of countless alchemists. Bang bang bang. At this point, the venerables and Empyreans who got word of their challenge had all rushed over. After all, they had no choice. If they didn't appear, their names would be erased from the steel. In that case, they'd practically be finished. They really had no idea who had the gall to do something like this. But before they could even vent their anger, they found Dian hammering away at the god steel. The skies open and split apart. A long slit with the god steel as its center steadily growing as though a sword as slashed apart the heavens themselves. Every punch was like a stomp on the hearts of alchemists across the immortal plane. One after another, slumbering immortal gods opened their eyes, flashes that crossed impossible distances blazing within their gazes as they all looked toward one singular direction. Blood flew from Dian's fists, a wild, maddening grin smearing his handsome features. It had been a long time since he felt so alive. The god's steel erupted into a ray of red gold, dispersing the clouds above and raining down droplets of light below. The 3 steels synergized, singing as though a thirst they had held for eons was finally being quenched. Dian sent a glance toward his bleeding fists and shook his head. Though he had perfected the foundation of his body and was even ready to strengthen it once more by several fold, it was still too weak. Him in the past would have likely been able to shatter this steel with his fists. How would it even be possible for him to be injured? However, he didn't have much time to think about such things. The whole alchemy world was bearing down on this place. Any activities that might have been going on, whether that be personal concoctions, bartering, alchemy spars, they all came to a screeching halt. No matter who it was, who wouldn't want to see the person who had the audacity to lay down a gauntlet? And not even just one at that, but 3? One had to know that it was impossible for higher-tiered alchemists to challenge lower-tiered steels. The trial would lose all meaning if such a thing were possible. This meant that the only person who could challenge all 3 steels was a person who was, at best, an alchemist of the venerable steel. An alchemist of the venerable steel challenging immortal gods? Just what kind of backward concept was that? But the truth of the matter was that even if most had feelings of incredulity and doubt, they still understood that while one could challenge the venerable or the Empyrean steel with nothing but overblown pride and a dash of foolishness, even touching the god steel was impossible for an obscene portion of alchemists. There might only be a few per generation who were capable of such a feat. And, among those that are good, the number who could spare the energy and presence of mind to wring the steel were an even smaller portion of that. In the end, there might not be more than a handful of people per generation with such capabilities. Like this, even if the challenge failed, how many of them really had the right to speak on whether or not Dian was overestimating himself? Of course, though, humans were hypocrites, and this was especially so when they were enraged. The venerables and Empyreans who had been forcibly called down by Dian's blatant provocation felt stifled and had nowhere to place their rage. Who else would they aim it toward if not Dian? This was especially so for the top 3 of each steel, and for the top 3 of the Empyreans, even more so. Dian calmly walked out from within the pressure of the god's steel with an almost bored expression on his face. If it wasn't for being able to use this tactic to force Pill Sword Mountain's hands, how could he, who had already reached the pinnacle of the alchemy world, have time to waste on these juniors? Their anger, to him, was nothing but hot air. 3. Venerable Doran, 3,203,303. Higher Empyrean Grade Soul. Record: 0.874. Valiant Record: 0.423. Venerable Doran was a pale young man that looked as though a single gust of wind could shatter his body. His white robes seemed far too large for him as he stood shakily. 2. Venerable Airy, 1,038,329. Higher Empyrean Grade Soul. Record: 0.882. Valiant Record: 0.429. Venerable Airy looked like a little girl of barely 14 years old. She walked around, tightly holding onto a cauldron to her chest. Despite the face, the cauldron was half her height. She seemed to have no intention of letting it go. 1. Venerable Bart, 10,239,038. Higher Empyrean Grade Soul. Record: 0.885. Valiant Record: 0.432. Venerable Bart was the eldest amongst them all. He seemed like he had a foot in the grave and, just like Doran, might just collapse at any time. However, no matter how different or eccentric these 3 venerables were, at this moment, they all looked toward Dian with faces searing with rage. It was rare for these 3 to be on the same page, but when they were, it felt as though the world just might crumble. The group of enraged venerables was led by this very group of 3. It seemed that their prestige was quite high because no one dared to take a step forward and allowed the 3 of them to lead off and face Dian. Maybe it was due to Dian's lazy expression, but with each passing moment, their rage seemed to simmer and grow greater. This kind of humiliation was simply too stifling. How could they not feel resentment? Since Dian had the ability to wring the god steel, why did he need to bother with them? They were just small characters in the alchemy world. It wasn't as though they had wronged Dian in any way. Of course, like many others, they sneered at the fact he was immortal. But this was all behind closed doors. They had never even met Dian in their lifetimes. Could it be that this mortal was petty enough to insult them in this way simply for the small chance that they really had said something he wasn't aware of behind his back? The simple answer was yes. Dian really was that petty. Dian clapped his hands as though silencing a crowd. Alright, since I challenged the venerable steel first, I can get you guys out of the way more quickly. There is no need to come up one by one. How many of you are there on that steel? About 1,000, right? I'll take you all on at the same time. As expected, Dian's words caused another wave of rage. A normal challenge could be levied in a myriad of ways. It could be a debate where no concoctions were needed at all, a presentation of theories and personal research. It could be a test of flame control or impurity cleansing. The list went on and on. Ultimately, it would be decided between the 2 parties. However, in the case of a gauntlet, it was completely different. There was only one way to compete, and that was to concoct. And the winner would be decided by who had the higher level pill. Nothing more, nothing less. This was all there was to it. If there was any choice at all, it was in whether or not to participate or simply forfeit your right and thus lose your position on the steel. That was right, it wasn't even possible to choose the pill they would concoct. This choice would be randomly made by the steel for every single match. The fact that Diane wanted to face them all at the same time meant that he was agreeing, essentially, to concocting 1,000 different pills all at once. Set aside the difficulty of such a matter for a moment. Would they even have the soul stamina to concoct 1,000 pills in a row, let alone all at once? However, instead of being enraptured by his pride, Venerable Bart took a step forward, his old eyes brimming with vitality and sharpness. I accept. I hope you won't take back your words now that you've said them. At these words, Diane only chuckled. This Bart was most definitely an old, wily fox. For him to be over 10 million years old, yet still on the venerable rankings, showed just how thick his skin was. The steels didn't have age limitations, but there were unspoken rules. Usually, no one older than 5 million years old would appear on the venerable rankings. After all, Ari and Doran were not even half his age. But it was clear that this old man didn't care for his face. He knew that he wouldn't have much of a chance on the Empyrean rankings, so he weathered the ridicule and remained on the venerable steel. Of course, doing this would still be impossible if he didn't have some powerful backing. If he didn't, the ostracization he would face alone would be enough to cripple his future. It took Diane no more than a split second to understand these truths and realize that this old man was most definitely hiding a sharp knife within that frail figure of his. However, what did this have to do with Diane? Even though he had burned away almost all of his soul strength and couldn't be considered to have even a percent of it left, his soul stamina would still put many lower immortal gods to shame. He could already concoct Empyrean grade pills with immortal soul. And now that he had an Empyrean grade soul, was there even any suspense to this? Diane smirked, looking off into the distance towards seemingly empty space. Go on. Allow the venerable steel to randomly select your pills, he said without care. It can't be that you want me to touch it 1,000 times for you all, right? Without another word, Diane shot into the air. In the skies, the 3 pillars of red gold were quickly converging, forming a heavenly platform that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. He landed with a calm expression on his face, Saru and Lilith following after him without a care. Diane smiled lightly when he saw those on this platform. As expected, this was where the real big players were. While the Venerables were still throwing their tantrums on the ground, the Empyreans were already here, building up great momentum. Their auras were sharpened and sheathed like swords. As though an army facing a common enemy, their gazes were lit with hostility and animosity. Yet their expressions were also calm. It was obvious by this alone just how much more seriously they took this than the Venerables. No matter how unlikely the chance, they wouldn't allow it to err. They would go all out from the very beginning. Diane's bare feet glided across the smooth surface. Even facing so many enraged auras, his steps seemed to carry blades of their own, parting the tides of torrential pressure as though he was on a leisurely stroll. You all should be careful, Diane said with a smile. If you apply too much pressure, those poor Venerables wouldn't be able to perform well. By then, wouldn't you be making things too easy on me? Diane's teasing words caused some of the more fiery Empyreans to have trouble controlling themselves. But, under the command of their top 3, the tides of their auras receded. Whether or not Diane was making fun of them or not, his words weren't wrong. When they thought about it, it was indeed a joke to try and pressure someone who could make the god steel ring. It wasn't long before, with pale faces, the Venerables climbed to the platform. They seemed drained before they even stepped foot on the arena. However, this couldn't be blamed on them. If this was a heavenly platform formed by solely the ringing of the venerable steel, it would still be manageable. But things had long since stopped being so simple. Venerable Bart coldly stared at Diane, clutching a bronze leaf paper in his hand. He held it forward and the bronze paper began to burn. The sounds of sonorous bells filled the skies. The gauntlet had begun. The bronze leaf was an item they all received from the venerable steel. When it was sacrificed in this way, not only would the chosen pill become clear, but several sets of ingredients would also manifest as well. Seeing Venerable Bart take action, the others moved swiftly, raising their own bronze leaves. The sight of 1,000 venerables taking action all at once was quite awe-inspiring. Even though Diane's actions were sudden, this didn't mean that the rest of the immortal plane hadn't already tuned in. A gauntlet was too rare of an event, and Pill Sword Mountain would most definitely take the opportunity to raise their profile and make some money. However, what none of the spectators who tuned in could have imagined was that Diane would actually challenge all of these venerables at once. Diane calmly watched on with hands clasped behind his back. His gaze flickered, quickly taking in and memorizing the names of each of the pills chosen by the Venerable Steel. At that moment, all names on the Venerable Steel lit up at once and their etchings began to burn away. This not only signified that the gauntlet had begun, but also a time limit. They would have until the last character of their name burnt away to defeat Diane. Likewise, Diane would only have this long to concoct the pills as well. Within the Phoenix Hegemon. At this moment, numerous elders were watching on with furrowed brows. They had just been fielding guests from other prestigious hegemons when this sudden event happened. Obviously, the Elven Hegemon had spent the last several years trying to rope in other hegemons to their plans. While there were many who agreed, there were many more who didn't want to take even a step into these murky waters. The Phoenix Hegemon, as a result, had been split into two on this matter. One faction found the other side to be cowardly, while the other found the former to be blindly arrogant. Reincarnation or not, weaker or not, the nameless immortal god was still the nameless immortal god. At that moment, the Elder Hall of the Phoenix Hegemon had been in a heated debate. The Supreme Grand Elder Gina of the Fire Phoenix clan and the Supreme Grand Elder Amain of the Ice Phoenix clan were at a head once again. Both were gorgeous middle-aged women, and both had been rivals for a lifetime. And clearly both refused to come to a compromise on these matters. Gilpin, of the Elven Hegemon, watched on as these two women clashed with a bitter expression. He felt that this would go on for a long while more, but he hadn't expected for everything to come to a grinding halt with the sudden announcement from Pill Sword Mountain. Someone had challenged the gauntlet? In truth, they were interested. Even if this was just the venerable gauntlet, even some immortal gods might take a peek. It was simply too rare of an event, and the implications were even greater than its rarity. However, due to the nature of the meeting they were currently having, many decided that it was for the best that they simply ignore these matters. Though this was unfortunate, how could these matters compare to the nameless immortal god? Their next decision would decide the fate of the whole immortal plane. What these elders could have never expected was that the moment they made this decision, they would receive a second message from Pill Sword Mountain. A challenge to the Empyrean Steel? What the hell was going on? At this point, it was difficult for them to set things aside so simply, and many of them thought of a possibility. Who else could cause a stir on this level if not him? When they received the subsequent information about the challenge to the God Steel, they dropped everything. Even Jean and Amain stopped their quarrel. But what they saw next was completely out of their expectations. Immortal? No matter how they racked their brains, it was impossible for them to connect a mortal to that lofty immortal god. Plus, in their minds, if he really transcended from the mortal plane like Gilpin said he did, then he should be an immortal, nothing else made sense. As a result, their thoughts that this Dian Sicharo was the nameless immortal god were thrown from their minds. As for recognizing Dian by his face, was that even possible? All those here could remember was a devil. Those who were old enough to remember what Dian's face looked like before he sunk into madness were already in their graves. Those few who managed to survive to this day, like the elven ancestor, had long since had such memories blurred from their minds. How else could it be that the name Dian Sicharo didn't cause waves and topple mountains the moment it appeared once again, and in such high-profile manner at that? Names on the immortal plane held power, let alone another Dian Sicharo. No one even dared to take the name Sicharo despite the trillions upon trillions of families and clans there were on the immortal plane. At this point, those in the Elder Hall of the Phoenix Hegemon stopped watching with apprehension, but rather with curiosity buried beneath disdain. Immortal? Challenging those stone steels? Was this a joke? However, they were still smart individuals nonetheless. They knew that ringing the god steel was no laughing matter. At the very least, this young man was talented. But even they could predict what happened next. A crushing defeat. A complete and utter demolishment. A single man, concocting 1,000 pills at once, crushing 1,000 alchemists at once, causing the descent of 1,000 tribulations at once. In the end, only one name remained on the venerable steel. 1. Dian Sicharo, 434, Peak Empyrean Grade Soul. Record, 1.000. Valiant Record, 1.000. Your husband's pretty good, right? Dian grinned, flexing his bicep and patting it with a hand. He looked nothing like the alchemist who had just crushed 1,000 geniuses. At this moment, the 1,000 venerables who had lost to Dian sat by their alchemy cauldrons with blank expressions. It seemed they still hadn't registered exactly what happened. He hadn't even taken out a cauldron. He hadn't even used the provided heavenly herbs. He hadn't even used 10% of the allocated time. Many of them hadn't even bothered to finish their concoctions. They slumped down to the ground, hardly even registering the explosion that occurred in many of their cauldrons. How could they not be listless and in a state of disbelief? They had lost so resoundingly that they found it difficult to even raise their heads. The top 3 venerables wore expressions so pale it was hard to imagine that they could bleed even if a blade was scraped across their faces. Yet, the man who had just crushed them seemed not to care even the smallest bit about this accomplishment. He was grinning and laughing with his wives. He seemed to be bragging, but one could tell that it was all done with a light spirit. He was far too calm to truly be considered happy. This event was no more than a small pebble on his path. Maybe the most shocking part was that he didn't even look tired, while those of them who poured their hearts and souls into the pills were practically gasping on the ground with nothing to show for it. How could the difference really be this large? He entered the peak Empyrean grade in less than 200 years from the mortal realms. What kind of talent is this? It was completely unknown who said this first, but it was only now that those in the surroundings paid attention to more than just Dian's name. When they noticed his age and compared it to the age he was when taking the certification exam, they felt completely numb. Since you're so confident, there's no need to wait, right? Unless you're trying to stall for time. The sudden voice cut through the atmosphere that had formerly only had Dian, Saru, and Lilith's laughter. It didn't take a genius to know that the one who had spoken was a person on the Empyrean rankings. And it was even more obvious that he believed that Dian's was faking his calm demeanor. To be fair, he had to think such a thing just for his own sanity. He had to find a way to trick himself into believing that everything would be okay, that he had a chance, that his hard work of several million years wouldn't be falling here and now. Oh, Dian smiled a cold smile. It seems some are still overestimating themselves. All right, you can come together again. No matter what the man had been thinking prior to this, he felt that the world had come to a grinding halt. Come together again? Was this some sort of joke? Maybe facing 1,000 venerables at once was still reasonable. At the very least, someone who dared to challenge even the god steel should be expected to be capable of doing this much. Though it was still incredibly impressive, it wasn't to the point of causing those who would come next to fall into an endless despair. At the very least, the greatest portion of despair was left for those venerables who just lost and the Empyreans ranked nearer to the bottom of the Empyrean steel. However, facing 1,000 Empyreans at once, only a true alchemy god would dare to do such a thing, and even then, one had to understand that unlike the venerable and Empyrean steels, which were all filled with peak levels of their grades, there simply weren't this many immortal gods. The god steel had all sorts of immortal gods from the lower to the peak. This alone should prove how difficult it was to cross the barrier into the alchemy god realm, let alone to make it onto the steel itself. However, Dian didn't seem to be joking, nor did he seem to be bluffing. Once again, his soul strength surged forward like an endless tide. The Empyrean who spoke instantly paled. Even if he was a fool, he would know now that Dian hadn't been biding his time. In fact, his patience could have been seen as an act of kindness on his point, allowing more time for them to collect themselves and steal their hearts. But now he was like an unsheathed sword, a sharp blade blazing with life. He looked toward the silver leaves the Empyreans held in their hands like a ravenous beast, reading for them to burn and display their target for him to devour. 1,000 cauldrons constructed entirely of small golden arrays blossomed forward, spilling over with an endless tide of soul chi. Dian's grin grew wild. His 1,000 cauldrons explosively grew in size. It wasn't long before each one of them was over 20 meters in diameter. The Empyreans watching on felt their knees grow weak. They knew that Dian simply had no need for such large cauldrons. He was taunting them, grinding the sole of his feet into their faces from on high. Maybe if they hadn't provoked him, everything would still be fine. But now that they had, was there even a need to give them face any longer? The next events made the Empyreans feel as though they had suddenly been immersed in a dream. On the steels there were 2 available rankings: the regular rankings and the valiant rankings. The regular rankings represented an alchemist's combined rankings against both those on the steel and those off of the steel. The valiant rankings represented an alchemist's record against the peers they shared the steel with. Of course, the umbrella of peers changed depending on where you were ranked. The short of it was that those ranked from 1,000 to 101 were separated into groups of 50. Essentially, someone ranked 837th had a valiant ranking decided by their matches between those ranked 801st to 850th. Those ranked above 101 would be split into groups of 10. This valiant ranking would follow one throughout their lifetime on the steel. So, even if you crossed into another group, your record could only continue to be summated and never erased. As a result of this, in addition to the existence of challenges one could not refuse, one spent a lot of time losing to those near the front of your group until you could finally pull yourself up and finally begin to bully those nearer the bottom of your group to fix your record and move on upward. Due to this practice, having a valiant record of around 40% was already considered outstanding. Only those like the top 3 venerables Dian had crushed could have a valiant record this good. They were geniuses among geniuses, or in the case of Bart, they were those who were seasoned and practiced veterans. This alone should paint the shocking prowess Dian was displaying. Everyone could see it. His soul was at the peak Empyrean grade. He was just like them. Even though the top 3 of the venerable steel had higher Empyrean grade souls, all of the Empyreans ranked near the top were just a step higher. The distance to crossing into the immortal god realm was simply too large. They felt that with all of them on the same playing field, they should have had a chance. But it was as though he was a cat playing with a field of mouse. His paw hung in the skies over their necks. No matter how hard they ran, their every 100 steps was akin to a single one of his. TSK. What a silly mistake. Dian's voice rang out. When you're concocting an ice pupil lens pill, holding your flames back is the most amateur mistake you could make. Did you really think that just because it's an ice elemental pill that it's scared of flames? Flames is the last thing it would be afraid of. And you, a gravitational physique pill's most important part is its core. It must be as dense as a star yet several times smaller. With you rushing the impurity refinement stage like that, how the hell are you going to get the pill down to critical mass? My God! Another idiot. A law-strengthening pill has its essence in its name. It's meant to strengthen the law. Its first target is the dantian, which houses laws. Its second target is the heavens, which controls laws. Both require the energy of the pill to be capable of entering an ethereal state wherein it can interact with both. The illusion heart petal is obviously the most important ingredient. Why did you spend so much of your mental faculties on the bursting chi spirit soul? Who cares if you can harness its energy if it can't even be applied properly? The way you're refining this pill, it'll end up with the necessary energy, but all that energy will be rebounding within the cultivator's body. Only a small portion of it will actually make it into the dantian, and an even smaller portion will be capable of communicating with the heavens. Like this, the backlash one experiences will be at least 20% higher than the expected result. Are you trying to kill your customers? When Dian first began to speak, many were hoping that he had been berating himself. After all, his voice suddenly came out of nowhere and he sounded like he was berating himself. But who could have possibly expected that he was actually lecturing his competition? The most shocking part was that, under his guidance, the Empyreans were actually improving by leaps and bounds. They shamelessly accepted his teachings in the slim hope that he would slip up and allow them to maintain their spot on the rankings. The whole immortal plane watched on with stunned expressions. Just what level of arrogance was this? He was teaching his competitors, and they were actually improving under his tutelage? However, seeing the smooth motion of materials within Dian's 1,000 golden cauldrons, their thoughts could only be stifled. Once again, tribulations began to converge one after another. This time, their momentum was far stronger than the ones called down for the venerable pills. It was as though the heavens wanted to rend the ground Dian stood upon to pieces. But he stood there with a smile on his face, as though he had the utmost confidence in his pills blocking everything in his path. He chatted with his wives like these matters had nothing to do with him at all. Once again, he took less than a fraction of the allotted time to finish. His process seemed as calm as the breeze and as soothing as the scent of a rose. At this point, even if the cultivation world insisted on continuing to disregard him, they could only be seen as foolish for doing so. In a flash, there was once again only a single name left on the steel. 1. Dian Sicharo, 434, Peak Empyrean Grade Soul. Record, 1.000. Valiant Record, 1.000. The location was no different since Dian's arrest warrant was released. It looked just as bland, its walls a dull gray, and its surroundings completely lacking in any sort of fanfare or decorations. At this moment, in the very same garden, a familiar chessboard could be found. In fact, even the players were the exact same, while the singular spectator was the very same man who issued Dian's bounty. However, at this time, these three men who could be said to be as calm as lakes and as unmoving as mountains each had frowns plastered across their brows. When the god's steel began to ring, they had been completely awoken from their slumber. Originally, they thought that some old monster wanted to test themselves, so they were a bit apprehensive. One would think that after finding out it was actually Dian, they would have sneered and gone back to their normal day-to-day activities. But this was actually the exact opposite of what happened. Judging Dian by his age and the amount of time it had been since he completed his certification exam, they took his actions with the utmost seriousness. Of course, this isn't the only reason. The true reason was because this Dian had the backing of Abraxas. Who of them didn't know the kind of monsters that old Fogey had taken under his wings? Set aside the nameless immortal god for a moment. His second disciple had strength that filled them with despair. No one knew his origins. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Many assumed that he was a transcendent, as all of Abraxas' disciples were, but there was no certainty in these assumptions. While the nameless immortal god filled them with fear, the true empath immortal god filled them with dread. Being around that man was like having all of your secrets laid bare. It didn't matter how powerful you were, it didn't matter what kinds of guards you had, you would be stripped naked and exposed before him. The version of Dian with sealed memories believed that his thoughts were hidden from the entity thanks to the seal, when the truth was that this was only due to his severely weakened and restrained state. Let alone the seal powered by the soul of an immortal, even the seal powered by a peak immortal god existence was useless before him. And this was only Abraxas' second disciple. There was still his third. The first White Mother. She might have been in the infancy of her most recent reincarnation, but she was still an untouchable monster. Before the nameless immortal god was even a seed in his father's sack, she was rampaging across the immortal plane. Even now, no one knew how Abraxas became her master. Then, there was now this mysterious Dian Sicharo who appeared out of nowhere. They wanted to use some underhanded tactics to deal with Dian in an above-board manner. At the very least, before Abraxas publicly acknowledged Dian, they still had some leeway to play a few tricks. But they could have never imagined that Dian would simply vanish. They all knew that their steals might have been accurate when it came to the venerable and Empyrean realms. But when it came to the immortal god realms, there were too many who disdained even to appear on the list at all. The nameless immortal god and Abraxas were only just two such individuals. What it meant for someone with Abraxas backing to challenge them in this way. Even they could only grow serious. It seems we have to make a move personally. One of the old men facing the chessboard finally said. Indeed, his opponent responded. If Nazir could be described as a calm and refined scholar, the two old men were far more eccentric. One had an exceptionally large gut that was completely disproportionate to the rest of his body. To make matters weirder, his movement skill was even more famous than his alchemy skill. As such, he was known as the Crane Immortal God. His opponent was known as Alchemy God Milman. He was as thin as a branch, and the only hair on his body, whether that be his head or otherwise, was a singular coarse, gray mustache. It was so thick that both of its pieces were larger than his nose, and they curled upward into swirls, as though he was a textbook villain. As these two old men stood from their seats, an imposing aura leaked from their bodies. It didn't seem that they had done it on purpose, but rather that an energy that had long since been repressed in their bodies was slowly bubbling forth. Nazir's respectful appearance also receded. He seemed like a man who simply waited on these two. But this wasn't the truth at all. His standing was no lesser than these two men. The reason behind his servile actions was simply due to a bet he had lost many years ago. As for the details of that bet and the reason it came to be, maybe only a few people were aware. And those who were aware of whether or not this bet still had any significance were even fewer. These three men were the pinnacle experts of Pill Sword Mountain. The top three names on the God Steel were also them. 2. Alchemy God Crane Unknown, Peak God Grade Soul. Record 0.784. Valiant Record 0.3582. Alchemy God Milman Unknown, Peak God Grade Soul. Record 0.782. Valiant Record 0.3591. Alchemy God Nazir Unknown, Peak God Grade Soul. Record 0.985. Valiant Record 0.842. The Phoenix Hegemon was enveloped by a solemn silence. On the immortal plane, unlike the mortal, unique flames were needed to succeed along the path of alchemy. For a species specializing in flames like the Phoenixes, it wasn't a surprise that quite a number of them were alchemists as well. In fact, many of the geniuses this Dian Sicharo took down just now were members of their hegemon. It was safe to say that even if the Phoenix clan wasn't considered to be a clan of alchemy, they were familiar enough with the profession to be able to see through some things others couldn't with a glance. The first major point was that Dian hadn't used his cauldron from start to finish. The second major point was that Dian hadn't used a unique flame from start to finish. And the third point was that he didn't even seem to be trying. This is a blatant provocation. Gilpin finally spoke. Gilpin, what do you mean by that? You all may not know, but this boy has a bounty issued on his head. You have time to pay attention to the happenings of a little boy? Emaine asked with a sneer. Since they hadn't seen eye to eye, Emaine obviously had no reason to give Gilpin face. In her view, this elf was here to push her clan into the burning pits of hell along with him. Attack the nameless immortal god? Did he have a screw loose? It was fine if he did, but to actually come here to pull them along with him toward seeking death. How could she not be hostile toward him? Now that she saw an opportunity to scrutinize and demean him, why wouldn't she take that chance? Gilpin's visage darkened. The reason I'm aware of this is because it was issued by the Void Coalition. In addition, there's evidence that the time and space immortal god is behind it, which means this boy might very well be his fourth disciple. Do you still think this is information not worth knowing now? Emaine didn't respond. At such words, even her eyes had to narrow. She also didn't believe Gilpin would lie about this. It would be too easy to prove him wrong if he did. By that point, even Gina, who stood on his side, would have to think twice about teaming up with this man. I'm sure you're all intelligent enough to know what this means. A student of his appears and slaps the face of the whole alchemy world just a few years after the existence of the Nameless One was firmly planted into our memories once more? How could it be a coincidence? It's clearly an act of provocation. You're all just going to accept that. Do you take us for 3-year-old children, Gilpin? Emaine's frown deepened. We don't all live to eke out that smallest bit of face like you do. In addition, even if we did, how would this be a reason for us to take action? Everyone knows that Abraxas and his disciples have never been a single unit. They're all madmen who do what they want when they want. Now you're trying to convince us that this is part of some greater scheme to slap our faces and pave the way from the Nameless One's return. You must think we're stupid. At this point, many couldn't help but lean toward Emain. Even if they understood why Gilpin wanted to eliminate this hidden danger, he shouldn't treat them like fools on the way toward doing so. In addition, there weren't just a few here who remembered the humiliation Gilpin suffered at the hands of that man. Whenever he spoke of the greater good and pretended as though they were also helping themselves by helping him, it made them feel a bit of disdain in the pits of their hearts. However, it seemed that Gilpin was prepared for such a response because instead of being enraged, he smiled. No, it could be considered more of a smirk. His handsome face was marred by his rage, so he looked particularly sinister. It was a sort of darkness one wouldn't expect to find on a high elf. Never been a single unit? Then why don't you explain the war of balance to me? Was that also them not acting as a single unit? When Gilpin saw Emain fall into silence once more, his sneer deepened. They all knew of the war of balance. It was a battle that raged on since the disappearance of the nameless immortal god and stopped due to unknown reasons not even 500 years ago. Even considering the scope of time on the immortal plane, this was an obscenely long war. However, this wasn't the most striking problem at all. What none of them could understand was that Abraxas could have ended the war whenever he wanted, yet he let it rage on for millions of years. Then suddenly, one day, without any sort of explanation, he suddenly ended it with a wave of his hand. As if this wasn't enough to raise their eyebrows, not even 100 years later, the equivalent to a blink of an eye for immortals of their stature, Gilpin learned of the reincarnation of the nameless immortal god. If these things weren't related, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? Could it be that Gilpin was correct? Could this be a declaration of war by the time and space immortal god? The truth was that even they, as immortal gods of this plane, knew too little about that war. Why was it being fought? What was worth the lives of so many immortal gods? They weren't even sure of who the enemies of the time and space immortal god were. They couldn't help but ask themselves, if this enemy was so mysterious, then how could they be wished away with a single wave of Abraxas' hand? Nothing from start to finish made any sense. It could even be said that the only thing they knew about this war was its name, and this was only because of the existence of the divine steel. It had to be said that the divine steel, as a treasure of the 33 heavens, wasn't so simple. If its only ability was giving a name to immortal gods, how could it be worthy of being the longest-standing treasure amongst those 33? Though the divine steel also had one passive and one active ability, the truth was that due to certain circumstances, both could be used as passive abilities. Due to the fact the divine steel was the creation of the heavens and the heavens supplied it with energy, its active ability could be used with just as much impunity as its passive, making it the only treasure of the 33 heavens that could be considered to have two legendary abilities. The passive ability of the divine steel was to bestow a name upon an immortal god. This seemed like a meaningless task, but this wasn't the case at all. Dian had long since found out that faith didn't work exactly the same on the immortal plane. And now that he had his memories back, this was no longer just a vague comprehension. The immortal plane placed more emphasis on the individual rather than the whole. The name one held bestowed unimaginable power. The time and space immortal god, for example, commanded control over time and space no one else could match. Even if you specialized in these laws, you would be directly suppressed beneath his might without having a chance to do much of anything. A name was far more effective than even a domain and, in some cases, even an origin source. This was the power of the divine steel. If one gained a great name, even if they never trained again in their lifetime, their power would have jumped forward by leaps and bounds. Of course, it was also possible for immortal gods to gain similar and overlapping names as well, though no two would ever be the exact same. In such cases, the more powerful name would trump the weaker. In the case of names, the simpler, broader, and blander it was, the more power it held. Something like the Een soldier immortal god was far too specific. He could only suppress a very small group of puppet masters, and even then, his victory wouldn't be guaranteed. However, think of the time and space immortal God. How could the two even be compared? This wasn't the end to the divine steel's first ability either. It was possible for names to evolve as an immortal god grew stronger or stronger immortal gods died. But, most importantly, it was also possible for given titles to be swallowed. With the mediation of the divine steel, as long as a duel occurred in its domain, one could snatch the title of another to make your own more powerful. The enlightenment given by such an event was worth more than even millions of years of secluded cultivation. But then what was the active ability of the divine steel? This ability also seemed simple. However, the truth was that it was even more devastating than the naming of immortal gods. The divine steel's active ability allowed it to give names to the major events of the immortal plane. Why was this so important? It was precisely because these names often gave glances into the future. Any event important enough to receive a name from the divine steel was a penultimate point in time, not much unlike the penultimate point Dian experienced on the mortal plane, except countless-fold more potent. The simpler, the broader, the blander the name, the more important the penultimate event, the War of Balance. It had such a name, yet it was ended by the wave of a single man's hand? What exactly did this mean? What was the significance? Even they, as immortal gods, simply didn't have the answer. As the time and space immortal god, Abraxas had to be incredibly careful with his actions. His every thought, his every movement, caused countless timelines and the fundamental laws of space to twist and distort. For him to not be involved in a penultimate event of the timeline, it only made sense. Yet, not only did he interfere this time, he directly grinded it to a halt. Nothing about it made sense. Unless this was all planned. Emain began to hesitate. Were they playing on the palms of someone's hands? Was that hand Abraxas? If this was true, could they really afford to continue to sit idly by? It's almost time. These words didn't come from the elders locked in a fierce debate. In fact, it wasn't even spoken in the Phoenix hegemon. It was simply impossible to tell who it was who said them. The words seemed to drift into the ears of everyone on the immortal plane, branding their subconscious. Yet somehow, no one heard the words either, not even Dian. Dian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed serious, but the slight curl of his lip gave him away. Before him, immortal god Crane, Milman and Nazir stood him, the auras they exuded drowning even the skies. The only one who seemed unaffected was Dian himself and his two wives to his back. Even facing the momentum of three immortal gods, his light, barely perceptible smile seemed to slice their presences into two halves, forcing them to part like the Red Sea. "You three?" Dian asked lightly. "I would have thought that you would have sent the bottom of the scrap pile at me first." Arrogant. Scrap pile? This was the god steel they were talking about. How dare someone not even of the immortal god realm speak such words? Let alone the fact that this person was born immortal, the lowest dregs of the immortal plane. Nazir didn't have much of a reaction to Dian's words. He seemed to be a completely different man than when he last met Dian. It was as though he was a hidden sword who only revealed all of his sharpness after being polished by a whetstone for the first time for countless years. Dian's smile became more obvious when he saw this. "Oh? You want to reveal your sharpness to me, little Nazir?" Nazir's pupils constricted into pinholes. "I do remember a little story of the past. A little boy who swore to be the greatest alchemist in existence. Power didn't mean much to him. Status didn't mean much to him. Treasures didn't mean much to him. Even life didn't mean much to him. I find it interesting that such a man would take action against a small mortal like me, HM? Could it be that you've already forsaken such oaths? That's too bad. You were the only one of Pill Stick Pebble that was somewhat less insufferable to look at." The more Dian spoke, the colder the atmosphere seemed to grow. "No, I know what it is. I was just down there." Dian nudged his head toward the god steel looming over them despite the height of the heavenly platform they stood on. "I saw a little boy down there with features 60% similar to your own. Stuck in an illusion." Bang! The sturdy heavenly plates beneath Nazir's feet shattered. The proudly standing heavenly platform trembled and seemed that it really might fall out of the sky at any time. Blood flowed from Dian's 7 orifices, yet he stood with his back as straight as a javelin as though nothing in the world could affect him. It was a pride as tall as the heavens. No, even taller than that. To him, the blood, the pain, none of it existed. In fact, all that remained was excitement. How long had it been since he had such a feeling? That drive to better himself, that limitless will to surpass his limits? Those ants he could once crush with a hand could put such pressure on him now despite this only being a piece of his leaked aura. He loved it. It was another hill to climb, another mountain to conquer, another dragon to slay. Dian yawned. The scene was quite ridiculous. He was bleeding from his lips, his eyes, his ears, his nose, yet he was still feigning such nonchalance? However, what they didn't know was that Dian was faking it. The greatest impact of one's aura, especially when released so unconsciously by Nazir, was on the mind. As for the pain racking his body, Dian had tempered himself through countless struggles over even more countless trillions of years. What pain had he not experienced? At this level, he hardly felt it. As for his mind, it was even less affected. This was nothing more than a joke to him. I'm not sure why you're venting your rage on me. It isn't as though it was my hand who pushed him to such a state. However, I can save him quite easily at that. Nazir's gaze narrowed. For a man who had pretended to be subservient to others for so long, there was no need to speak on his mental fortitude. Usually, even if someone mentioned the state of his grandson, he wouldn't be impacted to this extent. However, there was something about this man that made him feel as though he was levels above him. The suffocating feeling made him react differently than he normally would. There were only a handful who knew the secrets behind his vow. There were even fewer who would dare say that they could save his grandson. Not only can I save him, but I can allow him to benefit greatly. You just have to agree to a small thing. As you can tell, I'm quite pitiful right now. I only have the soul of a peak Empyrean. If I were to battle all of you, I would tire myself to death before I got to you 3. So, let's make this a one-on-one battle between the 2 of us, little Nazir. Whether or not I win or lose, I'll help out your little boy. Nazir stared daggers toward Dian, but the latter remained unperturbed, meeting his gaze with a light smile. Who are you? Dian's grin turned fiendish, the atmosphere growing denser and heavier all at once. You still couldn't tell after I said pill stick pebble? The first layer of robes Nazir wore suddenly shattered, leaving nothing but white linen inner fabrics that looked more like pajamas than what a dignified immortal god should be wearing. I've come for little Gold's corpse. Now will you continue to stand in my way? Or will you step aside like a good little boy? Nazir's hair tie burst apart, his blackish-gray hair waving about wildly in the wind. Even Crane and Millman could only quickly retreat. His fighting intent soared, the sound of rumbling mountains and unsheathing swords ceaselessly emitting from his seemingly frail body. Dian's laughter pierced the skies as the overwhelming pressure made his bones creak and fracture. A weapons pagoda slowly manifested into the air, completely dispelling the aura oppressing Dian. The 2 clashing presences minced the heavenly platform to pieces. Eventually, there were only 2 men, one young, one old, who could remain standing. Dian's weapons pagoda hung in the air with an undeniable air of majesty. It felt as though an emperor of an era had appeared, lording over what remained of the heavenly platform like a god. Vajrabadi? How is that possible? The entire immortal plane was shaken as though an apocalypse had suddenly descended. They couldn't believe their eyes. At first, they had believed that Dian was simply summoning a manifestation. But the tower was too corporeal. It had substance, weight, presence. It stood in the skies with too much majesty, too much aura, too much prestige. Even the phoenix hegemon had fallen into a deathly silence. They all knew. They all knew that the Vajrabadi and the Tao heart were the 2 existences in the world of cultivation not directly tied to power. An immortal god could have a weaker Tao heart than an immortal celestial. There was nothing in the laws of existence that said this was impossible. However, at the same time, no one could deny that there was a very clear correlation. How could one cultivate to the immortal God realm without the long lifespan given by a firm Tao heart? How could one accumulate the necessary energy? Comprehend the depth of truths? Have the fortitude to enter seclusion for millions of years on end? A strong Tao heart and strong cultivation came hand in hand, even if it was only a correlation. However, Diane's actions completely shattered their understanding. They felt as though the world was spinning. The only one who didn't seem surprised was Nazir. If this man couldn't have a Vajra body, was anyone qualified to have one? Plus, not to mention a Vajra body, he had long since surpassed this. He knew quite well that Diane didn't just have one Vajra body, but could be considered to have 7. This weapon's pagoda was just one. And, if its ability was taken into consideration, it could be said that let alone 7, Diane seemed to have an infinite number of Vajra bodies, each more powerful than the last. The fact he only brought out one now could be considered to be handicapping himself. However, Nazir's fighting intent still blazed. If one looked on now and saw these two facing off against one another, you would think that they would be about to stake their lives on a battle of ages, not concoct a few pills. Still, this was exactly how seriously Nazir took this. To wash himself of the shame of all those years ago. He would win this battle even if it meant sucking his bones dry of all the vitality they had left. With a flick of his wrist, a golden leaf appeared. No one knew when he had approached the god steel, but no one seemed to care at this point. They had thought that even if Diane was a talent, it should be impossible for him to match up against an immortal god. But the appearance of a Vajra body made them feel as though anything in this world had suddenly become possible. The golden leaf burned brightly, radiating outward with blinding bits of light that shone like stars. Soon, the chosen pill became known to all. Inauthentic reversals. The immortal plane trembled. The selections for the venerable and Empyrean steels could be considered random. However, the true treasure they were the replicas of the god steel worked differently. The god steel was first and foremost a treasure of alchemy. Its primary purpose wasn't rankings, but rather to train. This was the reason the illusion array around it existed to begin with. When it selected a pill, it didn't just pick one at random, it picked the pill most likely to give the fairest bout and provide the greatest learning experience for both parties. Logically speaking, due to Diane's weak cultivation and young age, it should have picked one of the easiest god-grade pill formulas. Yet, it actually picked such an enigmatic pill. It was simply inconceivable. The Inauthentic reversals pill was not only a peak god-grade pill, it was widely considered to be one of the 3 closest to breaking the shackles of the immortal plane's limits. If there was ever a pill that transcended the peak god grade, it would be this one. In the history of the immortal plane, there were only 2 cases of its successful concoction. In fact, even Pill Sword Mountain likely didn't have all the necessary ingredients to concoct this pill. How could the god steel choose this pill as their challenge? Did Pill Sword Mountain cheat? Did the god steel make a mistake? How was this mortal qualified to concoct this pill? For the first time, Diane took out his cauldron. Little Chibi looked far different than she had in the past. The black body of her cauldron had gained vibrant red hues, slumbering beneath the deep black like a lurking beast. However, her appearance caused those watching this scene to be confused. Maybe they had begun to think that Diane was the arbiter of miracles. He seemed to subvert their expectations at every turn, so they were entirely prepared for him to bring out some mighty ancient cauldron that had passed the hands of several famous masters of the past. But who knew that he would bring out a mere Empyrean grade treasure? Was it even possible to concoct a pill of this magnitude in it? The spectators were left deflated. An Empyrean grade treasure was great to many who were watching, but there were also immortal gods watching. To them, even peak Empyrean grade treasures were just above average items, and even then, it depended on its quality. Such a treasure wouldn't even be able to withstand the temperatures needed to refine god-grade heavenly herbs, let alone withstand the concoction of such a pill. Little Chibi's spirit form appeared. The cute little spirit seemed intimidated by the aura Nazir was emitting, but as though embarrassed by her sorry display, she put her chubby little hands on her hips and stuck out her little chest. "Who are you trying to scare? This grand aunt here will stomp you to death if you keep pissing her off." Humph humph. Diane smiled lightly at little Chibi's display. Not bad. Little Chibi had never seen such a display before. Her previous owner was a small little higher existence. That might have been something amazing to the previous Diane without his memories, but to this current him, this was nothing but a small ant. For her to recover so quickly and even talk back so grandly, she was indeed worthy of being his cauldron. At least now, he didn't need to turn her into a pile of scrap metal. After all, natural spirit treasures were rare. Could only be said that Orcus was quite lucky. Or, rather, that the countless years he spent in the Golden Flame mystical world had been worth it. As expected, many were left speechless by little Chibi's display, but were even more shocked by her existence. A natural spirit treasure? It was impossible to tell how many gazes flashed with greed across the immortal plane. Even immortal gods were stirred. If this was truly a natural spirit treasure, then maybe it wasn't impossible for it to succeed. The worth of a cauldron was not only dependent on the materials it was made of, but also the seasoning it had experienced in his lifetime. This seasoning referred to the medicinal herbs it had come into contact with and the pills it had concocted, not to mention the soul chi of its master. Due to this, alchemists, especially of an exceptionally high level, would never use newly crafted cauldrons unless they were starting another cycle of inheritances for the future generations of their clan. All alchemists of this level used ancient cauldrons. These ancient cauldrons passed many hands and were used by many masters, making their seasonings especially ripe and potent. Only these kinds of cauldrons could greatly boost the chances of concocting god-grade pills. There were some alchemy purists who didn't care about such things, but none of these men and women were at the top of the alchemy world. They had all essentially handicapped themselves. So how could they be? But there was one exception, one man who disdained to use the cauldrons of others, the nameless immortal god. Of course, Diane had grown milder in his old age. Little Chibi could be considered the hard work of Orcus, but he still used her. If others heard such words, they might very well spew blood in anger. Diane? Mild? And how could the seasoning of a mere half-step transcendent match up to the seasoning of several alchemy gods over countless generations? You might as well be using a brand new cauldron. This couldn't even be considered as making a compromise. Still, when they saw little Chibi's appearance, their disdain toward Diane's cauldron dropped by several levels. Even if they didn't think a treasure spirit alone was enough to make up the difference, it was a massive boost nonetheless. Phantom pill. Nazir's voice rang out. Diane smirked. If pill stick pebble is so poor, why not? Nazir's expression didn't change at all toward Diane's insulting words. Instead, his own cauldron appeared. Compared to Diane's, its presence was several levels higher. 9 snaking golden dragons curled around its body, forming 9 total legs. Despite the fact it was only sitting there, the beating of drums and the continuous roars of the king of beasts rang out, shaking the souls of those watching on. This was the supreme treasure of Pill Sword Mountain, the 9 coiling dragon cauldron. It had existed for 127 billion years, past the hands of 10 generations of sect masters, and had been baptized by the creation of over 10,000 peak god-grade pills, over 1 million god-grade pill tribulations, and the nectar of several billion god-grade heavenly herbs. To say this was the best cauldron in all of existence was still an exaggeration. But, among those that could be readily taken out, it was most definitely among the best. Countless precious ingredients began to appear one after another. Just a single one of them could cause the downfall of an empire. The wars such materials could cause were endless. Yet, here they were to be the fodder of just a single bout. At this moment, every alchemy god not in seclusion had tuned in. Even Abraxas finally turned a curious glance over. To him, the other winds were a foregone conclusion. Only this was worthy to be watched. The first white mother nervously clenched her fists to the side. Her heart was beating out of her chest, her skin flushing red. She looked as though she was just moments away from being in a full-blow panic attack. A phantom pill bout. This makes the difficulty several times harder. She nibbled her red lips. A phantom pill. Not everyone could have a godly technique on the level of the simulating the hands of a deity. In truth, Diane had created this technique himself and he had never shared it with anyone, not much unlike he had created the split minds technique when he was still a youth in Focus Academy. Of course, he wasn't aware of this fact until he awakened his memories once more. But that was hardly a point of emphasis now. The important point was that even though he had kept a technique like this to himself, it didn't mean that others hadn't come up with solutions of their own. The phantom pill was one such example and was even the most widely accepted due to its unique aid during training. It was actually inappropriate to consider the phantom pill a technique as there was no one way to complete it. It was better to consider it as a mode of training. The phantom pill was not unlike what its name suggests. It was the process of creating a pill while missing certain subsidiary ingredients, or even in some cases main ingredients. In fact, there were even times where one would use this technique even if the ingredients were readily available. In comparison to concocting the true pill, concocting its phantom was several times more difficult. Even in the best and most lenient cases, the difficulty was at least 20% more. In the worst, it could supersede even twofold. However, as long as one could concoct a phantom pill, one would most definitely succeed in concocting the true pill. This was the prowess of the phantom pill. It was an invaluable training resource. 70%, huh? This will be somewhat interesting. Dian chuckled to himself. After Dian said this, he said no more. His smile disappeared and a look of incomparable seriousness took over his features as he sat in silent meditation, even closing his eyes. Nazir followed suit. It was clear that both men were taking this task with utmost seriousness. Dian was no longer playful and Nazir had hidden his disdain long ago. Pill Sword Mountain only has 70% of the ingredients? They're two madmen. They should have just requested the god Steel choose another pill. In the Phoenix Hegemon, Gina mumbled beneath her breath. Though it took her several steps more than Dian to see through the percentage of ingredients they had, she saw through it nonetheless in the end. As a pinnacle god-grade pill, the Yin-Yang 8 Reversals pill required thousands of ingredients. There were over 10,000 Empyrean-grade subsidiary ingredients, over 100 lower god-grade ingredients, several dozen middle god-grade herbs, 16 higher god-grade ingredients, and 3 peak god-grade main ingredients. 70% of such a large enough was a massive chunk. If it was only 10 ingredients, that would only be a loss of 3. But, when speaking of over 10,000, that meant over 3,000. Of course, Pill Sword Mountain would never be lacking in mere Empyrean-grade ingredients. The reason the Phantom Pill would only be 70% was because God-grade herbs were weighted more than the lower-graded herbs. Altogether, those over 10,000 Empyrean-grade herbs wouldn't amount to even 1% of the total. The ultimate reason why they were losing out a whole 30% was because Pill Sword Mountain only had a single set of the main ingredients. In order to make things fair, Nazir would concoct the Phantom Pill with 2 of the 3 peak God-grade main ingredients. That was right. Out of over 10,000 heavenly herbs, even taking into account hundreds within the God-grade, Pill Sword Mountain was ultimately only missing 2. Yet, just because of those 2 missing pieces, it was akin to having lost 30% of the pill. But this wasn't why everyone was shocked. It was perfectly normal to not have 2 sets of ingredients for a pill of this caliber. The reason for the shock was the 70% number. It was well known that newbies to the Phantom Pill training method would struggle madly even if having ingredients totaling 99% of a pill's efficacy. It was only veterans who could complete a Phantom Pill with just 90%. Even these so-called veterans were all elites of the elites, and a large majority of them appeared on the 4 alchemy steels. Those who could complete an 85% Phantom Pill were monsters amidst monsters. They were existences that lorded the common people, and everyone looked up to them with respect. As for those who complete a 70% Phantom Pill, well, let's just say that the only ones who could were show-offs of the alchemy god realms come down to refine mere venerable grade pills. The thought of someone managing to complete such a feat with a pill of their alchemy level was unheard of. Shuhuha shua shua shua. The 2 men opened their eyes at one, their gazes piercing across the veil of space and time and colliding in the air, causing the heavenly platform which had just calmed to begin to relentlessly quake once more. Dian's weapons pagoda opened its doors. But, inexplicably, it wasn't a weapon that exited this time, but rather a cauldron. The blinding light zipped forward, fusing with little Chibi's main body as the little girl hopped with excitement. But a moment later, her expression became solemn as well as she fused with her physical body. At that moment, the mere Empyrean-grade cauldron radiated an imposing aura that lost out to Nazir's treasure cauldron in no way. To one side, there was the roar of dragons, but to another there was deathly silence that swallowed the noise and left nothing behind. Dian's aura reached its peak, his shirt bursting apart to reveal a toned and tempered torso, chiseled down to the finest detail. Then, the heavenly herbs rose into the air, radiating a great light under Dian's immaculate control. The heavens resonated and the world seemed to sing. For a moment, all those watching completely forgot that Dian was immortal. They forgot that he was a youngster who didn't understand how large the world was. They forgot that he was overestimating himself. At this moment, all they saw were two grandmasters of alchemy, facing off like two kings of a single mountain. Maybe in that instant, the immortal plane fell into silence. The only thing they could hear were their own heartbeats. It was only after several breaths that the immortal gods understood what was happening. Silencing the Tao. Shivers shook their spines. It felt like drops of the coldest liquid in existence had condensed onto their backs. They were countless worlds away, but they all felt as feeble as children now. Silencing the Tao. If Vajrabodhis were rare across a generation, silencing the Tao was rare across even tens of generations. When Dian's memories were sealed, he had heard rumors of individuals who managed to transcend from the mortal plane without cultivating even a single day in their lives. Now that he had reawakened this was no longer a rumor to him. It was an undeniable fact. These individuals, masters of literature, art, the spoken word, they were all monsters who reached the pinnacle of their professions. Though these people were still fragile as when they were mortals, no one dared to underestimate them. While it was true that an immortal god could kill them with a thought, who dared to do such a thing to these darlings of the heavens? As rare as mortals who transcended without cultivating were, cultivators who could enter this state were even rarer. They were individuals who reached the pinnacle. They devoted their lives to a path and were rewarded in kind for their endeavors. Silencing the Tao. It was the ability to silence the paths of others, to make your own shine so brightly that even the heavens could only have eyes for you even in the presence of other powerful beings. Before someone who had touched the silencing Tao, one would be feeble to the point of being unable to lift a finger. You would become just like a mortal. Your chi would be gone, your comprehension would be gone, everything you had accumulated in your lifetime would be gone. Your only option would be to bow down. Could it be that this boy, Dian Sicharo, was one such person? Is that why he was immortal? Could it be that they had offended such a darling of the heavens? If Dian heard their thoughts, he would be laughing to the point of rupturing his inner organs. Darling of the heavens? There was no existence he despised more. This state of silencing the Tao wasn't his own, but rather Nazir's. Dian's grin turned savage. He felt an endless pressure steadily increasing on his shoulders. Nazir sat across from him expressionlessly, a serene reflection in his eyes. At this point, others finally began to understand that this suppression wasn't coming from Dian, but rather Nazir. If it wasn't for the fact that those watching could hardly even muster the strength to speak, there would have been an uproar surging through the immortal plane. The two who were maybe the most surprised were Crane and Millman. Suddenly remember how subservient Nazir had been to the two of them. They smiled bitterly. In truth, despite the fact Nazir still ranked first, they hadn't paid it much mind. This was because in at least the last billion years Nazir hadn't accepted a single challenge. As the first place on the God Steel, no one could force him to accept challenges. Of course, this was a bit shameless and would even result in him losing some benefits, but nothing moved him. After long enough passed, many believed him to be a dull blade. Even the two of them had not a single clue about this sudden change. But now everything made sense. For an immortal god to gain something like silencing the Tao, only the most extreme measures could be taken. For someone who once stood atop the world to lower his head and become so humble for so long despite the extent of his true abilities, maybe only something like this could awaken such a legendary ability. Even if they knew the method, how many immortal gods could wholeheartedly do this? And, For all they knew, the fact they were aware that this was a method might be the very reason it didn't work for them at all. Looking toward Diane's trembling figure, many who looked down on him couldn't help but feel pity. However, no one stood out to tell him to take it easy on Diane. For one, this young man had been so arrogant from the beginning. And secondly, asking someone who had awakened the Silence Tao to take it easy when practicing their chosen profession would be no different than slapping their face. When those who could silence the Tao picked up their pen, their paintbrush, began to speak, they wouldn't leave even the dregs of their opponent intact. They would tear them limb from limb, execute the worst kind of decapitation, leave them without the will to ever practice in the field again. Good. Diane's trembling body didn't stop, but the blaze lit in his eyes only grew more fervent. Indeed worthy of being the disciple of Diane Sacharo. But today I will have to give you another lesson, little Nazir. To me, the abilities bestowed by the heavens aren't worth shit. Diane's aura burst forth like a torrent. His trembling body straightened, his back piercing toward the heavens. At that moment, his unique flames finally made their appearance. One dark, a devourer of worlds. The other light, a harbinger of peace. The heavenly herbs in the sky flew toward Diane at inconceivable speeds. Almost simultaneously, the 4 hands and 2 men began to move so quickly that it was difficult even for immortal gods to register. Neither of them moved an inch from the spot they were sitting upon. Yet their arms, hands, and fingers seemed to travel the world. Nazir wasn't surprised that Diane could shrug off his Silence Tao so easily. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be a man so feared by all. Feared by all, humbling all. However, this wasn't the case for others. They hadn't heard Diane's words about being Nazir's master due to the Silence Tao. So, how could they not fall from their seats seeing that Diane seemed to be fine? Even those who were watching from across worlds were affected. How could a weak boy sitting right across from the man in question not feel as though his world was collapsing? It didn't make any sense. But when they saw Diane's unique flames, they trembled more fiercely. It felt as though there was a memory trying to resurface from their minds. But no matter how hard they tried, it only remained at the tip of their tongues. It was as though no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't mean anything. As though the heavens themselves didn't want them to remember. This sort of phenomenon, it only happened with those cursed beasts like the unicorn and the lightning sparrow. How could it be related to this mortal's flames as well? These were immortal gods. It was impossible for them to not notice that their memories were being tampered with when it was occurring so blatantly. The curses of those creatures weren't infallible. There were many who had come up with certain methods of breaking through them to a certain extent. However, no matter how hard they tried, they had no ability to recall these flames nor where they had seen them last. Diane's flames became as alive as 2 creatures. Compared to his usage of them when his memories were sealed, it was almost as though he wasn't using the same flames at all. The mastery was so mesmerizing that the surroundings alchemists fell into a trail. Was this his real ability? The purity flames morphed into several delicate creatures. Fluttering butterflies, small sparrows, adorable little bunnies. The chaos flames morphed into ghastly, hellish beasts. Slithering snakes, flaming salamanders, murderous crows. The beasts frolicked amongst the heavenly herbs, creating a scene that left the alchemists itching. Such a profound technique, what kind of mind could come up with it? Even if they couldn't boast to be capable of using every alchemy technique, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had seen them all. But not only had they never in their lives seen this technique before, they hadn't even seen a technique that used similar methods. What kind of concept was this? It was impossible to the point of incredulity. Techniques were built upon accumulated experience. Accumulated experience could only come from life and the usage of other techniques. As a result, every created technique at least had the shadow of something many people had experienced before, and thus, even if it was different, it would still bear some similarity to others. 2 fist techniques might be different, but they were still built upon the same fundamental laws. No matter what, it would be recognized as a fist technique. But if it wasn't for the cauldrons and heavenly herbs, these alchemists doubted that they'd even recognize this as an alchemy technique in any other kind of setting. What level of ingenuity did it take to create such a technique? Even if it was weak, just the mere fact they had never seen anything like it made it worthy of respect. Whoever created it was a genius amongst geniuses. No, maybe even the title of genius should feel unworthy of them. However, who would have known that after this first shock, they would be shocked once more? Nazir didn't miss even a single step. Suddenly, his number of arms doubled, then tripled. Soon, he had countless illusory arms extending from his back and into the skies. At first glance, it didn't seem as novel as Diane's technique. After all, there were many alchemy techniques which could accomplish everything from giving an alchemist extra fingers even to the point of giving them even extra eyes in some cases. Something like adding additional appendages wasn't new. However, what happened next left them all speechless. The hands came together in pairs, cupping each of the several thousand heavenly herbs like a gentle, caring gardener. Hymns of a time long past hung in the air, growing in fervor with each passing second. The music resonated with the silenced Tao, leaving everyone in a state of limbo. In the beginning, they couldn't hear anything but their own heartbeats. But, in the next moment, it felt as though their hearts were the drums of the song, as though they had suddenly become part of the process of refinement. Their strengths reached out, melding Nazir's own efforts. If before the alchemists were shocked, this time, they directly fell onto their butts, sweat falling from their faces. No one could believe what kind of duel of alchemy this had become. Maybe in the history of the immortal plane, a bout of this level had never occurred. Or maybe those old monsters who could have a competition of this level would never do so under the eyes of so many people. While their hearts were all gripped by Nazir's technique, they had lost all ability to focus on anything else but him. This resulted in them completely missing the profoundness of Diane's technique. In fact, even now that he had unleashed everything, they were still unaware of whether this technique was powerful or not. All they knew was that they had never seen something on this level before. Of course, Diane wasn't of mind to care about such a thing. He didn't care. Victory was the only thing on his mind. Whether or not others knew of how he grasped it, he didn't care. In fact, he didn't care even if they didn't know he had grasped it at all. All that was important to him was that he knew who the true winner was. The various creatures formed of Diane's flames surrounded the heavenly herbs. Ironically, like moths to a flame, they swarmed them, causing fantastic sights no less than that of Nazir's technique. This technique was, of course, something the nameless immortal god had created. It was perfectly tailored to his two unique flames and took full advantage of their characteristic. Frolicking beasts of heaven and earth. This was what he had named this technique. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the strongest alchemy technique in existence. Or, rather, that was what he had thought before he saw Nazir's own created technique. As Diane's grin widened, he couldn't help but admit that his disciple's technique was no weaker than his own, and it had requirements no less stringent than his own. Nazir's hymns of silence required one to have comprehended silencing the Tao. Diane's frolicking beasts of heaven and earth required one to have both the purity and chaos flame. In Diane's first life, he had taken 4 disciples in secret. He had hoped to fill his heart with those 4 young men he saw as his own sons. The impact of the loss of his wives was too hard, and it was never his intention to continuously replace them with new women. It was just that life always seemed to love playing tricks on him. Seeing one little Nazir blooming in his own path so brightly, he couldn't help but smile. The sight of a young man looking toward an old man with the gentle expression of an elder could shake anyone to the core. But this was exactly what was happening now. That said, as his master, Diane could tell that the shadow over Nazir's heart hadn't disappeared. Despite the success he had grasped in his life, it still hadn't been enough. And it was obvious the bitterness hadn't disappeared either, or else he would have never made things difficult for him simply because of his affiliation with Abraxas. He should obviously be aware that Abraxas was his Grand Master. Diane had come here for Little Gold's corpse. By the laws of Pill Sword Mountain, anyone who could complete all 3 gauntlets had the right to a precious treasure to 3 treasures of the peak god grade. Of course, maybe only Diane would be insane enough to do all 3 gauntlets back to back like this. Usually, those who were even crazy enough to attempt it would only do so across millions, even billions of years. However, to Dayan, though Little Gold was a close friend of his, Nazir was just as important to him. And the first step toward helping this disciple of his was crushing him. Dayan had never been a gentle-handed guide. He taught by example, taught with pain, taught with hardship. At this moment, this disciple of his already believed that he could match his master. Or maybe he believed that Dayan would have to regain his previous strength first before he would truly have to worry. But maybe out of habit, he had brought out his full strength regardless of these thoughts. It was his only chance for payback, the only way to alleviate some of that bitterness in his heart. It seemed that he would have to teach this disciple of his a good lesson. Devour! The flame beasts enveloped the heavenly herbs, ripping them apart as though they were just normal vegetation. Dayan suddenly stood. His hair changed, lengthening and becoming a bright silver. His hazel-green eyes bloomed and deepened, looking like the depths of the stars as they reflected like two beautiful opal gems. He stood a step forward toward little Chibi, his hair billowing in the air. At the same time, Nazir stretched out toward his cauldron as well. Maybe it was only now that the world realized that the true match had yet to begin to this point. Their hearts were leaping out of their throats. But this was only the first time these two touched their alchemy cauldrons. The pieces of the heavenly platform left beneath Dayan's feet shattered, his aura growing. His imposing presence made others forget the silencing of the Daos for just a moment, and then he struck his cauldron with a palm. Like the gongs of heaven had sounded, ripples stretched across the immortal plane. Compared to the foundational stages of common to star, the immortal grades of alchemy carried a level of complexity that those of the mortal plane couldn't imagine. Unique flames, alchemy techniques, cauldrons, hand seals, each added a layer of variability that made each and every concoction different from the last, even if the same pill was being concocted. For a true alchemist, even the refinement of the simplest pills was a new adventure they had yet to embark upon. This was the truth. It was safe to say, then, that alchemists of their level were used to seeing the unique, no matter how small and insignificant it might be. However, this was simply too much. Just touching upon hand seals for a moment, they could be considered one of the most crucial parts of concocting pills. According to the ancients, there were two parts of the body most important for interaction with the world: the eyes and the hands. Compared to the rest of the body, the hands contained the greatest number of meridian pathways per area available. One must remember that the foundation for formation theory are the meridians of the body. Their profundity is the reason such a profession exists at all. The movement of the hands and the altering of those meridian pathways in space can lead to large changes in the flow of qi. These changes in the flow and nature of qi can have all sorts of novel results during the concoction process. Every time an alchemist controlled their qi and guided it into their cauldron, the changes in their qi as a result of their hand seals can tweak countless parameters that affect the end product. So, there should be no problem with what Dayan was doing now, right? Sure, he had slammed his hand into his cauldron, a far cry from Nazir's gentle and almost petting-like approach. But it wasn't like there weren't some other alchemist brutes who didn't do the same thing. In fact, there were some ancient cauldrons that couldn't be used without overwhelming physical prowess even far beyond Dayan's level. However, this wasn't what Dayan was doing. This wasn't just hand seals. They could see it with their own eyes. The rhythm of his body. No, the rhythm of every one of the fibers running through him. With every resonating strike, his cauldron seemed to sing. Every strike came with a different beat of his heart, a different vibration of his skin, a different position of his body. After being lost in a daze for a long while, the alchemists finally understood. They didn't even have the mind to pay attention to Dayan's weird transformation. Even Nazir's couldn't completely keep them from paying attention to Dayan any longer. It felt as though their souls were being tugged in two directions. And the direction toward Dayan wasn't necessarily losing out to Nazir's silencing Tao. Body seals. He's forming seals with his body. Just what kind of monster is he? Even Gilpin was speechless at this point. He might not be an alchemist himself, but as an immortal god who had even lived for so long, he knew far more about many things than a normal person could boast. He knew the profundity of what he was witnessing, and he found it difficult to slow the beating of his heart. Dian's movements were almost like a rhythmic martial dance, like an ancient master of kung fu before the rising sun of dawn, who stood alone atop a mountain that overlooked the world, executing movements that enraptured the heart. It wasn't that no one had ever thought that using the body to form seals could greatly increase one's control over the situation within their alchemy cauldron, but who could actually do it? Imagine for a moment that you were an aspiring pilot of a high-tech airship. To control such a large vehicle, one could imagine how many parameters one had to be familiar with. These controls might be able to tweak anything from the direction of flight, the altitude, and even down to something as specific as the climate control of an individual cabin. As a rookie, how many things would you control on your own? Maybe you would enter an internship and learn under the tutelage of a veteran. Over the years, you would slowly become an expert yourself. Maybe, with your perseverance, you would soon become one of the greatest pilots in all of existence. But, even then, how many of those controls would you maintain personally? Wouldn't you have crewmates? You might even have a new rookie you've taken under your wing to take on responsibilities of their own. Even if you understood everything about how to fly the airship, how much would you know about its thermal systems, the parameters of its engine room, even about the maintenance of its mechanics? And, even after you pawn off these things to subordinates you trust and rely on yourself to fly, wouldn't you have a co-pilot? And even with your co-pilot, wouldn't there be times the two of you used autopilot or cruise control once you felt everything was within a decent margin of control? Now take this analogy and apply it to alchemy. Seals were the controls of this airship. Hand seals were what one could generally find acceptable to expect of a veteran pilot to be familiar with. The very best could use them to the peak of perfection, allowing their cauldron to handle the rest and thus enter cruise control. And using body seals was akin to controlling everything down even to the dimness of the lights in the most obscure corner of the airship. Every nerve of Dian's body was pushed to the absolute limit. Everything from the furrow of his eyebrows to the angle of his toes was precisely controlled as he struck little Chibi again and again. He didn't use his hands every time. Sometimes his foot would strike, sometimes his knee, sometimes it would be just a single finger, and the alchemists could even count several times he even used his head. It was a maddening display that left them feeling numb. They hardly noticed the beads of sweat rapidly falling from Dian's body, or the reddening of his body, or even the heaviness of his breath. To them, all they could sense were his strikes, as though that was all that was important. In Dian's many lifetimes, no one had ever pushed him to such an extent in alchemy. He couldn't remember a time he didn't crush his opponent with absolute ease. He was simply too talented in the field, as though it was created just for him. It was a bit ironic that it was a child he raised with his own hand that would push him to this extent. Of course, this body was simply too weak. His body wasn't even a single % of what it once was. His soul was even worse. But he was having the time of his life. It had been too long since he felt such a feeling. There really was a chance he might lose. Dian's fiendish grin grew. Devour! Dozens of chi cyclones appeared to Dian's back, madly sucking everything toward him. At that moment, the beast flames that had swallowed the heavenly herbs finally made their way forward, diving into little Chibi one after another. Little Chibi had been specially reinforced by Dian's weapons pagoda. Even after entering the immortal realms, it could still produce treasures the equivalent to Dian's soul strength. Simply put, he had access to a near-infinite supply of Empyrean-grade weapons. Not just Empyrean-grade, but the peak at that. When those around watched as numerous flashes of light came from Dian's Vajra body, their numbness almost became a dull pain. Hundreds, thousands of peak Empyrean-grade cauldrons fusing into one like this